Hello, I am Hafiz Javed Iqbal and welcome to my YouTube video. So in this video, we will build the complete full stack LMS, basically the course management. We will have the courses. User will be able to create the courses. Users can also you can say the Udemy clone. Basically, we will have the courses. You will be able to buy the courses. Either basically we will have the different modes, teacher mode and students mode. So first of all, for I can explain the stack. So for database, we will use the MongoDB, and for the UI, we will be using the NuxtUI. This is the official library, and obviously Nuxt we will have that, and we will also use the Typescript for type safety, and also for payment we will use the Stripe, and for ORM we will have the Prisma, and for editor because we will have that we will be using the TipTap editor, and also we will use the eraser as well for the basically the planning management, and also how we can create the different basically the structure, how different models are linked with each other, and it's much easier to explain once we have this type of software. And now let's see the demo of the application. So first of all, we will have the two mode. One mode is basically the by default mode will be the student mode. If I come here, I am currently in the home page. This is how home page look like as soon as you are basically the login. Let's start from the scratch. If I come here, if I do the sign out, and this is how our registration and UI will look like. If I come here register, this is how we will also have the basically the git login with the GitHub. So for that, session management and GitHub login, we will be using the Nuxt Auth utils package, which is kind of it's not in the document mentioned in the documentation, but you can say it's the official package because the author of this is the same as the author of the Nuxt. So and also we have it's improving a lot day by day. So we will be using that. And now let's see that the demo. First of all, let's enter any random basically the user which doesn't exist. If I click on login, we will have the error. We should have user not exist. And now let's enter the correct information. So here I can say user one, and I can enter user one email, and we will also by the way add the validation client side and server side validation as well. If I do the login, I am in the home page, and here I have that. So this is how it will look like, the completed courses and in progress, and here as well. Now let's come to the browse page where basically we can search different pages as well. First of all, if I click on the accounting page, I have only accounting page. If I click on category, we have no page related. If I click on fitness, we have the fitness page. If I click on music, we have the no music pages. So this filtration. Now if I click on accounting, and if I click here 9, see there is no course related to this one. If I click again, now we have the title 9 and category ID, there is no exist. So if I click here the 7, we should have that one course. And if I click again on accounting, here we have that title Simon and the category ID. So we will also add the searching, overall search of the courses and the category selection as well. So we will have that. And now if I click on this single course, so this is how it will look like. So as soon as we will click on a single course page, we will be redirected to this page. So here if you see, this is alert warning we have, you need to purchase this course in order to watch this course. So this video is logged, although we will have the description, but here there will be no attachments as well which are linked to basically this course. And just to basically for more basically more clarity, if I come back to the courses, and if I come here in the chapter 3, which basically I already purchased that, if I click on that, and this is how it will look like. So you already completed this chapter, basically the chapter layout, and here it will also be mentioned, and here we will have all the attachments, the video attached to this particular course and all that stuff. Now another thing I just want to show you, this is the magic. If I basically obviously first of all, let's mark this as not completed. If I click on that, this progress will be automatically updated real time. So first of all, see it's now the 67%. So now after click on that, if you see the progress is now 67%, and this button got automatically changed, marked as complete. So it means these chapters are completed, but this chapter is not completed. Now we can basically mark this chapter as complete either by clicking on here, or we will mark it as complete as soon as this video will be completed. So let's see the magic. If I play on that, see as soon as video got completed, it redirect us to this new chapter 6, and here course progress also got completed. So we will also implement this feature, like how we can implement that. And here you can also play with the not complete and complete stuff. You will have complete control. So I will teach you basically how basically we can update the data in real time and all that stuff. And now come to the back to the courses. So this is how basically overall the student mode mode will look like. Now let's come to the teacher mode, and here in teacher, first of all, we will have this type of layout, and here we can also basically filter that. So I can say course 1, here I can say course 1. Now we have only one that. If I enter random string, no items, so we will also implement the filtration. And now if I do the sorting, see, sorting is also working for price as well, for publish status as well, and how we will also have the pagination as well. We will see how easy it is to implement the using the NuxtUI, this type of basically the pagination and this type of table. And in here in the table we will be able to edit the course. By the way, we'll also have the analytics page as well. So if I click on that, this is how it will look like, the total revenue and total sales. Now let's come to the courses page, and now if I basically let's create the new course. Currently we have overall 8 courses, I think. Yes, overall 8 courses. Now let's create new course. First of all, this step, if I try to continue, this title is required, so here I will say course 9, and if I continue, it will redirect us to the single course page. Yes, this page, and now I can click on that and I can edit that. And by the way, if I come here again, just to show you, into the home page, basically exit and then to the home page, and here into the browse page, here we will not have that recently created course. Why? If I come again into the teacher mode, we will show in the browse page only those courses which are published true. So I will also tell you basically how basically we will do that. Now let's edit this course. If I click on that, now I'm here. So basically, by the way, here we will have the basically the counter here, basically course title, description, the image, categories, all that stuff it's required in order to basically publish the course. Now if I try to click the publish, it's not working. It's because we have to complete this counter, so that's why we get this error. So we will have that. Now if I click on that, so we won't be able to publish the course. We will have this counter, and if we will have the title, we can edit the title. So here I can say course 9, I can say edit. If I do the save, this will be automatically updated. Yes, course updated successfully, and we have that data. Now let's also add the description. So I can say course 9 description, and let's also add some images as well, so we can do at the same time. So I can click on add image. I can upload an image. Yes, by the way, I totally forgot to mention, for image management, if I come here, we will be using the Cloudinary. So we will use that Cloudinary. We will use that. So now I can click on upload an image, and here basically either you can use any of these, or you can use basically you will have the two options, either unsplash or either you can basically browse that. For these basically the Google Drive, Dropbox, all that stuff, you have to basically configure different stuff. We will not do that. We can browse that. So here I can simply upload the basic image, this one. Let's upload this one category. I can open, we will have that, and if I click on done, basically we should have that here as well. The course updated successfully, and here we also have that image as well. Now if I click on that, I can cancel that. I can edit that image if I want to. Now let's add the description. So course 9, because previously it got refreshed, and course description, it was automatically updated. We will have that course description here now. So now course description is also updated. I can edit that if I want. I can cancel that. And now let's add the category. I can come here, and we will have all the different categories. I can say computer science, and I can save that. So course category also got updated. And by the way, you are seeing these blank screens. I will be giving you the assignments where basically in this course as well. So I'm not adding the different loaders, but I will tell you how you can proceed. So I did this by intention, so you don't have to worry about. And by the way, I'm not sure if you notice this one as well. These counters are getting updated as soon as we are adding the image, the fields. So this is also getting real-time updates. And now let's also add the chapter. Before that, let's add this price, because this is small, because this chapter will have another module as well within the chapter. I will show you. Yes, if you see, this automatically got updated, and now we have this one as well. And by the way, I'm not loading that. It is it's the Nuxt magic. It is automatically getting fetched, refresh. I'm not refreshing the page. And now if I add the file here, it will be similar to this one. And here I can add the smallest file, the attachments, basically whatever you want. Done. And now basically we will also have the attachments here. The attachment list of the attachment. If you want to delete, you can delete that as well. But we will not do that. And now our counter is completed. One thing is remaining, because if I do add chapter, and here we will have, so basically the counter is basically we should have at least one chapter which is also published. So here I will say first of all chapter 1, and if I save that, and here we have the chapter. Now by the way, we'll also drag and drop stuff as well. So for that, maybe I can add another chapter. So I can say chapter 2, and here I can say save. Here we can drag and drop the position. So I can, if I move these two up, we will have the loader here. Now we have the updated position here I'm not doing any sorting, so it will be stored in the database. And here we will have the different badges based on the chapter status. Now if I click on this edit, the chapter edit, because in order to publish the course we have to publish at least one chapter. So see, this is now currently we are in the single chapter page, and here for each chapter we have to do that, and same goes here. We also have the counter here, we need the description, we need the chapter. This is the optional field. Basically by default it check this box if you want to make this chapter for free for you, just like the Udemy. Some chapters, some videos are free, so this is for that purpose. I click on that. So now if I save that, let's save this one, and this chapter will be free for preview. Now let's add some description, and here we will have the editor. So here I can add the description. I can say this is normal line. We can add different type of stuff. Here I can say this text with bold text, and I can select this bold one, and I can click on this bold one. This is text is bold, and now I can also add this text with italic style, italic text, and I can make it as italic. And basically you can also undo the list items. So now let's do the list items. So here I can say list, not this one. So here I will say make it this text dot list one. I can say list item one. So make it only this list, not complete. We can ignore this one, yes, and I can come here and I can paste that. And for some time, sometimes this editor can create the problem, but it's by default, so you don't have to worry about that. It will work. We can also basically add the block code. So if I say this one block code again, if you see, if I come here again, control Z, that's if I do undo, and now if I select this one only, and I can, so now here we have the italic text, and after that you can also add the code block, the block code component, the list item as well. So for now let's continue with this one only, and if I save that, and here we have the description. Now the only thing which remaining is let's add the video. So I can add that, upload and video. Here I can browse that. I will upload only the simplest one, the smallest one. I can upload that here. It's uploading 100%. Now course is also updated. If I do the done, here we can also see the video and its preview, and it's getting uploaded. Now I can publish this chapter. If I publish that, course updated successfully. And now if I come to the back course setup, here we have that chapter, and by the way the counter is automatically updated 6 by 6, and this is also free, and also the published one we have the different page. Now let's also publish this course as well. I updated that, and now let's come to the courses page. And now if I come here, now we have the course 9 edit, and the published status is true. So this was the complete UI, like how we will be able to create the course, how we will be able to create the chapter and all that stuff. And that's the demo. Now let's come to the coding part. So let's start the coding part. So for coding part, I will come here in the github.com Hafiz Javed Nuxt3 LMS starter. So basically we will use this starter in starter file. The purpose of using this starter file is I have two purposes. First purpose is to basically so currently I am starting the recording of this project on 14/11/2024. So the official date, exact date basically is not announced, but basically Nuxt 4 will be coming in the upcoming days. So my purpose is to basically so you guys can also follow along with me, because if we install the latest project and at the time where Nuxt 4 is released you are watching this, so it will be difficult for you guys. So that's why I'm doing this starter template. I'm creating this starter template for you. And also the second purpose is to save time, because currently if you see the in package.json file, I have all the dependencies installed which we will be using in this project. So I will explain one by one, once we will use that. So let's also clone this project. And also this, so basically for env setup I also have that env example. So all the basic stuff I installed here, so we can save our time. So let's come here, we will clone that. You can copy, either you can download this or you can clone that. So I will copy that. By the way, currently it's private, but once video will be released I will make it public, so you don't have to worry about it. So let's come here where you want to basically create this project. I am here in the YouTube recordings folder, and here I will say I will open the terminal, and I can say git clone, and I can install this project, basically clone. Now let's come to the cd nuxt3 LMS starter, and here I can open the VS code dot. Now here we have another thing which I totally forgot to mention. I also have the complete Prisma, or basically the Prisma setup. Sorry, not Prisma. We will create together the Prisma schema. So now let's install all the dependencies. So for installing dependencies you have to run pnpm. I'm using the pnpm. If basically you are using the want to use the yar, you can basically delete this file log1, not this one, log1. Or if you want to simply use npm, then you can also delete this one and run the pnpm install. In case of yar, you have to run yar, and in case of npm, you have to run npm install. So let's run this command to install the dependencies. So we are done with the installation of dependencies. So just for the basically preview purpose, if I come here in the I have started template in app.vue file, nothing else. So let's run the project npm run dev, and let's come to the chrome and we can run the project. And by the way, we can wait for till our project is running. We will start from the authentication part. So here, this is how our authentication UI will look like. So we will have the login, register, and then this stuff. So I can also open the NuxtUI website. So we will be using the tabs here basically. So Nuxt is basically the project is running. So now let's come here because we need these tabs. So I can come here. And by the way, also NuxtUI 3 is also the alpha is released. So that's why, because in upcoming days we will have the latest release related to the Nuxt and NuxtUI. So that's why I created this starter template. There is no other purpose. So get started, and here we need the tab. I can come here, and if you see here, that's how we can use that. Some disabled, some are disabled. Here we also have some disabled installation, all the basic content. So basically we can copy this one because I got the inspiration from this part. So I can completely copy this file, this one. I can copy that. It's pretty simple. And now I can come here, and first of all, instead of basically using that here, let's create the layout folder, not within the Prisma. I can select this one, and here I can say layouts, and within that I can say default.view. So layouts, then default.view, and here I can simply say v base, and we have the basic template for view component. And here, so as it's the default layout, so it will be a simple layout. That's it, a div and then slot. So I can save that layouts default and this simple code. Now let's create another layout which is basically auth. So I can say auth.view, and here basically we will have. So if you see the design, so in design basically, although this screen is small, so this whole component will be in the center of the screen. So that's why here, if we come here, we will have, let's first of all say v base, and now we have this basic. And now here I can add the classes. I can say class, first of all, our minimum height of the screen, so it will be at screen. By the way, if you want to, currently our Tailwind extension is not giving us this suggestion. So in order to do that, I can create the Tailwind file. So let's create that as well. So here I can say tailwind.config.ts, and for that we can come here. I think they have the within the initial guidelines they have that. So yes, we can copy this type of stuff, but I think we need something else, not this one. Just give me a time, I can find that and then I will let you know. So basically we can copy this one, this complete stuff, and then we can update that. So I can paste that here, the complete stuff. So even we don't need, basically we independently we didn't install the basically the Tailwind CSS, because when we install the NuxtUI, it was automatically installed. So this is giving us the error. So instead of using that, we can use another approach, which is to basically, let's remove that, and here instead of basically export default stuff, I can say module dot exports is equal to, I can say the object, and within the object I can use this content array. So I can say content, and then within that, so it will be a array. So here, just like we have this docs content, so we don't need, basically we will not be using the Nuxt content. So instead of saying like this, I can say this stuff. Oh, sorry, instead of copying this one here, I have to copy here. Yes, I can remove that. So basically the purpose of saying this is to basically give us the suggestions, basically Tailwind related in all of these files, all the files which are in the components, in the layouts, in the page, in the plugins, in the Nuxt config and .app.view. So if I save that, and now let's come here, and so now at screen I can say our flow. Now if you see, we have the basically Tailwind related classes suggestion. So I can say our flow y auto, and then I can say flex, then I can say justify, center, then the item should be also center. So these three classes are to vertically and horizontally center the content. So now this is the centered item. So in the Nuxt UI, let's come to the tabs, and within the tabs, this section where we have the form. So I can simply copy this whole stuff, this one. I can copy this code. I can come here. Sorry, first of all, let's complete this layout. So in the auth.view here, basically after this, I can say slot, and that's it. So our auth layout will be ready. So now let's come here in the root of the folder. Let's in the app.view. Let's also create another directory called pages. I can say pages, and within that I can say auth.view. Pages, within that I can say auth.view. So here I can paste all that, basically the copied code from the NuxtUI website. So here within the auth.page auth.view file, I copied all the code. Basically I pasted all the code. So this is how it is looking. So we will edit that. So here I will remove the description because we don't need that description. And here instead of account, the key will be basically login. I can log in, and here in the password it will be register, and here as well register. And in terms of UI, so it will be almost like that, but we will have the different UI. So here we can use the slot system. So if you see here, so here basically we can customize the, if you see in the account and in the password, we can basically set up our own. So basically this item will be for both tabs, it will be same. But if you want different UI for both tabs, we can use this by slot name. And keep in mind, this slot should be the exact key name. So your key name and here this hash stuff should be same. So now let's customize that. So instead of using the item here, I can say login. And also let's, maybe before going there, it's my bad, let's see at least how it is looking. So in the page.auth.view file, I have this stuff, and let's see how it's looking. One thing I totally forgot to mention here, I should also say define page meta, and here I should be saying, maybe I have to refresh, I can say control shift P. I have to reload the window. So basically the purpose of refreshing the window is sometimes VS Code create basically do the problems, and it basically it stopped giving the auto suggestion. So that's why. So here I can now say the basically the layout. So I can say layout, and within the layout I will have the auth, basically the layout. So the layout we defined earlier. So I can save that, and now let's come here in the app.view file, and here instead of h1 I can simply say nuxt layout, and within that I can say nuxt page. And if I save that, because we don't have the home page, so let's also create the home page as well. It will be a basic, nothing else. So I can say index.view, and here I can say vbase. Now we have this basic code, and here I can simply say home page. That's it. We will do, for now we will do nothing here because our focus will be in the auth. So now let's come here, and here I can refresh that. So we have the home page, and now if I come to the basically auth, so this is how it will look like. So login, then in the register we have the register, in the login we have the login. So now let's minimize this width. So by the way, one thing, if you notice, the vertically the items are centered. So now let's come here in the auth page, and here v width, I can say maximum width should be MD, and if I save that, so it's now centered. Now let's define the internal stuff. So here instead of item I can say login, and within the login I will have the U card basically, and on submit. For now let's print that, we can customize that. So then we will have the header, and in the header I will have the basically same label, but in the description I can change that. So I think it's not bad, I should have keep that description here as well. I can again copy that, so it's my bad. I can copy this description and paste that here and paste that here as well. But obviously we will change the text. So in case of login, it will be enter your account details to login, and in the registration I will say enter your credentials to create your account. So here now I can say item dot description. So in header we will have this stuff. So then instead of showing, because previously we were using the same item, so that's why we had this if condition, but we will not use this if condition because we will create our another card for basically the registration. So I can remove this if condition, and I can simply basically completely remove this whole if condition. And here instead of having the submit here, so here I can define the U form. I can say U form. So basically all of these components are part of NuxtUI. So if you are confused, you can always come here and you can see the documentation. If there is some complex component, I will explain that. So here let's move the U form group stuff to the top, and here basically we will have, if I show you, we will have the email and password in case of login. So let's define that as we have this account form and password form. So in account form, I can say instead of account form, I can simply say login form, and here instead of name, username, I can simply say it will be email and it will be string, and we will have the password and it will also be a, and in case of registration form, I can say register form, and within that we will also have the name, password, but we will have another thing as well. So here we will have the name as well. So I can say name, it will be empty. So first let's copy this login form. I can simply in both cases. Obviously we will remove that. So for now let's focus on this here. In the U form component, first of all let's define the class. In the class I can say space y, it should be 4, and then on submit I can simply call this method on submit, and here basically I can remove this basically method. I can completely remove that, and after the submit here basically I have to define the basically state as well. So in case of state I have to give this form, basically in case of login I have to give login form, and now basically the U form error is gone. So here for label it will be email and name will be email, and here instead of account form I will say login form dot email. Now let's remove this thing, and here I can copy this U form, and here I can say password, and here as well password, and here I can say password. So in footer, so I will not use this footer U card because we have slightly different basically design for card, so that's why. So I will remove this footer, and after this basically U form group, this one I can say div, and within that I can give some classes. I can say class, first of all the space between basically the items, this button, this button, this button, so we will have some spaces. So I can say space y5, and from the top we will have the margin empty 5. Then basically we will have the button here, so I can say u button, and within that it will be login, and here I can give some basically type. I can say type, it will be primary basically default button, we don't have to customize that. So here I can say submit. So after this login button we will have this basically this R stuff. So in order to do that, this is the code, it's quite simple. So if you see, first of all we have the flex items, and it's fully, so that we have flex items because if you see we have this item, then we have this item, and then we have this item. So there are 3 items, so we want to horizontally and vertically center, so that's why here we have the border. We defined some basically the width is although full, but we are not giving any height, so we are only giving it the border, so that's why we have the border. Then I have also have the same basically class here as well, and then within that I also have this item where we have this R class. So let's, if I save that, let me basically, if I save that basically, and let's see how it is looking, it will give us the error because we don't have the other item. So I can, for now I can simply copy this one, and let's paste another, and here in case of login I can say register. Keep in mind this hash basically it should be same as here the key. So now if I save that, and if I come here and let's refresh, okay, let's see why it's not working, that's strange. So basically I found the bug, it's my bad. So here instead of key it should be slot. Here if you see it's clearly mentioned we should have this slot, so we don't need key. So here we need the key slot, and if I save that, and now if I refresh, see we have the registration and login form, and they are getting real-time update. So we are done with this R. Now let's just create this GitHub button. So I can come here. So after this basically, so keep in mind it should be a tag. I know we can use the Nuxt link as well, but here we need the a tag, and for now I can simply mention the home page, and also let's add the class, so it should be full width. So I can say block, and within that we will have the button. I can say U button. We need the icon, so for icon I will use the I Lucid. Then we will have the GitHub. Keep in mind we already installed the Nuxt icon component, so that's why we can use that. By the way, just to, if you don't have any confusion, we have this Nuxt icon component, and also I'm using the Lucid icon, so I installed this one as well. So here after that we will have the it should be square, and then it should be block. block, then color should be gray, and here in the label I can simply say continue with GitHub. If I save that and let's see the preview in the login. So here we have this button. So if you see, login should be block as well. So let's make it block as well. So here I can say it should be blocked, and if I save that, now this is also blocked. As if you see, this basically part is repeating in both of the components. So we will have this part same in the registration form as well. So I can basically from this to this one, this whole stuff I can cut that basically, and I can create the component. So in the root of the page here I can say basically not page, in the root of the our project, so I can say components. Within the components I can say auth, and within that I can say button, auth button dot view, and components, then auth, and within that we have this button dot view component. So here let's define the base component. So here we have the basically the simple code, and I can simply replace this div with the copied code we copied from login basically form. So here we have all that stuff. So if I save that, and now if I come here, so here I can basically simply use that. I can say auth button, and we are good. I can also copy this one, this auth button, and I should also use that here as well in the registration. So I can use that here as well after the login. So here now let's also change the registration stuff. So here we will have the same label, same description, but here instead of login form I should be saying register form. So here we will have the email, password, and but before that we will have the text as well. So here one thing, I can simply copy this one, I can paste that here. So here let's change this control D login form to register form, and here I should say name, and in label as well I can say name, and here we will have the name, and here instead of login I should say register. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So if I come here in the register, so we have the register label. The only thing which is missing, it should be blocked. So here this button, the U button, should be blocked. If I save that, so this is how it will look like. Now we have the different components for login and for the registration purpose. Now let's add the form validation, because we will have the form validation, and for form validation, by the way, we will be doing the form validation both on client side and on the server side as well. So that's why we are using the Zart. So if I come here in the package.json file, I already installed the Zart stuff. So now if I come here, so let's create this folder. Okay, it's from my end. So we have this utils folder, and within the utils folder basically I have set up for the Prisma. So it was with the starter template. I will explain once we will start using the Prisma, but here let's also create within the utils folder. Keep in mind it should be in the root of the project and not within the server. We will have the utils folder, and within the utils folder let's create another file called schemas.ts, and here in the schemas I can say import. By the way, if you want to read about how in detail how we will implement this, you can come here in the form component. Here basically we have different if you don't want to use Zard, you can use the Yup, Joy, Bellybot, Superstruct. So here we have all the basically the description. Even basically we will be using all that stuff. I will explain, but I just want to show you how you can do that. So here we have the complete kind of form component as well, where we are using almost every component other than the image. And here you can by clicking on this, you can basically have a look into the code as well. But if you want to read this by yourself, you can implement basically read that components and then form. Then now let's implement our own stuff. So here first of all let's import this Z from Zort, and here let's create, I can say export const auth schema is equal to Z dot object, and within the object we will have an object, and here I will say we need the email, and within the email it will be Z dot string, and it will be the type of this will be email. After that we have the password, so I can say password, it will be also string, I can say Z string, and then the minimum, the password should be minimum have length of 8. Now here I can say export const login schema is equal to simply auth schema. It will be exact. Why I created this auth schema, because for register schema we need the name as well, so I can just reuse that. So I can say here export const register schema is equal to auth schema dot extend. I can extend that, and within the extend I can say simply just like the email, I can can simply say here this one, and instead of password it will be name. Here instead of 8 I can say 1, and maximum it should be 255 characters, and the default should be empty, and it's also we don't need optional, so it's required field. So now we have the auth schema, login schema, but we need another thing here. If you see here, we need basically this type, this stuff as well. So using this schema, we are passing the type of, then we are getting this schema where which we have to pass here. So in order to do that, let's also import that as well. Export, basically I can say export type. So here I can make it the capital, so I can say login schema is equal to z dot output, and within that I can say type of, and in type of I can pass the login schema. Let's copy that, and here let's also create the register schema. So I can say register schema, and here instead of login schema I have to pass register schema, this one. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the auth. So instead of this submit, I will have method called async function login, and here basically we have to pass the event, and the type of event will be form submit. Basically I have to import that from NuxtUI, just like here basically this one. So I can import that, and here I can paste that, this form submit event. So event type will be like that, and here basically we have to pass the login schema which we just created, login schema. Keep in mind it's the capital one, so here you can also, we are auto importing that, and login schema, and within that now let's say if I do the log, and here I will have the auto suggestion. I will say event dot data, see, and if I hover on that, so we have all the login related email and password. Same we will have for the registration, so I can copy that, and here I can paste that, and here I can say register, and here instead of login schema I can pass register schema, and now if I hover on that, now we have the name as well because we are passing the register schema. So here instead of on submit I can say login in case of login, and here in case of registration I can say register, yes, this. So let's save that. Now all the warnings are gone, and let's see how it is looking. So if I come here, and if I try to submit, first of all let's refresh. So if I now try to submit, I should have error, so it's not working. So let's see, if I log in, we have the data, but our form validation is not working. So let's see why it's not working. So if I come here, so basically we have to pass the state here. I'm not passing that, not the state, the schema. So here I have to say schema, and here I have to pass login schema. Keep in mind here it's not the capital one, it's the small l. So basically here in the schema, here we have the type, and here we have, you can say, simple object, Zod object. So here basically in the form component schema we are passing the Zod object, and here we pass the type. So this is the difference. So same goes to basically the register. So I can come here, and in the here in form component I can say register schema. So if I save that, and now let's come here, and now if I submit, we have the invalid email string must contain at least 8 characters. By the way, you can also basically the messages, customize these messages. So here you can basically say it's mentioned here as well, I think so. So like that you can mention that. So in the email here I can say, just like in email I can pass the basically here object, I can say message, and in the message I can say, let's say email is not valid feed, and same goes to the basically here as well. So here after the minimum, here I can say name, password is required and must be 8 characters, just to show you. Now if I save that, and I should have that basically if I do again login, now basically I have my customized messages. Same goes to the register. So if I come here, see now here we have the different basically is required and must be 8 characters. So basically because we are reusing that, so that's why here we have the different same messages, but here it's the default messages. If you can also customize that. So now UI is ready. So let's create the basically APIs for these. So for creating the API, before going to basically other stuff, let's create the schema. So within the Prisma, and then here in the schema dot Prisma. So here for schema we will have this data. So we have the model, then we have the ID, as we are using the MongoDB. So that's why we are mapping this to the this dot ID, because this is the MongoDB syntax, and also it should be the object ID. So it will be auto generated. Then we have the email. detail for the user and it's unique. Then we have the name, which is optional. Then we will have the avatar for the basically user image, which is also optional. Then we have the hashed password, basically because we will be hashing our password, because it's not the good practice to save the simple string as password. Then we will have the created add and updated add fields. Then we will have this OAuth accounts array, because we will be using the OAuth as well, because if you see the design, we have the basically the login with GitHub as well. And if you want to add more like Google, it will be pretty simple. I will tell you how easy it is to implement using the Nuxt Auth util. So then in the OAuth account, we have the ID, which will be auto generated. Then we have the provider ID. It will be like basically the user login. In case of GitHub, it will be GitHub. In case of Google, it will be Google. Then we will have the user ID, basically the user which is linked with this one. And then we have the user ID, which is also this from this user. Then we have the created add, updated add, and here basically this is to basically define this model relation with this user. So keep in mind, whenever you define the relation, you should have these two lines: user ID, and then here user object, and here this id, it is representing this id. If I just want to show you, if you change this user id to something else, you should also change that here. And then here in the reference, this id is representing basically this id. So if for some reason if you gave different name here, so here you should also have the different name. And on delete, we are saying also delete that as well. And here basically the combination of these two should be unique. So now let's save that. Now basically if I come here in the .env file, we need basically these some env variable. So I can copy that, and .env file, I can simply paste that here. And by the way, I also have this next session password. I can cut that here. I don't know why I already have that. So basically this is required for Nuxt Auth utils. So you can generate random at least 32 strings, 32 number strings. It should be random. Please don't choose this one, because once I will be done with the recording, I will delete that. So basically for now, we need this database URL, and for that we need MongoDB. And I can come to the MongoDB website. It's pretty simple. I can come here in the login, sign in. I will highly basically recommend to use the login with GitHub or Google, because I will use that. But if you don't have the account, you can also register that, and it will, you can also for registration as well, you can use the Google. So I will click on the Google. I will choose the account basically here. I'm choosing this one. So here basically you will have this kind of UI. But if you are the logging as creating the account as the first time, here basically you have to, maybe you can create the basically different projects here. So even you can create the organizations as well. So I have different organization. This organization is YouTube recording, and within that I have this project. If you want to create the new project, you can also create that. Let's create the new project. So I can also show you. So let's create the new project. Here I can enter the name. I can say Nuxt 3 LMS. Let's come here next. Basically if you want to give some tag, you can do that. It's optional. Here, yes, this is the owner. If you want to change that, you can do that. Let's create the project. Now after you are done with the project creation, you have to define the basically you have to create the cluster. I can create the cluster. Keep in mind, choose this free one, and here cluster name, let's keep it simple. And basically I'm in the Pakistan, so closest one is the Mumbai. So but if you want to basically use something else which is your basically the closest location, you can use that. And here go to the advanced configuration. Instead of create the deployment, here we have to use this. I can say free, the shared one. That's it. Now I can create the cluster. So here if you want to give some other username, you can give that as well. And here you have to set the password. Please don't use mine, because I will delete this user once we are done with the project recording. So even you can also generate another random one. So I can copy that. This basically password is required. So for now I can simply paste that here in the .env file. You should also save that, because we need that. And here I can say create user, and after that basically the good practices and secure practices use basically that IP address where your basically the project is deployed. But as we are in the development, so we can use this one, which is basically for this IP address is we will be able to access our application from everywhere. It's not recommended, but I don't want to complicate things, and so that's why, because sometimes our IP address, like if you are on Mac, I'm not sure about Windows, but if you are on Mac, your IP address address basically change every time for after some time, so you can get some issues. For now, when you are in the development, you can use this, which is the, you can say, default IP address, and our application will be accessible from everywhere. By the way, you can edit at any time. So now I can say finish and close. Go to overview. So our cluster is being created, so it's done. So now let's come here in the basically get connection string, and here basically first of all let's close this one. Here you can also either click here or either click here. I'm clicking here on connect because this is the clear one. So yes, sorry, it's my bad. You should not be clicking here. You should be clicking here in connect, and within the connect you can use any method, but we will use this simplest one, MongoDB for VS Code. And here I can copy this string. Basically I can copy this string. I'm saying again, don't use mine because I will delete once I'm done with the recording. So here we need this password. I can cut that, and here in the DB password I can replace that, and here basically this is representing our user. So here let's here say Nuxt 3 LMS, and we have this URL now. So let's save that. Basically instead of saving that, basically yes, after saving that you should stop your project and rerun this, because sometimes env create problem. So keep in mind in Nuxt config file we also have also have to mention that here. So for now we don't need that because our basically this Prisma will automatically detect that. So let's wait for project running. Once it's done, I also have to run another command. Basically I think I have to stop that. So before moving forward I have to run these two commands. So keep in mind whenever you change this Prisma file here, you have to run these two commands. Here I have to say npx Prisma generate, it's done, and after that I have to say npx Prisma db. So it's done. Now if I come here, if I close that, and here I should have that data. So if I refresh, let's also run our project as well. So npm run dev. So here if you see now our menus are changed, and here I can say browse collections because we have now the collections. And see, we have these two models we created, although the data is empty, but we have OAuth account and the user object. So it means our DB is working and we are good. So now let's come here. Our project is rerunning, so we can wait for that, and I'm sure we will not get any error. So now let's create the API. So in the server folder, first of all keep in mind you should have the Nuxt Auth utils installed, this one in the nuxt.config, and here as well Nuxt Auth util. So in order to see the detailed documentation, you can come here GitHub Nuxt no, sorry, here I can say Nuxt Auth utils, and here the first login, basically the first link, basically it's the github.com, the Etinux, this is the he is the Nuxt founder, and then after that we have the Nuxt Auth utils. So here is the detailed documentation how basically you can install the module, how you can set the password related. If you remember, I told you this is important, and here how we can basically customize the different stuff. I will tell you whatever I will use. So here as well OAuth handler, will be not using for now the OAuth handler, we will be using the hashing password. So if you want to read everything, we will use some stuff from here, but most of the stuff I will tell you. So if you want to read the documentation, you can read here. So for now let's create the basically server. Within the server let's create the API, and here I can say API, within that I can say auth, and within that I can say sign. Instead of sign I can say register.post.ts. So here first of all let's import the schema which we created. I can say from utils and then from the schemas, and here it should be register schema. And now after that I can say also I have to import this DB which we created in the utils, and then in this DB it is important, keep in mind this basically the Prisma setup, it is also important. And by the way, why basically it's Nuxt feature to auto import stuff which we define in the utils. Why we are doing that? Basically if for server, if we want to auto import that stuff, it should be within the utils, but this register schema and this DB stuff we also need in the server side as well, in the client side. For client side I mean in the pages, in the components. So that's why we created here, so we can use them in everywhere. In the client side basically it will be auto imported, but for server, I can use them, but I won't be able to auto import them. So that's why. So here I can say DB from, instead of utils, it will be simply utils and then from the DB. So here I can say export default, I can say define event handler, and within that I can say async, and here a simple object, and here I can say event. Within the event I can say const, and here basically we will destructure this stuff. I can say await. Keep in mind it should be read. Normally we use body, but here we will be validating that, so I can say read validated body, and within the validated body first I have to pass this event. After that I can say body, and after body we have the arrow function, and here I can say register schema dot parse, and here I have to say body. Keep in mind validated body event body register schema dot parse dot body. Now here we will have the auto suggestions as well, name, password, and email. By the way, it will also basically validate the stuff for us as well. So if we pass something, the missing field, it will give us the error. We will test that. So here I can say const existing user is equal to await db dot user. We will first of all, before registration, we will check that because sometimes user can duplicate that as well. So in order to avoid the duplication, I will say find unique if it's exist or not. So here I will say where, basically email is our unique field, so that's why here I will say where email. If existing user, we have that existing user, so it means we don't need to create new user, and we should throw error here. So I can say throw create error, and within that I can pass status dot code. It should be 400, and in message I can say status message. Within that I can say user already exists. So if user doesn't exist, then it means we have to create the user. So for user creation, I can first of all hash the password. So I can say hash password is equal to await hash password. Basically this hash method is from the Nuxt Auth utils, and it is auto imported for us. You can read that here as well, and for more you can also check this stuff here this one, password hashing. So here we have to pass the password, this password field, and after that I can create the user. So I can say const user is equal to await db dot user dot create, and within the create I can pass the data object, and in data I can say email, then I can say hash password, then I can say name. So here first of all let's transform the user, because we should not be returning the password, because even it's mentioned here, although it's basically is encrypted, but still it more basically for in terms of security it is secured. We should not be returning the, it is recommended basically we should not be returning the password to the client, because here I can simply return the user to the client. Someone can mismanage that, so that's why we will transform that. So I can say transformed user is equal to, here I will create the method. So this method, it will be in the server utils. So in the server create folder called utils, and here I can say auth.ts. so here we will have import from Prisma client, and here I can pass that. I can say user, basically I can import that, and here I can say export const sanitize user is equal to, here the type of user will be user is user, and here we will return basically. First of all let's check if user exists. If user doesn't exist, simply return null, and otherwise I can say delete user dot hash password. So it is, this is TypeScript related error, although because this hash password is basically the optional field. So here I can also say or user dot hashed password. If it's also null, then we can ignore that. Now this should be solved, but for some reason it's not. So I can simply, let's keep it simple. So here I can simply say t, not this one, sorry, I can simply say ts ignore, because we know it this will exist. So after that, here I can say return simply user. So here we are simply basically deleting the password field from the user and returning that user. So now if I come here in the register and transform user, I can say sanitize user, and here I can pass this user. Basically I can pass that user, and we are good. And after that, basically I can say if transformed user exists, then we have to basically set this session. So I can say await set user session, and within that first I have to pass the event, and after the event I can say user, and within the user I can pass the transformed user. So basically you can also read about it, how we can set the sessions, all that stuff here. You can read that, and after this basically I can say return transformed user. So let's remove these extra spaces and let's save, and it should work. So let's save that, and now let's come to our application and let's come here. Let's refresh our project because why it's still refreshing. Okay, now we are here. So in order to test that, because we didn't integrated that, we can use this Nuxt dev tool. So here you can click on these three dots, and here we have these server routes. This one server routes, you can click on that. Here we have this server route, this register, and here you can pass the different. Here we have all the, it is autofill, and we are not using any query. So let's come here in the body, and first of all let's try to submit empty, and if I submit that, see we have these errors like string must contain at least one character and all that stuff. We have status code of 400, status message is validation error, and in data we have all the basically email, all basically form related errors like this doesn't exist, this doesn't exist. So we have these type of errors here. So now let's enter the, I can say name, and here I can enter basically the name value, and in the email I can say email, and here I can say office@gmail.com, and another field here I can say password, and in the password I can enter random password. So I can say password@123, and now if I submit, our user should be basically submitted. It's taking some time. Why it's taking so much time? Okay, something is wrong. Why we have this error? I am passing the body in the name, email, and password. Name, email, and password. Let me basically debug that. Believe me, I did nothing. I just basically I was trying to debug. I inspected this screen. I opened the screen, network screen, and even I didn't change anything here. Basically, name, email, password. Maybe it was some kind of cache issue. I'm not sure. Even I didn't refresh. I just basically opened that inspect tool, and now and again try to submit. And here we have the basically user details, and notice we don't have the hash password field here, and we have other stuff like ID, email, and name. And in ID, if you see, this is MongoDB ID. And now if I come here in the user, I should have that. If I refresh, so here we also have that field, and in the hashed password here we have the hashed password. So it means registration is working. Now let's also implement the login API as well. Then we will move to the basically UI part. So let's also within the auth, let's also create another file called login.post.ts. So I can simply, maybe I can copy that this login code, sorry, register code. I can copy that, and now let's come here in the login. I can simply paste that here, but obviously we will change the different stuff here. So instead of register schema, please select this register schema and then press Ctrl D, so we can select all this one as well. So here I can say login schema, then we need this DB. We don't need this sanitize user here. See, here we also have the auto error, because basically in login we don't need name. Here we will also check if user exists. If user doesn't exist, then basically here we will throw the error. If it's null, then we will throw the error. Here I will say user not exist, and after that here basically we will hash, basically we will check the password. So here I will say if existing user dot hashed password. If it's null, then what should I do? Here basically we will also check if someone is trying to log in using that particular email, which imagine that someone basically created the login. Let's create that and I will explain later. For now it's difficult. So first, if basically hash password doesn't exist, then I will say here const connected account is equal to await db.oauth first, and within the first I will say where user ID is equal to existing user dot ID. So if connected OAuth account exists, I will explain that, don't worry. So if it exists, I will say const OAuth provider is equal to connected account dot provider ID, and then I will throw the error. Yes, throw the error, create error, and within the error, I will say status code 400, and then I will say status message. In status message, it will be this string, not commas. I will say account connected with. Here we will have the, I will say OAuth provider. Please continue with OAuth provider to log in. So if you see here, what exactly I'm checking, if password basically user exists or not. So if user not exists, then simply so user not found. But the problem is, imagine that someone is basically already registered in our system using the GitHub. So it means it can also have the email, because whenever someone will try to log in with GitHub, email will be compulsory. So, and then they, for some reason they forgot, they already are basically have account associated with the GitHub, and they it means they don't have, they will not have this hash password. And here I'm just basically a good user experience thing. I will tell the user, you have this account associated with this email, but it's linked with the OAuth account, so use that method, not the basically form submission method. I hope I was clear. I will basically, we will test that this in UI as well, then you will be more clear about this. So after that, here basically I can say, if we have the basically existing user dot hash password, then it means we have to unhash, basically uncrypt it. So basically we have to simply verify that. So here I can say const is password correct is equal to, I can say, await verify password. This is also from the Nuxt utils. So here I can pass that existing user dot hashed password. That's it. So here it will basically return us the true or false. Sorry, here I also have to another field password, which basically user entered this password. This is the hash password, and this is the normal password. So here I will check if it's incorrect. Is password is basically, if it's returning false, then I should throw the error. So I can say throw create error, and within that I can pass status code. It should be 400, and then I can pass status message, and it should be invalid credentials. And after basically this, I can again transform the user, and in the basically I can remove this whole stuff, and simply instead of this user I can pass the existing user, and that's it. And we are returning the that's it. So our login should also work. That's it. First of all, we are checking if exist or not. If not exist, then throw the error. Then we are checking if we don't have this hash password field. Then we are checking if do we have the OAuth account somehow linked to with. If yes, then we are throwing the error. Otherwise, we will ignore that. Then I'm checking if hash password exists. Then check if password is correct or not. Then I'm transforming, and then I'm returning that. So now let's test that this field as well. See, we have already, that's the benefit of this next step tool. So now let's try to log in. I can come here. We need, first of all, let's try to enter random fields. Same, I have the validation errors. Now let's enter email. Here I can say hafiz@gmail.com, and we need another field. Here I can say password, and in password I can say password@123. Let's submit. I think I have to refresh, otherwise it will be the same. Yes, no, this time it's working. So if you see, I logged in, and here we got the 200 response. So it means our login is also working. Yes. So we are done with the first. So if you see in cookies, not in cookies, obviously, if you want to pass the cookies, we can also pass that. If you want to pass some headers, we can also pass that. Here we can also see the body. So you can explore these dev tools. So now let's create the UI, basically integrate here. So we can test that here. For that, let's come here to the auth page. I can come here. So here I can simply say await fetch, and within the fetch I have to use the API. So I can say API login. Yes, that's it. It is giving us the auto suggestions as well. So here I can say API login, and here it means I also have to pass the method. So the method is post, and in the body I will simply pass event dot data. That's it. And in case of basically registration, I will also pass the same stuff. I only have to change that here to the register. That's it. That's it. If I save that, now our API should work as well. So let's come here and let's test. So inspect that. Let's come to the network and let's try to log in. Basically, I can say hafiz@gmail.com, and in password I can say password@123. One thing I noticed here, we should define the type. So here in password I should say type is password, and here I should say type is equal to email for registration as well. So here I can say, because by default type is basically a text, and here as well password. So if I save that, so see, now we have this password. So now let's log in. So we have 200 response. You can verify that. So it's the same response we got here. So login is working. So now let's also enter the register. Let's register new user. So I can say Hafiz1. I can copy that, and here I can say Hafiz1@gmail.com, and let's also enter another password 123. Password is same basically. If I register, save, and here registration is also successful. So it means our API is also working now. Obviously it doesn't look real. So now let's also add the basically the error handling, the loading states, all that stuff. So for that, let's come here. Basically we will use the global state for that, not the pinya, but I will tell you this is also a unique, I'm not sure if you know about it, but this is a good thing to know. Basically we will create the composable and we will manage our state globally without pinya. I will tell you how we can do that. So here in the root of the application I can say use not use, I can say composables, and within that I can say use store.ts. Let's define some types before going forward. So in the app dot in not in the obviously in the root of the folder, let's create another file called types.ts, and within this app.ts, so here we will define two types. First it will be export const, and not const, it will be type. So type API error is equal to, it will have basically, if you come here in the server file in the login post, and if you hover on that, this create basically object can have these basically four fields: status code, status message, and then data. So I can copy that. Now I can come here in the types, I can paste that here. Obviously here we don't need this type of stuff. We will define the basically the types here. So in the status code I can say number, status message will be of type string, the message will be also a string, but here the data, it will be basically type of record, and the record will be basically not like that. So our key will be string, and our basically value will also be string. Let's remove that, and data will be the optional field. So this is the API type, and it's same as we have in the basically according to the Nuxt. So after that I can also define another basically type. I can say export type state is equal to, in the state basically I will have is loading, and type of it will be boolean. Then I will have app error, and the type of it will be either API error, this one, or it will be null. Then I will have is confirm model visible, and the type of it will be boolean. So instead we will have basically these type of stuff. So I can save that, and now let's come here in the export composable, and here I can say const state is equal to reactive, and within the reactive I have to pass the type. So let's import that. So let's see if it will give us this suggestion. So I can say state, yes, I can import that. So from the types I can import this type state, and here now I have to pass the values. So I can say is loading. See, it is giving us the auto suggestion. It will be not sorry. Here I have to define the exact value. So by default it will be false. Then we will have app error. I can say null. Then we will have is confirm model visible, and it will be false. See, now we have that, and now how we can use that? Here I have to say export default, and then an object, and here basically I can say const. Basically we will convert these variables to the refs is equal to, basically just to be more clear, everything which we will basically on top of this export default stuff, it will be a global. Like by global I mean, for example, imagine that this use composable we are using in 5 different components. So in each basically 5 component, this part will be unique. So whatever we will define here, it so you can imagine that it will be used everywhere. So it will be used uniquely in that component. But this stuff, the top stuff, it will be basically it will be global. It will be same in 5 components. This part will be different for every component. It will have its own instance, but this will be basically reused, or it will be a global. It will be a static. This will be a dynamic. This will be a basically static stuff. I hope I was clear and you got it. But once you will we will use that, you will be more clear. So here I can pass the state, and here I can get all the methods. So I can say is loading, I can say app error, I can say is confirm model is fine. So here we will have some small methods. First of all, it will be toggle loading. I can say it will be a V and the type of it will be Boolean. And then simply keep in mind here it should be state dot is loading is equal to the value we are passing V. And same we will have for the is confirm model. So here I will say toggle alert model, and here it will be is confirm model visible. Then we will have another method called const toggle error, and is equal to in error we will pass error. Either it will be null or it will be API error, and within that I can say state dot app error is equal to error. Then we will have another method called const show message is equal to basically, and within that message the type of it will be content. I can show you what exactly I'm trying to implement. If I come here in the form NuxtUI website, and here basically we have that this not tooltip, sorry, we have notification, yes, notification component, and basically we will be using that. So just for basically we will be using this toast component. So if I show you now, here we have the toast, no toast, here we have the toast. So we will be using that. So in order to set up that, let's set up the basic stuff for that. So in app.view we have to use this view notification stuff. So I can come here in the app.view, and after this Nuxt layout I can paste that. And what's the next thing? We have to define that here, this one app.config. So I can copy that app.config, and let's create that file. I can say app.config.ts. Okay, it already exists. So if I come here, so I already defined that. Sorry, it's my bad. So basically here, if you want to basically give some different, basically it's my bad. If you want to use some other color, like we have all of these color, red, orange, we can change that. If you want to see now the primary color is changed, if you want to change it to like something pink, you can also change that, even this. And if you want to change this color, you can also do that. So you can define these settings according to your own. The primary colors are like these one, the top one, and these are the colors gray. I'm using that. So you can set up that if you want. Basically for me, this is the good one. So we already have that. So in order to use that, we need this step. So I can copy that, and now let's come here in the basically use store composable. I can simply paste that here, and here basically in the content we will pass the different stuff. And here basically first we will pass the title, and the type of title it will be string, and then we will have the description, but description will be optional field. So here I can say string, or it will be undefined. So here within the show message, after that here I can say toast dot add, and within the add I can say title, not timeout, I can say title, and in title I can say content dot title. Then I can say description. So it will be either string or undefined. Even in the toast, in this add method, we can basically, if you want to more customize that, you can define the type and all that stuff according to like this. And by the way, if you want to use basically this exact notification, you can use the same approach which we did in the auth. Basically, you can import the type from here just like that. I can show you. we can import here, I can say notification. So here you have all the notification stuff. So you can customize that. But I don't want to complicate this. So that's why I am creating my own. But you can define that and you can play with this one. We have the avatar, all those stuff. And for advanced stuff, you can look into this documentation. So we will pass the description and then the color. For color, I can say color, it should be primary. That's it. Now we will have same basically method, but it will be for the errors. So here I can say show error, and in the error it will be a simple type, and I can say error, it will be API error, the type of it will be. And here in title I will be passing error dot status code plus string. Basically, the purpose of this status code is number, but in title it must be string or undefined. So that's why in order to convert a number to string, I'm using this approach, the simplest one. And in the description, I will check if error dot message exists, then I should be showing error dot message. Otherwise, I will say error dot status message, and in the color I will pass red. Here we should have the comma and here as well. So now let's basically return these methods which we created. I know maybe you are getting confused or bored, but once we will use that, you will see how basically good thing we implemented here. We will basically reuse all of these methods everywhere, almost in every component where where we are calling the API, we will use these methods. So here I can return all the methods. I can say is loading, I can say app error, I can say show error, I can say show message, I can say toggle loading, I can say toggle error, I can say toggle alert model, and I can say is confirm model visit. So we basically we are exporting all of these methods. Now let's come here into the login, basically auth.view file. So in order to use that, here first of all I can say object, and then here I can say use store. So the next magic is implemented here. We will be auto basically use them, these composable. And here basically I can import all of that. I can say is loading, I can say toggle loading, I can say show message, I can say show error. We will use these here. So let's try within the login. First of all, let's say try catch block, and let's in the finally let's also enter the finally as well. So first of all, in try here I should say toggle loading, and in toggle loading I can pass the true. After that I will be using this call. So let's cut that and let's paste that here. And once we are done with the login, I should redirect user to the, I can say, navigate to home page. In the catch block, let's ignore catch block because we need another small method for this. But in the finally block, I will say toggle loading, and we should do the false. That's it. I can remove that, this one. So this is how it will look like. I can copy this and I can paste that here in the register, but obviously we need to change this API call. So I can use this one and here this one. So this is how even after the registration, even after this registration, I should not redirect user to the home page. I should basically we can keep that, and user should be able to do the login stuff automatically. So for now error handling, let's come to this utils method and let's create another file called error.ts. Basically, I'm creating the global stuff which we will use everywhere. So that's why please bear with me. I know this module is getting bigger and bigger, this auth module, but we will use all this stuff in the upcoming stuff. So here I will define a simple method. It's pretty simple. We have handle error method, and the type of it is any. And here first of all I have this general message, an unexpected error occurred. You can give any string here. Then I also have the default status code. Basically, it's 500. Then I also have the status message, unexpected error. Status message. This message is same as this message and later. I'm not sure if you notice all of these fields looks familiar. It's same as this, basically these method. And here in the error, in error object, whenever we will have this error, this type of error, like, so it can have this type of response. Either if it will have this response, I am checking if we have this response, then what should I do? I should define this. I will check errors.response.status. I will assign the value to this status code, and then same goes to the errors.status message. I am assigning the response.status text to this one. I will show you basically. I know this is confusing. Then after within the response, I will check if this method field exists, error.response.this data. Then what should we do in the data? I'm checking first, check the data and also check the errors. If they exist, then assign that to data. Otherwise, error.response.data, error.response.message. If check that, if they exist, then define the message, otherwise general message. I know it's confusing. I will show you. This is how basically behind the scene it will work. For now, let's only use that, and I will explain that. So if I come here in the app.view, let's save that as well. And now let's come to the auth, and here first of all let's say any, and here I can say const err is equal to handle error, and here I can pass the basically error, and if you hover on that, we will have the same exact same response we defined in the type. So it means now I can pass this to show error, and here I can say error. So here we will be able to see that error. Let's copy that and let's also paste that here, and that's it. So if I save that, and now let's see all that preview, all that stuff which we implemented. First of all, let's refresh that, and now let's see if it's working or not. Network. First of all, let me show you the error stuff. So in login, so at least you can also see. Let me log in this object, error object as well, so I can do the login, and let's enter some wrong email and random stuff. Let's enter this one which doesn't exist, and if I do the let's do the login. I'm not sure why it's taking time. Do we have some response? No, it's not getting called. See, user not exist. It means we have this error, and it's the same error we defined. 404 status code and user not exist in the message. So let me show you the details how it's working. So if I click on that, and if I come here in the response error, sorry, if I click on this one, if I come here in the network, so from the network, this is the response we have. But in reality, the error is totally different. I'm not sure how I can explain. Let me define some basically approach so I can explain it to you in a better. So it will be. I tried to find the documentation, a good thing where I can explain it to you. You can check this. I will mention in the. You can read about this. But for now, I don't want to complicate it. But for now, just what I did basically. Here I did the login dot response in the error method. I am logging in, and this is how the response is looking, because for some reason browsers are basically you can say modifying that error object. So I cannot show you the complete error, but I can show you this response stuff. So in response, this is how it will look like. We will have that data, and if you notice in this data, this is the same pattern we are returning from the Nuxt, and here as well in the network as well. So for you can imagine that in this data we will have the same stuff which we will return from the Nuxt. So you can look into that, and also basically if you see, because keep in mind this response is also optional. Sometimes you can give you can get some another random error, either it be generic any error where it's a possibility this even this response object doesn't exist, this key doesn't exist. So that's why I'm checking that, so keep in mind. And so now in case of status code, what exactly I'm doing, I'm defining this status method 404. Keep in if you notice in the data as well, it's the same. So that's why I'm doing that. And here after the status message, I am doing response dot status text. So status text, it is also just like same as in the basically message or in the this message. So both of these string are same, so that's why I'm assigning that. And then I'm checking in the data. In data, I'm checking if basically we have both of these errors. In errors field currently it's undefined, but for some reason, let me show you that as well, because it will be much easier. So if I come here in the login, and if I don't send this password field, and if I send that, so in this case we will have the errors field. In this case, although I'm calling this API, but let me show you how I can show. So if I come here in the 404, so in this case we have this data. And by the way, you can trust me, we will be, because it's hard to explain, please try to understand my situation as well. So we will have that errors field. Although I know we are returning the data, but here we will have these errors. You can trust me, I tested that. Now it's hard to explain because we have the client side validation as well. I don't want to complicate that, so I'm just handling that. So this is the way you can use this basically object whenever you are using the any Vue or XCS related. You can approach use this approach. It's a very good approach. So for error handling. So now we are done with the auth module other than the GitHub, and also the global state, global message showing, global error managing. So all that stuff. One thing is still missing, which is to whenever I'm calling the API, I should basically add the loading states. So in order to do that, I can come here and it will be pretty simple. I will be basically disabling these buttons. So here I will say disable is equal to if it's loading, and same goes to the other button. So at least we can see that here as well. And now let's see, now let's enter the correct password, and I should be hafiz@gmail. If I do the login, invalid credentials, and if I do the hafiz1, and now if I do the login, so I'm in the home page, so it means it's working. And same it will be applicable to the registration as well. Now let's implement this, continue with GitHub stuff. In order to do that, I can come here in the Nuxt Auth utils, and this is how we have to do that. First of all, we need basically this Nuxt OAuth provider. Here provider is representing the basically basically we can use, you can use all of these stuff: Auth 0, Google, GitHub, Instagram, PayPal. You can implement any of these, but we will be implementing the GitHub. So provider is representing GitHub here, provider is also representing the GitHub here, but we need client ID and client secret. So in order to get the from the GitHub, let's close this one as well, this one as well. So I can come here github.com, and I can come here in the settings. Then I can come here in the developer settings, then in the OAuth apps, and here let's create new OAuth app, and here you can give any name. I will be doing Nuxt 3 instead of e-commerce. I will be showing LMS, and it will be, I can say, recording, and keep in mind I will delete that. So here we will be mentioning our home URL. So I can come here and I can mention that. Keep in mind, once you will deploy this application, you should change that. And here as well. So here a authorization callback URL, it should be basically, yeah, here we have the authorization because I used this in the previous project as well. So keep in mind, as you can see in the auth, basically here, we are defining the auth here. So we will create another API here, GitHub. So keep in mind, if you are basically not using the same folder structure as I am using, so you should change that as well. So API, auth, and GitHub. So for now, that's I will suggest and I will recommend that as well. Keep it just like me, and once it's 100% done, then you can play with this. So here we will have the GitHub, another file here, and it should be the basically the location should be same. Otherwise, it will not work. Now we can register our application. We have the client ID. I can copy that, and now let's come to the .env, and here where we have the GitHub OAuth client ID, I can paste that. Keep in mind, don't use these. I will delete after the recording. So then we have the, we can generate this icon secret. I can copy this one and I can paste that here, and let's save. Now let's close the application and let's rerun. Otherwise it will not work. One thing I also have to do, let's come here in the nuxt.config. So here I have to say run time config, and here I have to pass that. I can say GitHub ID, GitHub, sorry, I can remove that, and here now I can pass these two variables, GitHub ID and GitHub secret. So let's save that, and now let's run the our project, pnpm runtime. As project is running, so we can, instead of waiting for that, I can create the, here I can say GitHub dot get nuxt.ts. So I can come here in the documentation. So in order to implement that, let's close now this one, and how we can basically implement. So this is the basic stuff for that. So although if you see, if you follow the documentation, this here we have the different approach, different location. So that's why I clearly mentioned that please follow my approach and follow the same folder structure. And now let's copy this one. I can come here and let's paste that. So this email is required. It is because this is, keep in mind, email should be required. So here first of all, let's import basic stuff from the, it will be like registration. So I can copy these two because we need that in the GitHub as well. I can paste that, and after this config on success, we don't need this token stuff. Yes, we will set the user session, but at the end. So for now, I can say let current user is equal to await db dot user dot find unique, where email is equal to user dot email. So basically in this user object we will have the GitHub response, and what will be in the GitHub response, you can come here github.com this I defined that. If you come here, basically I will mention this link in the description, don't worry. And if I come here, if I open this gist, you don't have to find. So in the GitHub response, we will have this kind of response. Login, basically this is representing the username. In ID, it will be user ID. Then if you see here, we have the email as well. So the email associated with GitHub response. If you want something else, you can basically play with this API. GitHub API will give us this, all of this list. So now that's why here I can, in the user, it will be a this complete object. This complete object. So here I will check if user exists. If user not exist, then it means it's the first time. So we will register that. So I will say current user is equal to await db dot user dot create, and in the create I can say data, and in data I can pass email, and in email I can say user dot email. Then in name I can say user dot name, and then in the avatar URL I can say user dot avatar URL. Sorry, it's not avatar URL, it's like this avatar URL, this one, like this. And now this if condition, I can say const OAuth account is equal to await db dot OAuth account dot find first. If the same approach, if not exist, then we will also create the OAuth account as well. So I can say where I can say user ID, and in the user ID I can say current user dot ID, and within that I can say if OAuth not exist, then create that. So I can say await db dot OAuth account dot create, and in the create I can pass the data. I can say data, and in data first of all we need the user ID. So I can say user ID is equal to current user dot ID, and then we need the provider ID, and provider ID I will be saying GitHub, and in provider user ID it will be a string. I can say user dot ID plus string. By user ID mean this ID, this one, keep in mind, as it's the number. So that's why I'm converting that to string, because here in the Prisma we defined this as string. So after that I will transform the user. So here I can say const, maybe I can copy that from the login. So I will be basically doing this same stuff. So I can copy this completely, and here in GitHub I can simply paste that. So instead of existing user, obviously here it will be current user, and I can remove this one, and yes, this will remain same, and here we can return the error if we have something. So let's save that, and I hope it will work as well. And now let's come to the auth page, auth.view, and in auth button I can go to the auth button, and in button here we have to change this link. So here I should be saying API, then to the auth, then to the GitHub. So let's save that and let's see if it's working or not. Let's come here and let's refresh our page. So now if I try to continue with GitHub, so first time it will redirect us to this user, and keep in mind this is the same name we have. So let's enter the authorize. We are being redirected. Okay, that's strange. If I do the inspect, what went wrong? Let me check here. GitHub auth error, GitHub login field. The code passed is incorrect or expired. So it took a lot of time. I can retry that. So for some reason, because maybe because of my internet or for some other reason, so my code was expired. So let's retry basically. We can try that again. I can refresh this one more time, and again let's continue with GitHub. By the way, it was the first time, that's why we will not be now again redirected to that authorize page, but now it's working. This time it's working. I changed nothing, but first time for some reason because of the internet it took more time, so that's why our code was basically incorrect or expired, but now it's working and in order to show you it's working, I can come here in the index and here I can say const user session, and here I can say user, and let's here define that user, at least show that user. I can say user. If I save that, we should have that. So here we have all the user related details. We have the ID, email. So it means it's working. Now let's also implement the logout. It's pretty simple. For now, let's define the button. I can say u button logout, and here let's also import clear, and here I can say const logout is equal to, it will be a async, and here I can say await clear. Basically, it will clear the session, and then I can say navigate to, and here I can navigate user to the auth page. Now here let's say on click, I can say on click to the logout. Let's save that. Now let's come here and let's do the logout. Yes, logout is also working. Let's again try the login with GitHub. Okay, that's strange and very strange. Okay, maybe let's come here in the auth. I think I am doing something wrong, and no, it should work. Let me debug why it's not showing us the user, because I should be able to see that user here. I think I got it. What's wrong? Because if you come here in the documentation, we have to, by default user is kind of empty. So we have to define the session. So in order to see that, and by the way, you can ask why it was working first time. Once we did the logout, then after that it stopped working. Because this port is basically I'm using for other projects as well. For maybe for some reason, I had the session in the cookies from previous basically the application. So we can try that and let's see if it will work or not. So I can copy that this auth.ts, and let's create that. It should be in the root of the our project. I can come here and let's copy this complete code and let's save that here, and here we have to define our values. So in basically in user we will have these fields: the ID, email, name, avatar, URL, created and updated it. So let's save that, and now basically let's try that again. Let's refresh, and now let's try with the email office one, this one, and if I do the login, it's still not working. Yes, now it's working. Now we have the ID, email, name, and all that stuff. Let's do the logout, and now let's do with the GitHub. And if I refresh for GitHub, for some reason it's not working. Let's do the logout again, and now let's just I'm just want to check, because for some reason first time it's working, second time it's not working. If I refresh, now I have that. That's strange. Let me basically rerun that project completely and let's see why it's not working. Npm run dev, and let's also close this import. For some reason it's related to, because during development sometimes the problem occurs. And now let's run localhost 3000 again. So we have session now, it's showing. Let's try again logout. One thing I noticed, maybe in the, if I come to the index.view, yes, here I should also be doing await, then it should redirect user to the auth page. Let me refresh. Let's try with the email first, office one, and let's do the login. Now we have that. That's strange, very strange. I will look into this. Log out. Let's continue with GitHub. Let's test that. If I do continue with GitHub, although we don't have any error, but for some reason session is not working. Maybe I made some mistake here in case of GitHub. If I come here, maybe if I try to basically if I try to log in, come here, and in the, if I do watch and watch effect, basically sorry, watch effect, and here if I do log user dot value, if I do that, if I save that, by default it, if it's null, okay, it's giving us the null. That's strange. If I do the log out and let's me refresh, let's continue with GitHub. Okay, something is wrong. SSR, Prisma, Nuxt 3, parcel watcher, add node module. Something is wrong here. We have some strange error. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. If I do the logout and if I try with the email one, yes, it's null. So something is wrong. I will debug that. So after a lot of debugging, I found the issue related to this session. So first of all, let's solve that together. So basically, first of all, let's come here in the auth.view file, and basically before this navigating user to the home page, we have to do here, I can say const, and here I can say is equal to use user session, and here basically we can import the fetch. Basically fetch is, if I hover on that, fetch the user session from the server. So the problem we were facing, our session was not getting refreshed on the client side, so that's why we were having the issue. So here I can say refresh session. I'm just basically renaming this. So if you don't want to do that, fetch is also fine. So I can copy this refresh session stuff, and here before going to the home page, here I can say await and refresh session. So it will refresh our session and it will work. So here basically we will have that user details here. Now basically I can remove that as well. Watch effect, there is no need for that, and let's save that. And another issue which was basically related to the GitHub login. So if I come here, although our login was working, but the problem was, once we were sanitizing our user. If I come to this sanitize user method, here the problem is in GitHub user we don't have this. So that's why this method was always returning null. So I should remove this. There is no purpose for that. And even basically hash password is null. Basically this basically line is what is doing. It's only deleting that key. It's not checking the basically the value. No matter if value is null or we have something. Basically this will delete. For imagine that we have this object, and in object we have hash password as key and something here, and then we have another, let's say name and this thing. So after this line we will have only this object. Hash password will be removed, so it will remove the key. Even we have something here like this one, no matter what we have here, it will completely remove that. So that's why it was creating the problem. Oh, sorry. And let's save that, and now let's come and let's test that if it's working or not. First of all, let's test with the normal login. I can say hafiz1@gmail.com. If I do the login, I'm in the basically home page, and here now see we have all the details related to the user. Now let's also test the GitHub as well. So I can continue with GitHub. Now I'm in the home page, and here we have all the details related to the user, and these are the basically GitHub related details. So now our auth is done. Now let's basically create the middlewares so we can protect our page. Like whenever we are logged in, we should be able to access some page. Otherwise, we should not be able to do that. So for that, let's come here in the let's create another folder in the root of our project. I can create here middleware, and within that I can say protected.ts. Here I can simply say export default define nuxt route middleware, this one, and within that it will be a async, so async. And after that, here I can say const this one is equal to use user session, and here basically I can say logged in, so it's the boolean value. So either it will be a false or either true based on the user status. So here I can check if logged in dot value. If it's false, basically, then what should we do? We should return. So I can say return, and to the home page I can say navigate to the auth page. That's it. If I save that, and now let's come to the this index dot page, and in order to let's protect this home page, and here I can say before this, here I can say define page meta, and within that let's have object, and here I can say middleware, and in the middleware I can pass protected. So basically for now it's not giving us the auto suggestion. So in order to do that, let's refresh our window and control shift P, and then select this reload window. Now it should go give us the auto suggestions. Protected is still not giving me, we can ignore that. Why it's not working? String is not a side. That's very strange. Do I have layout? I think I can do that middleware, and in middleware I can pass that protected. Let's retry that because it should work. Maybe I can rerun the project, but it should work. Let's try that. If we face any problem, we will see. If I refresh that, unknown route middleware protected middleware, and in that I have the protected define nuxt route middleware. It should work. Maybe I can rerun the project and then basically see if it's working or not. So I rerun the project and now I think it's working. So even if I come here, it should give us the auto suggestion, and we don't have any error. So if I do yes, we have the auto suggestion and protected. So let's save that, and if it's working. So if I do the logout, obviously I will be redirected back to the auth page. But again, if I close this one and now if I go try to the home page, it should redirect me to the auth page. And yes, because I'm not logged in, so that's why it is redirecting me to the auth page. Let's again log in. So now we are done with the middlewares as well. So now I can come here, how basically what will be our next approach. So if I give you the overall view of our application has the basically two modes. We will have the student mode and the teacher mode. In student mode, basically we will have, if I zoom in, we will have this page, basically home page. This is not the home page, basically this is the browse page. Home page will look like this whenever someone will log in into the our application. Here basically he will have all the courses he purchased, like if he is having some courses, in progress courses, and also the courses he already completed that. But if he want to someone, basically if someone want to find new courses, he can click on the browse, and in browse page our UI will look like this. We will have all the courses, the different categories related to the courses, and then this page basically will be a single course. Once user will click on this, he will have all the details like the pricing and all that stuff. He will have that here. And the second part is basically the teacher mode, and for we will be able to go to the teacher mode by clicking on this. And in teacher mode, first page will look like this, where teacher will have all the courses he created or he published. The UI will look like this. Then basically it's the same, but the complete UI, it will look like this. Then basically he can create the new course. In new course, basically I can show you. First of all, we will create the name, and then after that in course we will have all that stuff, the basically the course title, course chapters, course descriptions, course prices, course images, resources and attachments of course, and then the category. One thing I want to highlight this one. So basically a course, in order to publish that, it should must have all these basically 6 values: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and also one of the chapter must be published. So will be a course. And by the way, after the course, if I basically we will have the chapters UI as well. So chapter UI will be almost similar to the course. If I show you, this is how our chapters will look like. It's almost similar, but we have different basically the fields and related to that. And this is how it will look like once forms are filled. And this is the basically analytics. So this is the basic overview. Obviously we will discuss more in detail once we will develop that. So moving forward, first we will create this teacher mode. So let's start with that. So I can come here, and the first step should be in the layouts, and I can create the new layout called teacher.view. So here let's create the basically the component setup, and it will look like this. After that, first of all, I should say here class height should be full, and after that here basically first we will have the navbar, and in navbar I can say div that define some classes. I can say class is equal to h, it will be 80 pixel, so I can say 80 pixel. Then on md, the padding from left will be 56 and it will be fixed, and inset y will be 0 and width will be full, and z index basically will be 50. So let's define the navbar. For now let's keep it, and we can define another child as well. So here we will have the navbar, and after that basically we will have the sidebar. And for that, here can also define some classes. Class is equal to, by default it will be hidden, but Once we are above the empty screen, it will be flex, height should be full, and width should be 56. One thing keep in mind, this basically the padding and this width both are same. If you try to basically change that width, you should basically change both of these values, and then it will be flex column and it will be fixed as well, and insert y will be 0 as well, and z will be 50. And here we will have the sidebar. I can also mention that. I can say sidebar, and after that we will have the main content, and in main content I can say class on MD, the PL should be 56. Same again, this one and this one, and from the padding from the top it should be 80 pixel. Why? Because our header height is 80 pixel, that's why. So after that the minimum screen will be h screen 100 dvh, and overflow will be y will be auto. That's it. And here we will have the slot. So let's save that. Obviously we won't be able to see any change. In order to see that, let's create the page. So here I can define the page. I can say teacher, then I can say index.view. So teacher and then index.view. So let's define the basic component. Here it will look like this. And let's define the layout. Here I can say define page meta, and within that I can say layout should be teacher. And by the way, the basically the middleware should we should do that. I can say protect it. Yes. So here I can say teacher page teacher mode, and if I save that, let's also add the link here so we can visit this page. So I can say view button, and here I can say to, and I can mention teacher this. So here I can say teacher mode, and if I save that, and let's see how it will look like. Let's refresh one time, and now if I go to the teacher mode, I'm in the teacher page, and here we I have some padding from the top, from the left. So obviously we need to create this navbar stuff. So if I show you my navbar, so this is how it will look like. It will have some border and all that stuff. So I can come here in the basically the components folder, and I can in the root of the components I can create that. I can say navbar, and within that I can say index.view navbar, and then index.view. Here let's define the basic component, base component. I can say this one, and here now let's add some classes. I can say class P should be for overall padding. I can say border, we will have the bottom border, height should be full and it should be flex, items should be center, and BG should be white, and we should have some shadow essence. So if I save that, obviously I will not see anything because in the layout I didn't mention that. So in layout, in the teacher, and here I should say navbar, and if I save that now, see we have this navbar, a small shadow and border stuff. So now let's come here in the navbar and let's define some routes here. So here for now let's create another component which doesn't exist. Obviously we have to create that. So I can say navbar routes. Obviously this component doesn't exist, so we can create that. So here I can say routes dot view, and within that let's here also create the basic component, and here basically you can say div, another div here, and let's define some classes. I can say class flex gap x should be 2, and then from the margin from the left should be auto, and here let's define the u button, and in u button I can say if we will have some condition. For condition we will have basically based on the user route. So here I can say const route is equal to user route. So basically just to show you more clearly, so if you see here I have the exit button, and if I show you this, basically here I have the teacher mode. So basically we will see the different page routes, and based on that basically we will show this button. So that's why I will have this stuff. So basically it's teacher page. In order to check if it is page, I will check if basically in URL we have this basically URL or not. If it exists, then basically it means we are in the teacher page. If we are in this, it means we are on the course page. And if we are on, if our URL includes search, it means we are on the search page. So we will check that if is teacher page or is course page. If it's that, then show basically this button. Here it will be basically, I can define now the classes and all that stuff. Here I can say first of all it should go to the home page. Then in label I should have the exit button, and then in the basically icon I can say I lucid and then basically log out this one, and then size should be SM and the variant should be host this one. That's it. But in case of else, I can copy that, and here I can say we else should go to the teacher page, and label should be teacher mode, and here basically we will not have any basically icon. I can remove that. Size will be same and all that stuff will be same. So if I save that, and now let's come here and let's save that as well, and obviously we will see the exit button. If I come here, see, we have the exit. So let me refresh. Don't worry, we will add something here, so it will be sorted. So here basically we have the exit. If I click on that, I should be redirected to the home page. See, I am in the home page. Let's again come here, and just to see if it's working or not, if I do this undefined, basically false, now I'm in the teacher mode, and if I click on that, I'm in the same page. So let's basically fix this, and now let's come in the routes page. Yes, we are in the route component, and here we will define another component. So let's cut this. It should be here, and here basically I can say class. Basically here we will have the input. If I show you this input button basically, but it will not be for every page, it will be for only search page, so we will have the condition here as well. So here I can say class hidden. By default it should be hidden, but once we are on the MD, it should be blocked. But another if, basically here a condition is we if show this only when we are on the is search page. Yes, show only after that. So here I can say navbar input. Obviously this component doesn't exist, so let's create that. In navbar I can create input dot view. Let's create basic component, and it will be pretty simple input component, just like that. So we will have the u input, we will have icon, we will have size, the trailing will be false, color is gray, outline placeholder, and let's define this component. So const query is equal to ref and empty string. That's it. We will implement all other stuff later once basically we will implement the filtration here. So let's save that. Oh sorry, it should be query here as well. So if I save that, and now let's come here in the routes and let's save that, and let's see how it is looking. So first of all, because I removed this div from the top div, so that's why we are here. So basically, even if I reverse this condition just to see how it is looking, this is how our input will look like. Obviously we will show only once we are on the search page. So we are in the basically navbar is I think navbar is done. No. If I show you, we will also have the user profile as well. So let's create that as well. So for drop down, I can come to the nuxtui. Sorry, not. We will use the drop down component, but for I can say user profile. So let's come here to the drop down. Basically, we will use this one, this stuff, not this one, not this one, not this one, not this one. Yes, let's copy that. If I show you, if I click on that, this is how it will look like. Basically we will use this component. So let's copy this component, this complete component, this one in the NuxtUI, and this basically where we have this example. So let's come here, and in the navbar let's create another component called user profile dot view, and I can paste that completely here. Basically we will remove all that stuff. We will have only 2 items, so I can remove all of this. And here first of all, the first label will be empty, we will not have any label. And then we will have in slot account, and basically the disable will also be true. And within this, basically the second array, keep in mind all of these are array within array. So here in label, basically I will have sign out, and in basically the hero, basically here in terms of icons, it will be hero icons, arrow, left, on, rectangle, this one, basically this button. That's it. So here we will have the items. So now let's come here in the u drop down, we will pass the items, and here in the item, in the disable, I will say cursor text, and then also select text, and in pop over place item should be bottom start. That's it. And here basically in avatar, I will have the icon instead of basically this user avatar. So it will be icon. So I can say icon. It will be I lucid circle user. The size should be, let's define the size. It should be MD and color will be black. And after that, here we will have the item, the text should be left, and here signed in as we will have the item dot inside of here the item dot label we will have another stuff. So here I will say let's import the user. So I can say is equal to use user session, and here I will have user, and here I can say I inside of item I can say user dot name. So after that I will have another item. So in truncate I will have the item dot label, but before that basically let's create another div our own. So here I can define some classes. I can say class, I can say flex, justify should be between, and items should be center, and width should be full. And here let's move these two childs up and this one as well. And now let's on click, I can say on click, let's call logout method. Obviously we have to create that, and I can basically copy this from this home page. So I can copy that this one, and I can come here in the user profile component and I can paste that here. Let's import the clear from here as well. Yes, now it should work. Obviously it will not be basically visible, so we have to use that here. So basically not here in the routes. So in the routes after this basically div, not after div, basically this one, this U button, I can say navbar user profile. So if I save that and if I refresh, so this art will look like if I signed in as Hafiz Javed, and if I click on this sign out, I'm in the auth page. Let's log in again. Office 1 login. I'm in this page. Let's go to the teacher mode, and here we are. So our basically this nav bar is basically done. Now let's create the basically the course stuff. So basically the first page will be, instead of creating this page, I will be creating this page. So let's come here in the code part, and within the teacher, here I can say click within the teacher. Keep in mind within the teacher I can say courses, courses, and within that I can say create, and within that I can say index dot view. So pages, then in the teacher, then within the teacher courses, and within the courses create, and within the create index dot view. So keep in mind, if I basically show you this, please keep in mind this is art below. So let's define the base component here. So this is the base component, and here now let's, if you see, this is basically vertically and horizontally centered, and we will have some particular width. So here I can say class maximum width should be 5 XL, MX should be auto, it should be flex, MD should be basically items center, and MD it should be justify center, and height should be full, and P should be 6. And within that I will have a complete div, not data div, and first we will have the h1, and here I will say name your course, and after that I will have P, and here we will have the text. So text is quite simple. What would you like to name your course? Don't worry, you can change this later. So after the P we will have the U form. So I can say, as it's basically pretty simple form, so I'm copy pasting that. Obviously we need to create that all that stuff. So basically our U form, we need to pass the schema, we need to pass the state. Basically we discussed already this in detail in our auth module. We need some method. Once we will submit that, here we have some classes, and then we have the uform group and simple input. Then I have the button basically to cancel or either basically to submit. So obviously let's now create these basically missing fields step by step. So first of all, in order to basically define the schema, I can come here in the utils folder, and then in the schemas here, just like basically the login schema, I can copy this auth schema, I can copy that, and after that here I can say course, and I can paste that here, and inside of auth schema I can say course schema, and obviously here we need only name. It will not be, obviously it will be a title, so I can say title, and within that it will be z.string, and within the string it will be minimum basically it will be required field, so it will be 1. So, and within that I can pass the customized message. I can say title is required. That's it. Let's save that, and now let's come here in the index.view. Basically I can import that. So if I can say course schema, not this one. If I do course schema, if I hover on that, yes, we can use that. But before that I totally missed one thing. We should also have the type just like here. So I can export that as well. So I can say export type, and here I can say basically capital course schema. I can copy this one, and here instead of small c I can say course schema, and obviously here I have to pass this one. So we have this course schema, all that stuff. Now if I save that, and let's come to the index.view in the create, and here basically I can say now const. By the way, here instead of form schema I can say course schema, and here course form I have to create that. So I can copy this course form. I can say course form is equal to ref, and the basically the type will be course, this one basically this course schema, and now it will give us the error. So it means I have to pass title. So I can say title, and here it will by default it will be empty. So this error is also gone. Now let's create on submit method. By the way, this is also gone. So let's create this on submit method. I can say const on submit is equal to async, and here basically it will be event, and in event we will be passing this form submit. Basically it's the same as in the login. So I go to the auth page, and here basically this same stuff. So let's copy this type from some form submit event. So I can come here and we can import that, and here we can now use that form submit event, and here is the arrow function. So here I can say simply login event dot, sorry, here I also have to pass the schema as well. So here I can say course schema, and now we are good for event dot data. So in case of is loading, I can simply import that from store our store. So here I can say const is equal to use store, and it will be is loading, yes. So now all of the errors are gone, and let's see how it is looking. If I save that, and now let's refresh that, it's all automatically refreshing. So now if I go to the teacher, then to the courses, and then to the create, so this is how it will look like. One thing is basically I should style this p and heading as well. So in order to do that, I can simply basically here we added this text class, and then the for p we added these classes. So if I save that, so this how now it's horizontally centered, but vertically it's not centered. So it should be, by the way, it should be centered. If I let's inspect that why it's not working. Okay, so if I come here in the basically teacher, okay, I think did I define that basically the course create? Yes, here I have to define that. So middleware, I didn't define the middleware. So here on top of that, I can say define page meta, and within that I can say first of all middleware, and in middleware I can say protected, and in layout I can say it should be teacher. Then yes, now it should work. If I save that, now it should work. If I refresh, let me refresh. Yes, now it's working. So by the way, the here if I govern that, here we have the height 100%. So that's why now if I basically come here in the main, and then after this main, now it's basically height is 100%. So that's why it's vertically and horizontally centered. So now in order, before moving to further, if I show you this stuff, basically we have the course schema as well. So a complete schema we have to create that, because in currently we don't have that schema. So in schema Prisma, here we also have to define that course related stuff. So after this OAuth account, I can basically paste some code. Basically I will explain this code as well, as basically once we will move forward, I can explain basically what exactly going on here. First of all, let's fix this error. So in order to fix that, here I should also have courses, and it should be course array. Now this error is fixed. And by the way, in course, let me show you, we will have the ID, which is basically auto generated. Then this basically the purpose of this is to have the relation with the user. So it's the same. This title, we need the title. This is the required field. Description, it is optional field. Image, it's optional field. Price, it's optional field. Is published, it is also optional, because we are also setting the default. Then the category, this is basically we have another model. In category we will have the only name, basically the different categories. Like if I show you this one, in case of this one, where we have the different categories related to the course, like computer science, engineering, filming. So this stuff. So for that we only need basically the name. This will be auto generated obviously, and purpose of this is to basically have the relationship between these two models. And then I will have the chapter. And if I show you the chapter, this is how it will look like. Chapter, this will be auto generated. It will have the title. This is optional. This is optional. A position basically. If I show you, we will also have the basically the drag and drop option here. We will be able to move the chapter from one place to another. So that's the feature. So that's why we have the position. We will be storing this position in the database. Then the publish status, then the is free status. Then basically the purpose of this to have the relationship between course and chapter model, this one. And here then we have the user progress. It's a basically array, but basically it's not array. The purpose of this is to have the relationship between user progress and the chapter model. By the way, you will be more clear once we will develop that. I know maybe you have basically it's confusing for now, and also don't worry. You can either you can pause the video and copy that all that, or I will also basically paste this whole schema file in the description, so you will be able to copy that code. So it's also very simple. Here we will only have the chapter ID. The purpose of this to have the basically the relationship between chapter and this model, and this is also for user ID. And here basically we will only have is completed or not. The purpose only we will have this field here. And same goes to the purchase. It's pretty simple. And same this customer, Stripe customer. We will have more idea once we will implement that. So for now, let's save that. And after saving this, you have to close the project and you have to run npx prisma generate. It's done. After that, you also have to run npx prisma db push. So don't forget to basically run these two commands whenever you change the schema file, prisma schema file. It's taking some time because it's because of the internet. Okay, an error occurred during DNS resolution. Don't worry about that. This is related to the my internet, so you will not face any this type of error. I will fix that. It's basically my you can say internet device related issue. So sometimes I face this issue. You will not face this issue. You don't have to worry about that. So by the way, now you can see that I changed nothing. I just basically made some change. Basically I adjusted my internet device, and now basically I run the same command npx prisma db push. So now basically all of these now we have all of these new models. Basically we can see that if I come to the MongoDB, if I do the sign in, log in with Google, and this one, browse collections. Here now we have all the models: category, chapter, course, auth account, purchase, Stripe customer, user progress. All of these models we created in the basically the Prisma file. Now let's create the course creation API. And for that I can come here in the server, and in server then in the API, and in API I can create the folder called teacher, then courses, and then index.post.ts. Yes, server API, then teacher and courses, and then index.post API. So here let's say export default define event handler, and here we will have the async, and in async obviously we will pass the event, and in the event I will say await. First of all, await require user session, basically this one, because it will be a protected, because if you see we are creating that, and here I have to pass the event as well. And after that I can also get the session. I can say session is equal to await get user session, and here I also have to pass the event, and after that I will check if session dot user exists, then we will proceed further. So in order to proceed further, obviously we need to import that course schema we created. So here I can say const is equal to await read validated body, and here the first parameter will be event, then it will be basically body, and in body after that I will say course schema, this one we have to import that. Remember that course schema dot parse, and here I have to pass the body. That's it. And here now I will have the auto suggestions, so I will have title here. Yes, and then after that I can create the course. I can say await db. I have to import that as well. Keep in mind you have to import db from the utils. Await db dot course dot create, and in create I can pass the data, and in data I can pass title, and then I can pass user id, and for user id I will get session dot user dot id. That's it. So for now it will be this simple course, because I explained here as well. In order to create the course, title is the only required field. All others are optional. So we will create them. So let's save it. Let me verify. First of all, we are checking if session exists, then session, and yes, I think that's it. We don't need anything. So now let's come and integrate the API here. So here on form submit, I can say try catch block, and in try, let's also add the finally block. And here basically let's also import in from the store. I can import toggle load link, and then also import show error, then also show message. And here basically I can say await fetch, and in fetch I can pass the basically this, not this one. Okay, I think I made one mistake, because otherwise I should have suggestion. Yes, we have to return this as well. So if I do return, now it will work. Keep in mind, if we don't return, Nuxt will not basically consider this as basically API route. So you always have to return something. So now if you see, we are returning either undefined or the complete course. So now if I save that, now I should have here the auto suggestion for that. So if I now enter, maybe I can refresh, Control Shift P, reload window. It's still waiting, activating extensions. Now TS config is basically initializing our project, and I hope I will get the auto suggestions. Although I can type that, but I'm lazy. Let's just retry. No, it will not give unless this is done. So if I try that now, still I don't have, no problem. I can type that teacher, and then courses. Yes, that's it. And here basically we can pass the method. I can say method. It should be post, and in body I can pass event dot data. That's it. And here after that, for now I can simply basically navigate user. So let's also within the courses, let's also create another file called index.view, and here basically we can show all the courses. So here for now let's create the base template. I can say this one, and here for now let's only, first of all, let's, sorry, because we need this one, right, the define page meta. So we can copy that, and I can come here, let's paste that here, so we can have the layout. And here now for now I can simply say teacher courses. That's it. And let's save that, and now let's come here, and here let's also handle the error. So I can say const error is equal to handle error, and I can pass the error. After that I can say show error, and in show error I can pass the err, this one. And in finally toggle loading, here it should be true, and in finally it should be false. And after, once we are done with the course creation, I should navigate user to the away, I should navigate to user to the teacher, and then to the courses, this page. So let's save that, and let's see if our API is working or not. I can come here, let me refresh one time. Okay, let me check if our project is running or not. So our project is not running. So let's run that. So now let me refresh, because our project is running now. Yes, we have that. And let me basically, we can open also the network tab, so at least we can see that. So let's create the course. I can say course 1, and if I continue, by the way, notice our buttons are disabled. This should also be disabled. I can do that, but main thing is we are successful by the course creation. So if I hover on that response, this what I'm getting, all the basically course stuff, but we have the title, all other stuff is done. So we are done with the course creation, at least in terms of title. Obviously we will update that courses. Now let's here also show all the courses. Although basically I will design this later, I don't want to create this table for now, because my main focus for now is this complete UI and all the updates. So here at least I can display the courses. So let's display them, and for that, first step is to create the API. So for that I can come here in the teacher courses, another file called index.get.ts. So although it's a get request, but it still will be a protected one, because everyone should not be able to access these courses. These are basically specific for the teacher role. So I can come here, and for now let's copy this post stuff, and I can come here in the index.get.ts, and I can paste that. So other than this, basically I can say await db dot course dot find many, and within that I can pass the conditions. I can say where user ID is equal to user session dot user dot ID, and also the sort order by, basically order by I can say created at, and it should be descending. That's it. And here I can return that. I can return that. Then we will have all the courses here. So in order to show them, I can come here in the courses where we have the teacher courses, and here first of all let's fetch them. So I can const this one is equal to await use fetch, and here I can pass the basically courses this one, and the method should be get, and here I can say data, and I can give them the name courses, and here basically I can show that in the Nuxt link, so at least we can navigate that to that particular page. So here I can say to, I can say it should be in a template string, and here I can say teacher courses, and then here we will have the single course. So I can say v for is equal to course in courses, the key should be is equal to course dot id, and then here I can also say course dot id, and here I can say name, so it should be course dot title, not name, sorry. And one thing, I can add the basic class as well, so I can say class mb1, and I can say that's it. It's fine for us. Here I'll also add another condition. So like if courses exist, then show that, otherwise don't. Otherwise we can have the error. So here I can say let's also add the status. So I can say status v if status cannot is equal to pending and courses exist. That's it. If I save that and let's see how it is looking. Yes, we have that course one. Maybe I can give text primary, and if I save that, it should be primary. Yeah, now let's go to the back and let's create another course. I can say course 2, and if I continue, now I have the two courses, and let's also set this to the block, so we can have two lines. Yes, course 1, course 2. So now let's basically create this page. Basically once we will click on that particular course, we will be redirected here. So let's create that. So let's come here in the index.pages, in the create other than courses, and here I can say sorry about that. So here in the courses, and in courses I can say course id, and within that I can say index dot view pages teacher courses, then course id folder, and then index dot view. So here let's define the basic template for our component. It will look like this, and the first step is to basically define the layout and middleware. So I can copy this define page meta stuff, I can paste that here, and here, because here we will be showing the single course, so in order to show that, it means we need the API. So let's also create the API for getting the single course. For that I can come here in the API courses, and here courses, in courses I can create another folder called course id, and within that I can say index dot get dot ts. So API, then teacher, then courses, then course ID, and then index.getTS. So it will also be a similar to this. So index.getTS, let's remove this one because we don't need here. So now let's copy this one, copy, and I can come here in the course ID, then index.getTS. So here I can paste that. So here where we are basically find many, so instead of find many I have to say find unique, and here along with user ID, I also have to pass ID. So here it will be event dot context dot parents dot course ID. So here we should have the question mark. So now we are good. So we don't need basically this one. But one thing here I should be doing, I can say include. So in include, I should say chapters. I should define the order. So I can say order by, it should be order by position. So I can say position ascending. So if some chapter have the position 1, it should be at the top like this. So after the chapters I should also include the attachments, although for now I will get the empty array or null, but still I want to basically define that. And because we didn't create the chapters, we didn't create the attachment, we will create that, but for now I want to return basically. And here it should be created at, and it should be sending the attachments. So here now we are returning the basically the single course. We are also verifying that because it's important. This is the teacher course, so everyone should not be able to visit that. So now let's save and let's see what will we get. So I can come here, let's save this one as well. So I can come here in the single course. So here I can say const data is equal to await use fetch, and here I can pass the code, not this one. I can pass, I can say API this one. We need this one, and obviously we need to change this course ID to template. So far let's change this to this one, template string, and here I can mention the route. So here I can say, in order to get that, I can say const route. Here I can say is equal to use route, and here I can pass that. So I can say params, and here I can say params dot course ID. So it will be like course ID. Keep in mind the name you defined here, the folder name, it should be same as here. If you define something like simple ID, then it should here it also be the ID. So here let's also define the key as well, so we can refresh that. So I can say key, not keep alive, I can say key, and in key I can say course, in course here I can say params dot course ID. That's it. And here let's show that data. I can say pre, not pre, and here I can say data. If I save that and let's see how it will look like. Keep in mind we have to basically mention that here as well, so we should be able to redirect. So I can come here and let's first refresh one time. It's again the same error, DNS related. I don't know why it's happening with me. So basically you don't have to worry about that. It's related to my internet. So just give me a time. I will fix that and I will be back. So now the DNS issue is resolved. Sorry, it's my bad. I don't know why it's happening with me. I will search upon this basically. If someone knows about this, basically why, at sometimes I'm facing this DNS related error. So basically, because of my internet device, sometimes basically I'm unable to have the connection with basically MongoDB for some reason. I don't know. So now let's proceed. So let's click on this course one. If I click on that, I'm in the single course page, and here I have all the details like the chapters attachment. If I come back and let's click on course 3, here I have the all course 3 related stuff. So all that stuff. So now let's define the basically this whole UI, because in this page courses and then single course we will have this complete UI. So let's define that step by step. So I can come here and in the course and here let's start creating. So if you see on top of that we will have the alert. So let's design that first. So here for that we will use the alert component from the NuxtUI, and here first of all it will be visible only we will have the course. So I can say if instead of saying the course here, let's also basically I can say course, and also I can say basically here, by the way, instead of single course I should mention teacher course. Yes. And here I can also import status, and here I can say v if status cannot is equal to pending, and basically we have the course and course dot published is published. So basically our once our course is published, because if you read this alert, it's saying this course is unpublished, it will not be visible to students. So it means once it's published we don't need to show this basically alert. So that's why I'm checking if publish is false, then show that. So here in basically we will have the icon will be warning. So I can say icon is equal to I lucid, then it will be alert, and then it will be triangle, alert triangle. It should work. Let's see. So then I will have the title. So in title I can say this course is unpublished, it will not be visible to students. Then we will have the description as well. Sorry, not description, we will have the color. So color will be yellow, and then in variant it will be soft. So I can say variant should be soft. So if I save that and let's see how it is looking. So this is how this course is unpublished, it will not be visible to students. Now in order to basically just to test if I do this basically if it's true, then show that, then it should not be visible, but we want to show that. So we have the alert. Now let's create this stuff. So for that I can, after the alert, basically I can define one div. The here the class should be padding, so we can give the padding from all around, it will be p6, which will be exactly 25 or 24 pixel. After that, I can say div, we will have the flex. So I can say class flex items should be center and the justify should be between. And within that, first I will have the basically the all the fields. So I can say basically if you see here, we have the field complete all fields and we are showing basically all the uh, completed fields like title, chapters, descriptions, because user will be able to publish this based on the published basically these fields. If they are filled, then he will be able to publish that. So we are showing kind of the counter. So for counter, basically we need a computed value. For that, I can create computed value. So computed value will be const required fields is equal to computed, and in computed I can say return. We will basically return the array. So in array I will have course dot value dot title, then I will have course dot value dot description. I can copy by the way, for image, for price, for category, for chapters. So here I can say image URL. We need basically single image for course publishing. So we need price, then we need category. So I can say category ID, and then we need chapter. So for chapters, it will be chapters. So at least one chapter should be published. So here I will say chapters dot some method we can use that. So I can say chapter, and it should basically return the chapter dot is published. Is if any of the chapters basically, if at least one chapter is published, then this should basically return the true. So we have this required field. Now we will have another basically other field. So here I can say const total fields. So for total fields I will get, I can say computed, and in computed I can say required fields dot value dot length. So basically whichever field we will define here, like 1 2 3 4 5 6. So we will have the 6 fields required field. If we want to, if you want to add some other field, you can also add that, then it will be automatically added here. Then we will have the required fields set up as well. So I will say completion field. So you know those fields which are completed. So I can say completion completed, basically completed fields. And in completed fields here I can say, you know, all return all those which are basically true. So I can say filter, I can say I can pass the boolean here, boolean dot length. So it will basically return all those values basically which are true. For example, if three of them are filled, are basically returning true here. So here in completed field, it will return 3. So after that, we will have the completion text. So I can say const completion text is equal to, it will be computed, not I will say computed. And in computed, I can say it will be a basically this string. So I can say completed fields dot value, and then we will have this method, and here I will have another, I can say total fields dot value. That's it. And after that we will have another variable, basically computed value. So it will be is complete and is equal to computed, and in computed I can pass required fields dot value dot every. So here every value, unless these, you know, all of these values are true, so it will not return the is complete true, otherwise it will always be false. So I can say boolean. So unless all of these values are true, it will be false, and if all values are true, then it will be basically true is complete. So now let's show the that stuff here. So here it will be a simple text. So we have flex column, code setup, and all those fields. So if I save that and let's see, for now we should have 1 by 6 because our titles are filled, and that's why it's working. So now let's create this action button stuff. So for that, I can come here in the courses, basically in the components folder, and I can create that. I can say course, and then I can say actions dot view course, and then action dot. So here let's define the base component, and here I can say basically it will be, if you see closely, so it will be a flex. Once we will have the publish button or the delete button. So here I can say class flex, and then item should be center and gap should be x2, and here first of all we will have the button, so I can say U button, and in button basically we will have the different stuff. First of all, here I can say color should be gray, and then we will have the label will be dynamic based on the course status. So basically we will pass the course as prop here. So here I can say const props is equal to define props, and here it will we will have the course, so I can say course, and the type will be course. This one I can import that course, so it will be type of this, and here I can simply say this one. So here I will say if basically course course dot is published is true, then what should I say? I can say unpublished. Basically user want to unpublish that for whatever reason, so he can unpublish. Otherwise I can say publish, and after that we will have the click basically to toggle the course status, and also we will have the disabled basically if is loading, so I can import that as well. Here I can simply say const is equal to use store, and here I can simply say is loading, and here I can say it should be disabled if we are this basically is loading. Yes, on click here basically I can say toggle course. So toggle course, let's create this method as well. So here I can say const toggle course. For now I will only basically display that, so here I can simply say log props dot course. That's it, we don't need anything. And after that button we will also have the delete button, so it will be a simple, so that's why I'm copy pasting that. We will have the icon, hero icons, trash, size, color, variant soft, it will be scare, disabled, and here obviously we need to create this on open model. So for now let's create that. Instead of on open, if you remember, we also created in UStore toggle alert model, so we will create that toggle alert model, and here I will say toggle alert model. Basically whenever someone will try to delete this, we want to show them basically the this toggle alert model, so they can proceed further if they want. So that's the only purpose, just for the confirmation. So it means we should also create this alert model as well. So in order to create that, I can come here in the components. So in the components, I can create that. I can say confirm model dot view. So it will be pretty simple. It will be a basically NuxtUI model. So you can come here, and here we have the model somewhere. Yeah, this one we can copy from. Yeah, maybe we can copy this one. We can copy that, and obviously let's copy all of the complete component. So I can copy that and I can paste that here. Obviously we don't need this one, and also even we don't need this one. So here basically I will have, I can say const is equal to use store, and here I can basically simply say is confirm model visible, and then I can also say toggle alert model, and here I also have to define this is open value, so it will be a computed, so I can say is open is equal to computed, and it should be a basically get and set value. So for that it means I can say like this, and here I can say get, and in get I can pass that value, so I can say return is confirm model visible dot value, and in set I can say value, and here I can say basically even we don't need this. First of all, let's add the comma here. We don't need because we will not use that. I can call this toggle alert model, and in a alert model I will pass the false because we will want to close this model. So here now we have is open, and also by the way it should be preventable, so I can say by default whenever someone click outside of that model it should not be closable, so that's why I can say prevent close. Here you can read about that prevent close, and we can add basically this uh, prop in this model, and it will be helpful. So if I click that, and if you click outside it's not closing, I have to click here. If I click here and if you click outside, the model is closing. So that's the purpose of this one. So after that we will basically customize this some stuff here. First of all, let's remove, maybe at least for now let's see how basically it will look like, then basically we can basically work further here. Obviously these component doesn't exist, so that's why it will not work, so I can remove that and I can save that. And in order to at least see how it will look like, so here I can say confirm model, and I can say if I can say is confirm model visible. So show only in that case when this value is true. So it means whenever I click on here, I should basically toggle alert model. I should pass the value true here. Yes, I can save that and let's see how it will look like. Or obviously before going in that case, I have to show this model here as well. So after this, basically this one I can say course actions, and it means I also have to pass the course as well. So here I can say course is equal to course. Some types related errors, so I can ignore them. We know it will work, so I can ignore that. No, don't ignore. It should be view expect error. Yes, I can save that and let's see how it will look like. Yes, we have that, and if I click on delete, see I have this model. I can't close, but we can manually basically close that. One thing I just want to show you, I should be basically here. If I go to the actions now, basically there is strange thing happening. This should not be moving here, so we will fix that later. So now let's implement all the inner stuff we need here. So I can come to the confirm model, and here in confirm model, first of all, let's customize. So here instead of ring, we don't need ring. So here I will say base, and in base I need some classes. So I can say h full and then flex, and it should be flex column, and then rounded. It should be empty array. Then we need divided. So divided for divide by is fine, gray is fine, in dark this is also fine. So then we will also have basically another class here. I can say body, and in body it will be an object, and then it will be a base, and in base it will be a grow. So by the way, you can customize this. That's the benefit of NuxtUI. If I come here and if I use scroll down in config, basically this config part, here basically they have all these styles mentioned, you know how model is working. So you can customize by this way UI, and as you can see I am customizing this base component. So base is because direct child, so that's why I can directly mention base and then add the classes. So basically all of these classes, either they will be overridden or they will be basically added here. So in this basically list of classes. So but in case of body, I am basically having another object. Why? Because if you see where we have the body, that's strange. Maybe I'm using the previous version, that's why. But we can ignore that. No, we should not be ignoring that. Let's see if by the way, if it doesn't work, then we will see. And same goes with the divide. So we can customize the divide class here. Like here we have ring, and even we don't have divide now. But then why they are basically adding that divide stuff here? So because we copied that from here. If you see, I'm copying this stuff from here. That's strange. So I think something is missing here. So because I copied that stuff from the within the documentation, but I'm unable to find that body class here. So let's see if it doesn't fit our requirement, we will fix that. So that's how it will look like. Now let's add some classes in the basically we will not use header. So I will completely remove that, and here basically in the placeholder I will have this text. Basically, are you sure? And then the P, and after that in footer we will have a simple buttons. So it will be like that, and obviously instead of on clause, here I will say toggle alert model, and here I will say false in case of basically the canceller, and here we will be basically emitting that. So we can call this method from everywhere. So here let's create that, and here I can say const emit is equal to define emits, and here I can pass on confirm, and now we are good and we don't have any error. Sorry, it should be array like this. Emit and on confirm. If I save that, this is how it will look like. Are you sure this action cannot be done, and cancel model is closed. If I here click on that, I will get the basically I can call that method. So for now let's cancel that, and one thing I want to basically here, it should be the color should be red instead of primary. So a kind of warning sign, continue, cancel. This action cannot be done. So let's cancel that in action. So it means here basically I can say on confirm is equal to delete course. So I can copy that, and I can come here const delete course is equal to like this, and here for now let's only log. I can say props dot course dot id. That's it. So let's see how it is looking now. So now let's both of these two functions. If I come here in the console, I can say publish. Here I'm basically printing the course data, and if I click on delete, and if I cancel, model is closing, but if I click continue, I should have the course ID. And by the way, the model should also get closed. So after basically logging in, I can say toggle alert model, and here I can say pass false, and it should be closed. So if I cancel, model is closed. If I click continue, model is closed. We will implement that, but first basically the published API as well, delete API as well. We will do that together once we will be done with the UI. So now let's focus on this UI. So here, if you notice, it will be a grid. So let's create that. So after this, basically I can come here after this action and this flex item. Here I will say grid, and it will be a grid calls to, and then on MD it should be, by default it will be a 1, and on MD it will be a grid calls to, and then gap will be overall 6, and empty should be 16. First we will have this button, customize your course button. So it will be a simple text. So here I can say flex, it's a flex, some gap, and then it's a simple button, this one, and then h2 customize your course. If I save that, this is how it will look like. One thing here, basically instead of like this, I should have another div here, div, and here after this, within this div, and after this basically the title, I will have the title form here. So here I can say course title form. I can save that. Basically we will create that component, complete component. So I just want to basically complete all other stuff, this basically title related stuff, and then basically I want to move further. So after here course title form, and after basically this div, same, after this, here we will have the course description form, and after that we will have the course image form, course image form, and after that we will have the course category form as well, course category form as well. And now after this div we will have another div, and here we will have same like this, another basically the title, and which says course chapters. So here I will say course chapters, and obviously the icon will also be a different, so it will be a lucid list tag. So if I save that, and if I see, this is how it will look like, course chapters. After that we have another basically the price form. So after this, basically this div, by the way, because if you see between these courses we don't have much space, but here we have these spaces, so let's add that as well. By the way, if you want to add basically the title just like here, you can also add that, but I don't want to. So here I will have, first of all, in this div I can say class space y6, and here after this div, here we will have the basically the price form, course chapters first, because chapters form, and after that we will have the another div here. Basically it will be a div like this, and here basically we will have exact same thing, but for sell courses. So I will say sell your course, and here I will have the course price form, yes, course price form. And then I can also copy this one completely. Obviously we don't need this one, so here it will be a resources and attachments, because if you see after the price form we have the resources and attachments. So here I can say resources and attachments, and here obviously the here let's also change this to icon to different. So it will be a lucid circle, then dollar, oh sorry, let's remove this badge, circle dollar sign, and here we will have the different icon. So it will be a simple file, that's it. Now if I save that, let's see how it is looking. So this is how it will look like. Customize your course, and in course we will have title form, description form, the basically the image form, and then category form. And here in this section we will have the course chapters, the price form, and resources and attachments. That's it. Now let's create one by one. We will start with the title. So let's come here in the basically in the components, then in the course, and within the course I can say title form dot view, and here let's define the base component. I can say v base, and here I can say class empty 6. Then we will have the border. I can say border dot simple border, and then the bg will be slate 100, and then it will be rounded, and then the p will be 4. Then we will have the basically div, another div. Here I can say class is equal to font medium, then it should be flex, items should be center, and justify should be between. And here we will have the, I can say, course title. Now here we will also have another button called cancel button, so I can say U button, and here the variant will be ghost, so I can say variant is equal to ghost, and the label will be cancel. We will only show this button because here we will have another, basically the ref value is editing. I can say const is editing is equal to ref, because basically if I show you this button, so this complete page I can show you the different variations of this. So this is the edited version, basically where we are editing every field, like the, if we are editing the course title, if we are editing the course image, course price, course description. But we have another variation for this page as well. If I show you where it is, yes, here. If I zoom in here, if you see, this is the basically the same page, but we are showing, we are not, basically this button, if you can see, once we will click here, we will have the UI, different UI, where we will be able to edit this title. But other, the normal behavior will look like this, where basically we will show what's the current status of the course title, same goes to the chapter, same go to the price and all that stuff. So we will reuse a lot of components here, so that's why I know maybe you are getting confused here, but bear with me. Once we will be done, you will be happy. So it will be a great work. It's little tricky, but we will do that together. So here I can say false. So here I can say v. If it's, if I am editing, then show this cancel button. Otherwise, I will copy this button and here I will say v else. So it will be another button where we will have icon as well, and the basically it will be a edit title, and we are toggling the edit value as well. We will also toggle the editing value here as well. So we will have that. So let's save that and let's see how it will look like. So here in the course title form, here I can say course title form. Yes, if I save that and let's see how it will look like. So this is how it will look like. If I click on that, now I have the cancel button. If you click again, I have this. So now based on the editing status, either I will show this one or this one. So let's do that. Title form. So after this div, basically because we will be passing the props here as well, so let's define the interface for that. So here I can say, because from here we will pass the course details into these components, so that's why. So here I can say interface, title, form, props. So here we will have the initial data, and in initial data I can pass the title. I can say title, and it will be a string. Although it will be a, we will pass complete course, but there is no purpose of defining that. So here then we will have the course key and course ID, but basically we don't, that's it, we need only this props. So here I can, after that I can say const props is equal to define props, and here I can say title form props, and then we will have like this. And we want to keep every time, this title should be updated whenever we do the edit. So I will also add the watch here, so I will watch the props. So here I will say props dot initial data dot title, sorry, initial data dot title, and here it means I will have the updated title. So here I can say not this, like this I can say, we will basically redefine that title. So for that, let's also here have, I can say, const course form is equal to ref partial, and within the partial it will we can pass the props. Of course, basically why I'm using the partial is basically we know it will be a some part of the type course, because this title exists within that. So it's related to the TypeScript. In order to define that, here I can pass props dot initial data. Yes, and here I can say course form dot value dot title is equal to title. Yes, that's it. And now let's, after this div, I can say show this basically paragraph. If we are not editing, show only in that case. Otherwise we will show the form, and it will be a same form as we created in the course UI. So in the create button, where basically where we're creating that, so you can come here, teacher courses create, and basically we can copy this form. It will be exact same, but I can copy that, and I can come here in the title form, and after this div I can say this, and it should be v if we are basically is editing is true, then show this form. And this code schema is auto imported because we created in the utils folder, so that's why we have that. Obviously we need to create on submit button, and here space y instead of 8 I can say 4, and on empty it's same, and here we need course title, name is same, and also placeholder is same. So here course form is also this is the same, and let's also add the disabled status as well. So I can say disabled if it's is loading, and we can import that from the store. So here I can say const. Now you will I think you guys will be basically think feeling how useful is this to create this composable. I can auto import from everywhere, and basically I can also basically toggle this value every time whenever I want. So here now we will have the this same item, but we will not have the cancel button, and here instead of continue I will say save, and everything else is same. But let's create this on submit method as well. So here I can say const on submit is equal to like this, and here like this. We don't have any error, so let's save that. And now let's come here. So title form, it means I have to pass the course, so I can pass course is equal to course. If I pass that, it will still give me error because uh, we have to pass the initial data. So instead of course I can say initial data. So if I check if course exists, then do that. Now the error is gone. Basically, the purpose of this is to course is visible. So in order to solve this issue, I can simply here basically I can say if status basically this same standard. So here I can say status cannot is equal to pending and course exists. So we can reuse that, and now we can remove that here, and there is no error. So if I save that and let's see how it is looking. Do we have some kind of error? Yes, we have some error. Props dot initial data is undefined. If I click here, maybe I can refresh. Let me refresh. Yes, now I think it's working. We don't have any error. Yes, now it's working. And if I click on this edit title, see we have this form button. If I cancel, see it's working. Cancel, edit. So it means the title form is working. So now let's complete the basically the course update as well. And so what do you think? I think first let's complete the UI, then we will create this API to update the course, and then we will move further. Yeah, I think API creation will be best. Why? Because we will be using the basically API kind of call in every module, title, description, image. Because in simple words, we will update the course title here description, here image. So let's come in that part. So I can come here in the code, and here within the server folder, API teacher courses course ID, and within this course ID, keep in mind. So here we will have another file called index.patch.ts. Patch mean we will update some part of the course. So you can say we will not update complete course. We will update only those properties basically which exist. So here I can copy the basic path from here. So I can copy that from the index, and here I can paste that, and here let's remove all of this. For now I can comment that, and after this basically session, here I can also say const data is equal to await read body, and here I can pass the basically the event. Instead of doing that, maybe we can update the schema here. Maybe I can use this course schema as well. But for now, I don't want to complicate, because here we will have a lot of inputs. So once we are done with all of the basically by all of my mean basically the chapters, courses, course image. Once I'm done with that, then we will add the basically the schema stuff and the validations. For now, let's proceed with this simple technique, and then we will basically see how we can basically implement this strong validation stuff here as well on the server side. So here now I can say const course is equal to await db dot course dot update. So basically we are updating the course, and here now I can pass the object, and within the object, first of all I have to select where, and in where I can say id, and in id I have to pass event dot context dot params dot course id, and then I have to pass user id, I can say user ID is equal to session dot user dot ID. And now after the where I have to pass the data, like which part of the course I want to update. So for now it will be only title. So here I can say data dot title. Let's paste that, and here I have to add the question mark, and we are good. And after that I will return the course. That's it. Yes, our update should work now. We don't need anything else here. So I can save that, and now let's I come here to this title form. Keep in mind course components, then course, and then in title form. And here I'll add this update this on submit method. This one. First of all, here let's also import toggle loading, then show message, then show error. So we need this. So here, first of all, it should be async. After async, here I can say try catch block. I can say try catch block, and here I can say toggle loading. It should be true. After that, I can say const updated course is equal to await fetch, and here I can pass this one, and obviously we need to change the string to literal string, and here this one, and here in course ID I can pass the props, because if you see in this basically in single course in the params we will have this course ID, so I can import that simply. Here I can say const params use route, and here basically I can destructure the params object, and here now I can use that. I can say params dot course id. Keep in mind this course id, it should be same just like here this course id, so otherwise it will not work. And here the key will be, sorry, we don't have key here, so it will be method. So method will be patch, and in body we will pass basically this. Here I totally forgot one thing, just like basically in the course creation, if I show you where we are creating the course, here just like basically we have these events submit this stuff, I can use that as well. So I can copy that, and here I can come here in the title form, and here I can pass that. And now obviously this is undefined, it means I have to import that as well. So I can basically, we can import this from the UI types. So I can copy that, and I think we will also need this type as well. So let's copy both of these, and I can come here to this exist. Yes, it is auto imported from the utils folder, so we only need this one form submit event, and we should not have any error here. And now here basically I can pass event dot data, where we have, yes, errors are gone. And now I can basically here, basically if you see we are updating the course, so it means here the course we are using here, like if you see here we were fetching the course, and this course we were passing in title form, so it means I have to update this key as well. So I can copy this one, and now I can come here in the title form. So once update is done, I can say refresh Nuxt data, and here basically I can pass that. I can say this one, and it our data should refresh. I should also show the message here, so I can say show message, and within that I can pass the object and title, and I can say course updated successfully. By the way, one thing, if you see on the top, this form will show only once is the editing is true. So it means after the update is successful and data is refreshed, I should also toggle the editing value as well. So I can say is editing dot value is equal to false. And here in catch block, I can say handle error, and I will pass the error, and then we will have the const error is equal to this one. And after that, I can say show error, and in show error, I can pass this one. And then we will have the finally block, and in finally block I can say toggle loading, it should be false, and then is editing should also be false. Let's save that, and let's see if it will work or not, just to verify. Yes, everything should work. Let's check. I can save that. Now I can come here and let's edit the title, and here let's say course 1 edit. And if I save that, let's see if we are getting some kind of error or something else. Let me refresh, because I don't know why it's not working. Yes, we have some error. I'm not sure why, but let me refresh and we can try this again. If I click on that, at least, because I think refresh will also take time. And in response, or here we don't have any error. That's strange. Let me close this one and let me open again. I can say localhost 3000. If I go to the teacher mode and then to the courses, okay, I hope, yeah, it's the same error. Let me basically fix that again. Please let me know if you face this kind of error. Basically it's related to my internet device, so that's why it's happened. You guys will not face this kind of error. Let me check that again. So now it's working. So now let's try to edit that title. Basically I can also open the inspect screen so we can see if it's working or not. So here now let's enter again the course one edit, and if I save that, see, first of all, notice course updated successfully. Here the title is also updated, the toggle mode is automatically basically changed, so everything is working as we expected. So now let's create the this description form. It will be exact similar to course title, except we will basically have the text area instead of the text. So I can, after this course I can also define description form dot view, and basically I can copy this completely. I can copy this title form component, keep in mind title form, and then now let's come here in the description form component, and I can paste that all the stuff here. First of all, here I have to say I can select Control F and keep in mind select all of these and change this to, sorry, not here, I can say description, course description, yeah. And now let's also select this small title. I can select all of these and I can replace it with select first one, and then select control D. So all of the small titles will be selected, and here I can say description, small description. Yes. So here basically obviously it will give us the error because here we have to define, because if you see this course we didn't define. Let me show you. If I come here in the schema and here I only define the title, so I didn't define the description, so that's why it's giving us the error. So here I can say description, and here now I can say z dot string, and then I can say it will be nullish. That's it. So it will be a kind of optional. If you hover on that, it means this is the optional field, and we can also pass the. And by the way, if you want to pass the message, you can pass that. But I don't want to complicate. If you want to basically pass the message, you can check that. Here we can also pass, but this is the not required field, so we are good. So I can save that, and now if I come here in the description form, and let's do that as well. So here for the description form, now I should not have this error. Course form dot description. Why it's giving? First of all, let's change this u input to u text area. Course description in help, I should say. Basically, we don't need this. Do we need this help? No, we don't need this help. What will you teach in this course? Yes, we are good here. And in placeholder, I can say this course is about, instead of categories, I can say this course is about. So we can write that in the description. Let me I will check that why this is happening. For now, let's check other things. Title, here instead of title form props, I can say description form props, course form description, and here as well we don't need anything. Yes, the only thing I have to update in the basically the index dot page as well, patch, sorry. And here I also have to add the description. I can say description, and here I can say data dot description. That's it. I can save that, and now let's come here. Why this is not working? So let's refresh, control shift P, and then this select this reload window. For me everything looks good. Then why we are having the issues here? Here I got it. Why? Because here I should be mentioning title, because title is the intro message. Title is the basically the required field. Description is the optional field. So here I got it. I will check why this is happening. So for now, let's come here in the single course ID, and after the this course title form, let's also mention course description form, and that's it. Here instead of title, I can say course description form. Why it's giving the error here? The expected time comma initial data which is declare here read only description string, and here in description basically the description is null as well. So yes, I have to change that. So here it should be optional, and I can say string or null. Then at least this error is gone. So I can save that. And now here, if I hover on this v model, string null is not assignable, string number undefined. Okay, the error is related to this. So basically in v model, we cannot define the null here. So although it should not be happening, so maybe I'm not sure about that, this error. So at least for now, just try that. I can expect error, and if I save that, and let's see if it's working or not. If it didn't work, then we can basically fix that. So if I edit the description, we have the description form. Let's try to update the description. I can say course description, because currently we don't have any description. And if I save that, course updated successfully, and we have the course description, it means it's working. This is some strict TypeScript rule, so that's why I added this. So it was not that crucial. So we are done with the description form as well. So now the next step is basically the course image. So how we can do that? For image, we are using the Cloudinary image. I can show you. I already installed that. So next Cloudinary, you can install this package. And by the way, you also have to mention that here as well. But we can read more basically in detail. I can say Nuxt Cloudinary, and you can read more about this basically from this website, cloudinary.nuxtjs.org, this website. And here basically we will be using the upload button and all that stuff. Basically, if I come here in the get started, we will be using this component, cloud upload widget component. And if I upload an image, I click on that. So basically we will be using this widget, and here basically we can upload our images to the Cloudinary. So for that we need if presets, different stuff. Basically, if I show you all of these variables, we need that in cloud name, upload preset, API key, and API secret. So let's come here, and how we can get that? I can come here. Basically here I can say cloudinary.com. Let's log in. If you don't have account, please create that. You can continue with Google. So this is the, I will also continue with Google. I can say login with Google, and I will choose this account. I can say continue. So basically you will have this type of overview once you will be done with the, your basically account setup. Now if I come here in the assets, here basically these are the images I am already basically using. And here basically if I come here in the not here, not here, not here, yes, first of all this is the basically the, if I show you, I come here, sorry, dashboard, not in the dashboard, in the media library. So here you can come basically in the settings, this one, this basically here the settings, and here you will have all the details. So if I click on this, basically the API keys, these are the basically I generated already. But first of all, if you see, this is the cloud name. So you have it will be created for you automatically. I can't create the new because this is the premium version. If you don't have, you can add the new environment. So, and now let's select this cloud name. I can copy that. First of all, let's say mention that cloud name, it will be this. Then basically we need, if I see, we need the upload preset, and for that if you come here, here we have the upload presets, and here you can create the, although I have this one, let's create another one. And here I can say Nuxt LMS recording. So you can give any name, and keep in mind this should be unsigned, and that's it. All the other values will be basically the default one, and I can save that. And now you can copy basically next LMS, this one, and you can mention that here. And after that, let's again come here in the API keys. I can generate new API key. Let me basically check my email code. So it will be like this one. If I approve, so we are good. So this is the newly generated. First of all, let's copy this API key. Let's paste that here. Keep in mind, I will delete this basically once I'm done with recording. So please don't use this, otherwise it will not work for you. So I can view, I can copy, and here I can mention in the secret. So we have now all of these environment variables related to the Cloudinary. So it means we are done with that. And now let's come to the fun part. I can close this one. I can close this one. And now here, after the basically the description form, here I can say image form. I can say image form dot view. So let's copy this stuff from the title. I can copy that. I can come here in the image form. I can paste that here, and here I can say course image. Here it will be obviously edit image. edit image. By the way, here we will also have another option instead of beside cancel edit image, because we also want to add the image as well. So I can copy that, and here I can paste that here, and here I can say add an image, add image. So it will be like, here I can say v else if is equal to, I can say if is editing is false and course form dot image URL exists, basically then it means we want to edit an existing image, otherwise it means we want to add the image. So this is how it will work. And after that we will not have basically this p here, because we don't have p tag here. We will be showing the image, so here we will not have any form related component. Here it will be, I can say, template. We will have div, and from the margin from the top it will be class is equal to empty8. Then I will have another div. Basically here I will show if image doesn't exist, then basically I will be showing that. So here it will be a simple text. Here I'm saying v if course form dot image URL doesn't exist, then show basically this stuff. And here I'm just simple div some classes. Here we are using the Nuxt icon and this basically this lucid image icon, and then here I'm showing no image found if no image found. Otherwise here I will show the image, so I can say div v else, and in v else I can add the class is equal to relative. Then I can say aspect ratio, it should be aspect video, and then from the margin from the top it should be 2. In reality it is 8 pixel. So image, here I can say the source. So for source it will be a dynamic, so I can say course form dot image URL, and in alt I can say course image, and after that let's all add some classes. I can say object should be cover, it should be rounded MD, maximum height should be 200 pixel, and width should be full. That's it. So basically we will show this form only in case of we don't have we basically when we are sorry, here I should also mention in template, basically I should also mention v if I'm trying to edit. I can say is editing. If I'm editing, then show that. So editing, if editing is false, then we will be showing like in case of image exist. Here I will show no image found. And by the way, sorry for this background noise, car is giving false alarm, so please ignore that. And here and also I can't control that because it's not mine. And here basically if we are not editing, then we will have two cases. Either we have the image, in that case we will show the image. If we don't have the image, I will show the user no image found. Like when we are not editing, like we are, then we are, if we are here, this case is when we are not editing, is editing is false. But in case of we are editing, so it means here I should show the upload button. So I will show that here. So here it will be v else, and in v else I can say div, I can add class is equal to space y4, and here I can say empty 8, and here I can add the upload button which we have to create. So for that I can come here in the root of the components, and in components, and then it will be a direct child. I can say upload button dot view. By the way, just to show you here, let's for now let's only show upload button, and let's change the different stuff here. Obviously we need image URL, and for that let's first update the schema here. And here I can say we will also have image URL, and it will be z dot string, and it will be required, so I can say minimum 1, and I can basically say message this one the same. Here instead of title I can say image is required. I can save that, and now let's come again in the image upload form. So here instead of title I can say let's select control D, control D, control D, control D. Here I can say image URL, and that's it. Now I think it should work. So at least let's see how it is looking, and we will see if we need to solve something. I can refresh our project. So I cannot see the image form. Why? Because we didn't use that. So I can come here in the course ID, and here I can say I can copy this one, and here I can say course. Let's select both of these, and here instead of description I can say course image form. Why it's giving us the error? Image URL. Yes, here I should also say or not. If I do that, error should be gone. And if I save that, and let's save that here as well, I say that now I should have the image. And if I click on add image, because currently image doesn't exist, so that's why we have this third option. If I show you the image component, so both of the first two cases are false, so that's why we have it. Now if I select on add image, see here I have the upload button, because editing is true, so that's why I have that. And in this case, if I cancel that, here I should have something. So maybe I can cut that. Instead of template, I can simply basically use the, I can cut that and I can paste that here, because it should work. I can remove that, and if I save that, that's strange. Let me check why it's not working. So basically, if you see, this is the uform component, and in uform I am only showing if v editing is true. So this is the file, so I have to remove that, and I again added this one. So here now I can remove this one, and here I can cut that, and here I can add that. Let's remove this. Let's also remove this one as well, because we will not use that. So if I save that, and let's see, here we have not no image found, because we are, although is editing is false, but the course image URL doesn't exist. So that's why here basically I am showing this one. So we have that. If I again cancel, so everything is working as expected. Now let's add the upload button, which I can show you. This is how it will look like. This button, we will create this button. So let's come here in the upload button component. So here we will be using from the Nuxt. So I can come here in the Cloudinary widget. So this is how it will look like. Maybe I can copy that. For now, let's say we base setup, and here let's mention that obviously we don't need this button. I can remove that, and here we will have the v slot. Then we will have the upload preset. So but preset, for that we will use the environment variable. So for that I can come here, I can say const, and I'm not sure if I mentioned in the nuxt config as well. Yes, I have to mention that here as well. So here I can add another section. I can say public, and in public I can say cloudinary, and here I can say cloud name. Then we will have the upload preset. Yes, then we will have basically here after this public we will have the Cloudinary API key and Cloudinary API secret. Keep in mind, if I show you the env, the pattern should be same. For here, Cloudinary cloud name, upload preset, and if I come here, Cloudinary cloud name, upload preset. I'm getting myself confused. So let's remove all of these two, and directly in the here I can say .env Cloudinary cloud name. So and upload preset. So here I can say Cloudinary, then C should be capital, and here upload preset. This is fine. This should be public, and I should also, by the way, mention here public. This is very important. Otherwise, here it will not work. And for here, Cloudinary API key and Cloudinary API secret. Just to verify, Cloudinary API key, Cloudinary API secret, Cloudinary API key. Yes, now this should work. If I save that, and now let's come here in the upload button, I can say use runtime. I can say config is equal to use runtime config, and here basically I can destructure that, so I can get the public, and in public I will have the upload preset, and here I can pass that directly. Here I can pass upload preset, and we are good. After that, here I will have on upload is equal to on upload. We will create that, don't worry. We'll create this method. Then I will have the options. So in options I can pass different method. First of all, I will say client allowed formats, and here we will pass the allowed formats. We will create this as well, and then we will have the resource type, and here basically we will also pass the video. So I can say is video is true, then basically it will be video, otherwise it will be undefined. So it will take the default, which is the image. So by the way, don't worry, we will create these variables, and here let's create that, and here we will have the interface, because we will pass some props. So I can say upload button props, and here it will be is video. It will be undefined by default, so it will be optional. Then it will be allowed formats, basically this one. It will be optional, and it will be string array. By default it will accept all of these, and now here I can define that. I can say define props, I can pass the interface, upload button, props, and then that's it. Now these errors should be gone. Yes, this is gone, this is gone. So after that, we will also have the emit. So I can say emit is equal to define emits, and here I can say on change. And now let's create this on upload method. I can say on upload. Here we will say log. So basically let's define another response here. So I can define another type here. It's the interface. So this is the custom interface. This is according to the the type of response we will be getting from the Cloudinary. So that's why I defined that, so I can basically tackle the TypeScript issues. So here we will have the result, and here I can say it will be a ref. So and ref result, so I can say result, and here for now, just to show you how it will be a complete response, I can log the result. I can also log out result dot value dot info dot secure URL, and here it should also be value. And after that, I can emit the change, and in emit I can say on change, and in on change we will be passing the URL. So I can say result dot value dot info dot secure URL. That's it. And here I can copy on upload, because here the spellings are wrong. I don't know why it's giving me the error. Okay, it's deprecated use on success. So here I can say on success instead of on upload. I can say on success. That's change. Let's check that the documentation. I don't know why it's giving the error, because here if you see in the event props Cloudinary widget, we have this on upload method as well, because we need this one. On success is for other purpose, so we should be using this on upload. I can come here, and I don't know why, maybe it's because of this one. So it should work at least. So for now, let's ignore this warning, and we will see if it didn't work, then we will basically handle that. And after that, within this Cloudinary widget, if you see, if I show you, so this is the code for this image. So it means within the Cloudinary image, we can show whatever we want to show. And in our case, we will show this. So let's define this card, how it will basically look like. So I can come here in the code, and within this Cloudinary widget, I can simply paste some basic code. It's a basic card. We view card from the NuxtUI website, and here we are passing the, whenever we will click on this card, we are calling this open method, just like here. Basically, whenever we are clicking on that, we are showing this widget button, complete widget. Then I have some basically a customize some style, and here basically within that I have the icon. And although the basically based on the video status, I am showing the is video or is image. So if I save that, and I can come here in the image form, and here I can use that. So here I can say upload button, and obviously here we have to pass some props. So I can say basically, if I show you here, we don't need props, because this video we will be passing once we will use the video, and the same goes to the formats as well. So we can ignore them, and here we will only use on change. I can say on change, and here I can call the on submit method, and it will be a async. So async, and here in async obviously we will have the URL as well, because in on change we are passing the URL. And after that I will say await, and I can say on submit, and in on submit basically I will pass the object, and here I will say image URL, and it will be URL. I know it's giving the error because I have to change the on submit method here. So here I can say in event it will be a simple course schema. I can cut that, and I can paste that here, and here I can say simple event. Yes, because in we know in this basically title form, basically here in course form we will have the image URL, so we are only passing that is basically. And if we see if it didn't work, then we will fix that. Here why it's giving us the error, maybe I can say partial, because we didn't define other values here. Now the error is gone, because partial means we will pass some part of this course schema, because in course schema we have everything. So that's why we filtered this one. I can remove this type. Maybe let's see if it's working or not. And now let's see. And now if I click on add image, and yes, we have this card. And now if I click on upload an image, yes, we have the widget. And if I come again here, and if I select the unsplash, if I connect the unsplash, let's upload this image, first one. If I do the next one, let's select some size, small one. If I do the upload, if I click done, okay, we should have something here. If I click on console, result.value is undefined. So something is wrong here. Let me check. So in this button, basically something is wrong here. So after a lot of debugging, I found the error. Now images are uploading. So if you see, I have to make some change. So in URL, basically whenever we call on upload, we have to call this function. So I can show you, just to show you. I tested and now it's working. So this is how I have to change this on upload button. Instead of directly calling this one, I have to call, this is how. So on upload, get the result from this method and then pass that. And after that, here what I did, so basically I installed these dependencies earlier, and basically Cloudinary version got updated, so I had previous version, so that's why we faced this error. Now all of the errors are gone, and this is basically the only thing. First thing I fixed this one, the way we were calling previously, now we have to call this way. And the second thing I call here is why we removed the ref stuff. We will simply have this type of response. I can show you. You can check this result as well, this as well, and this as well. And another thing we have to change here, if I come here in the image form, so instead of, for now, let's see at least what exactly we will get here in the event schema. Event, basically event. And for now, I can simply basically comment this code, and at least we can see what exactly going on. So I can come here now, and in the teacher, and here let's also open the inspect, and in the console, and I can add an image just to show you basically here as well. If I come here, currently if I refresh that, I have three these categories image, and total are 73 assets. So now if I upload an image, if I browse, we can also upload the local images as well. And if I select this categories page, I'm uploading this one because this is the smallest one. So as soon as image is done with the uploading, this is basically upload btn the result one. This is one, this the 41 one. Basically, if I show you, we are logging 2 times. Here we have that, and if you should see the complete response, this is how it will look like. Event, we will have some event here. Basically, you can also, we can also have the fail as well. That you can read the complete documentation from the Cloudinary, and then we will have the info and all the details related to it. If you want to play with that, you can basically add all that stuff you want. And here, this URL is also from the upload button 41 one, and after that, this object is from the image form component, which we logged in here in event. And in event, if I see, I have only the image URL. So everything is as we were expecting. So here now let's uncommit this, and let's see if it's working or not. One thing I also noticed, we didn't update the patch method, so we have to update that, this one as well. So along with description, I can copy this one, and here I can say image URL, and here as well I can pass image URL. I can save that. Let's also save this image form as well. I can save that, and let's see if it will work or not. So I can done that, and now let's add an image. I can add image, upload an image. Let's browse again. Let's upload this image. I can say open. If I do done, see, course updated successfully. We have the course image here. So we are done with the course image as well. And by the way, I'm not sure if you noticed this one as well. These fields are getting automatically updated whenever we update the stuff. So let's try to check this one. If I basically remove completely description, if I save that, now course, although course get updated and we don't have any description, but this field is because description is null, so that's why here we have the two. So everything is working as we are expecting. Now let's come here and let's do the course category stuff. For categories, basically we will use the unique path. I just want to show you something new. For categories, now basically if you see here, it means we have to select the course category. It means we should have some kind of list here where we can select the categories, but so far we didn't created any category. So the first option is basically I can have another UI, like here something just like basically the course title. And because if I show you this basically the schema, Prisma schema, basically schema, Prisma schema, for category we only need the name. This is for the basically the connection related to the course. So we don't need this course array. So we only need the name. So first optionally, just like here we have the course, I can also create this type of form, and we can create the we created the course, we can also create the category. It will be exact same. Just here basically in the course post, here instead of the title I will be passing the category name. That's it, and we will be done with that. Second option is basically, first of all, let me close these Cloudinary stuff, all of these. And second step is basically I can go to the MongoDB if I do the sign in, and if I come here in the browse collections, and here we have the category. I can basically manually insert the documents, maybe because these IDs automatically generated. And here let me add, I can say accounting, and if I insert here, now we have the basically the document. Okay, that's strange. If I do the insert again, it didn't work. Maybe I have to refresh. Let me refresh because it should work. That's, if I do edit, that's strange. Cancel. If I do, let me delete this one, and let's again insert that document. Okay, here it will be name. Yeah, I didn't mention this one. So here I can say category one. I can do that, and now if I insert here, now we have that. So just to show you, just to verify, if I come here in the schema, yes, we have the name, and it should be unique. And now we have the category one. This is the basically the second option. Third option is basically the seeding. How basically we can use the Prisma seeding, and we can basically without any API creation we can upload that. We will be using that. I just want to show you something new, so you can also learn something new as well. So here let's create in the root of our project, let's create seed.js file, and here I can import the import Prisma client basically from Prisma client, and here I can say Prisma client, remember Prisma client, and here I can say const database is equal to new Prisma client, and after that I can say we will have the async function, and I can say create categories, and here we will have try catch block. I can say try catch block, and here I can say now await database dot category dot create many, and in create many I will pass an object, and within that we will have the data, and in data basically here we will pass the multiple categories, and for categories we only need the name. So I'm just copy pasting that one thing, sorry. So in data, because we are using the create many, not single, basically create, it will be array, and now I can pass that, and here we have the different categories, and here I can, after that I can simply log in, say success, because user will not see this type of thing. So we are basically, developer can only do this stuff, whoever have access to this code, he will be able to run this code. If you want to give user this access, maybe this is the simple task for you. Just like we created the course in this page, you can also create the category page, and you can proceed further. But here, just to give to show you something new, I'm here, I will show console error, and after that you should basically remember that this is also necessary, and here I can say await database dot disconnect. That's it. And here basically in this file at the end I can call this method, I can say create categories, and if I save that and I can run this, I can open this terminal, and here I can simply say node, and I can call this seed.js success. So it means we should have these categories now. If I come here in the database and if I refresh, see, we have all the categories. I hope you learned something new here. And now let's create the category form, and for that I can come here in the components, and then in the course, and along with course, let's fix this TypeScript related error. I can view expect error, and that should be removed. So here in the course I can say category form dot view, and for that I can come here and I can, let me close this terminal, and I can copy this title form. I can copy that in the category form. I can paste that, and here instead of title I can select this one. I can say Control D, and here I can say control category, course category, categories, and here let's select this small title, and I can select all of these, and I can say edit category, and here instead of this, like this, first of all let's here say, here we will have the category ID instead of simple category, and it either it will be a string or null. here we will also pass some other props as well. So it will be options array, and in options array we will have the id, it will be a string, then it will be a name which will also be a string, and it will be a basically options will be array of these two. Now let's also basically update this schema as well. So in here in the utils, let's update that as well. So here I can say category id, and it will be the exact same. So I can copy that, and here I can paste that, and here instead of image I can say category is required. I can save that, and now let's come here in the category form. So here instead of category I can say category id here as well, but here it will be category. Keep in mind this one and this one. You can also just to basically remove the confusion, I can say new category id. Let's copy that and let's paste that here. As we are passing the this options array, so let's also update that as well, and we can add the option watch as well. So here I can say props dot options, and here basically we will have the new options. Along with this we will also have the category, or basically here I can say const categories array, and here I can say maybe I think I'm complicating stuff here. So instead of confusing this one, let's remove this one. Should I proceed with this way? Let's go with it. Let's go. I did a lot of stuff here, and let's continue with this approach. So here I can say here we will have the array. I can say ref. It will be a basically props dot options. That's it. And here I will say whenever we are watching the options, so here I will say categories dot value is equal to new options. So by options, in simple words, we will be passing we will fetch all the categories in basically parent component, and then we will pass here as a prop. You know, the previously when I was telling you I'm complicating stuff. The other choice is to basically directly fetch the categories here in this component instead of the parent component, which is in our case is course id index dot. So now it's your choice. You can basically follow whatever pattern you want. I just want to show you the both stuff. So now before going forward, here I can say whenever we are editing, so here we will also have another option which is the current basically the selected option. So for that here I can say const selected option. In selected option is equal to it will be a ref, and by default we will have props dot options dot find, and in find I will say option, and if option dot id is equal to props props dot initial data dot category id. So here we will have the selected option either undefined, or we will have the complete option. So now here I can say if selected option exists, then I will say selected option dot name, otherwise I will say no category, yes. And now here I can remove this one because we will have the totally new stuff. So we'll use the select option. So I can come here into the NuxtUI website. I can come here, get started, and in this use select menu this one. So we will not use this one. You can basically once we have the simpler option, we can choose this one, but we will use something new. Yes, we will use this one. Just like see, this is the pattern we are following. ID and name. I can copy this one, and I can come here. After this, I can paste, and here in the V model we will have course form dot category id, and in options I will be passing the options, and here in placeholder we will have search a category. I can say search a category, and then like this, and value attribute will be id, and option attribute will be name. This is the same warning basically. It's stripped basically, although we know it will work. So I can simply say view expect error, and after that basically within that we will have the customized label, and for that I can simply say this one. So if I show you, oh sorry, that's strange. So within that, if I show you, we can customize the label as well, different options. If we want to show something different, we can do that as well. Like if you want to customize the option, if you want to customize the label, we will use this approach. We want to do that. By label, it means if I show you in the demo, if I select this documentation, see this is the customized label. So we want to do that. So in our case, it will be pretty simple. It will be just like that. Here in label, I will check if we have the category ID. and then show the selected category name. Otherwise we will simply show select a category. Now if I save that, why we have something error? So yes, here I have to replace this to title, and if I save that, and here let's log the event, so I can say log event dot data, just to see at least what we will get. And I can basically uncomment this commit this code, so at least we can see if it's working or not. So now obviously it will not work because we didn't import that. So I can come here in the parent component, which is not this one, this one, feature course id, and here I have to import that. So I can copy this one, I can paste that here, and here instead of course image form I can simply say course category form. Here we will have the error. Why? Because if I hover on that, I have to pass the options as well. So for options, it means I have to fetch the categories, and in order to fetch the categories, it means I have to create an API. So let's create that. So it will be pretty simple. I can come here in the API in the server, and in the server directly called another folder called categories, and here we will have the index.get.ts. It will be almost exact replica of this index.get. So I can copy that, and here now in I can come here. I basically copied teacher courses index.get. Now let's come here categories index.get.ts. I can paste that here, but the only thing we have to change here, I can say category, and basically we don't need where condition, so I can remove that. It should work. Oh sorry, we don't have here. I created that, so it will be a simple order by, and I can say order by name, and here I will have ascending. That's it. Let's save that, and now let's come here and let's fetch the categories here. It will be the exact same. I can copy that, and here I can say let's remove this stuff, and here we will have the API categories. Am I returning that? Yes, I'm returning. So it should work. Maybe I can create from zero. So here and here I can say await use fetch, and here I can say API. I don't have suggestions. Let's do automatically. I can say categories just to verify. Yes, we created that. And here I can say data, and here I can say categories. Oh, sorry, categories. If I hover on that, do I have? No, I don't have any response. Where we are getting? Okay, we are getting the error here. If I uncomment this one, and now if I hover on that, still not. Let me refresh. Control Shift P. Oh, sorry, Control Shift P and reload the window. And now if I hover on that, I should have that. No, I still didn't have that. So, but we know what exactly the response we will get. So we can continue, because sometimes the Nuxt TypeScript can create the problem. So I can uncommit, and here I have to pass the, if I do this, I have to pass options, and here I can pass the categories. Before basically I just have to here the if condition as well, so I can say we if categories exist, then basically show this component, because we have to pass that. This is basically TypeScript related error, because currently it's unknown type, so that's why it is giving the error. So if I save that, it will work. Obviously it's TypeScript, so it will not. So if I save that, I should have that here. Okay, I have to refresh. I think I can refresh this. So even after refresh, categories are not working. So after debugging, I found this error. So if you see, that's why it was not giving us even the auto suggestion saying unknown. Why? Because if you see categories, I created this within the server folder. It should be within the API. So I can cut that into the API. Are you sure you want to move into the category? Yes, move that. And here now we should have that auto suggestions. See, we have that. And let's also add, say, basically it's giving, it can be null, so I can add the if condition. So I can say if, and here I can say if categories exist, or no, not call ones, I can say categories exist, then basically show that, and now all the errors are gone. And now I have to come here in the category form. Let's at least see the preview. So if I come here, and if I basically show you, we have that. And if I select the category, see, we have the different options. I can select accounting, I can select different music, and we will have all the details. Now let's also see, whenever we will do the submit, what we will get. So at least we can see that. And if I save that, basically if I inspect, in the console. Let me show you again. So I can edit, and if I select the filming and if I save, ignore this one because we will change that obviously here. Here we have that category ID. So let's basically update the API, and then we can see if we have. I can come here in the teacher API, teacher courses, course ID, and then index.page. And here I can also add category ID, and I can say data dot category ID. Let's save that. And now let's come here in the category form. So instead of showing this console log, I can completely show this stuff. Here we are passing event data, and that's it. So if I save that, and let's see if our API will work or not. So I can edit the category, and first let's pass the accounting. And if I save that, also notice here 3/6. And if I save that, first of all, it's loading that. So this button is disabled. We're calling that fetch method. Project is running. I am feeling again my internet will fail. The same error. That's why it is taking time. Just to verify that if I refresh, yes, unexpected error, and it's the same error. And I can even show you here. It's the same DNS error. Let me fix this and I will be back. So I fixed the error. Now I hope it will work. So I can come here, inspect. So basically the error by mean, it's my basically my internet related error, so you will not face error. So now let's try to edit the category. Here I can select, I can say let's accounting, and if I do the save, yes, it is automatically course updated successfully. Here we have the accounting as category, and everything is successful. So we are done with the category form as well. So now let's come here for the price, because characters will be complicated, so I will do at the end. So now let's also create this course price form. So let's come here in the components, and within the components course, and here I can say price form dot view, and here I can copy this stuff from the title form. I can copy that, and here in the basically the let's close all of these. I can say close others, and now let's come here in the price form, and I can paste that here. Obviously we have to change something here. First of all, instead of course title, here I will say course price, and here instead of editing the title, I can say edit price, and here instead of here I will check. Obviously before that I have to change the schema as well. So I can come here in the schema, so I can say schema this one, and here I can say price, and it will be z dot course dot number. So it will be a number, not string, and it will be optional field. So I can say optional. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the price form, and here instead of the title I can say price, and it will be either number or it will be a null. And here now I can say check course form dot not course form, I can say initial data dot price exists, then show initial data dot price, otherwise we will be showing no price. So it means currently we don't have any price. Now here obviously we have the U form. Here I can say course price, same here title, and in help I can say what will be the price, what will be the price of this course, and here in placeholder I can say set a course, set a price. And one thing I here more we will have type will be is equal to number. I think that's it. Yes, the only thing is basically we want to format this, and format basically the in order to format that, let's create here another in the utils folder, and here I can create another file called index. Instead of index, let's call it price.ts, and here I can say export const format price is equal to price, it will be a number, and here I can say return new intel dot number format, and here we will pass the enus, and then we will have the object, and the style will be currency, then the currency will be USD, and that's it. And here after that I can call format, and then I will call price. That's it. I can save that, and now let's here wrap this up with, I can say cut, and I can say format price, and here I can pass that. This will be auto imported from this file price, so you don't have to worry about it. Now let's fix the remaining errors, and so we can proceed further. So here I can say instead of title it should be price, and here as well I can say price, and here I can say as well the price. I can copy that price, and after that, that's it. I think it will work. If I save that, and obviously we have to import that here as well. So here course price, I can copy this one, maybe this initial data one, and here I can paste that, and here I can say in initial course. Yes, that's it. If I say that, it should work, but we have to update that the API as well. In patch, I can come here, and I can also mention price. Why it's not giving me this citation? Yes, price, and here I can say data dot price. That's it. Let's save that, and let's see how it's looking. Here I have to come here. That's strange. Why we have this error? Maybe it's the same Prisma related error. Let me open. That was something. Let me open the network, so at least I can see what's going on. So here I can go to the courses. Yes, I think I got the same error again. Oh, really sorry about this. I don't know why this is happening with me. Let me fix that. It's related to my device. You don't have to worry about it. So I fixed the error. Now it's working. And by the way, I think I didn't change the form. So I can come here, and here where, yes, here instead of the category form, image form, I can say category price form. So if I save that, now we should have that. Yes, no price. And if I edit the price, and let's select the price, I can say $100. That's strange, because if you see, this is getting changed. It should not be happening. Why? Let me come here. Name is equal to price, type is equal to number, price. That's very strange. Oh, see, course, I am here. This was the mistake. Here I should be saying price v model. So let me save that, and now it should work. Obviously I can refresh that, because that's strange. Yes, now title is same, and now let's try to edit that. It's still loading. Now if I click on this one, and here let's select 100, and if I, let's also open the inspect, so at least we can see if it's working or not. And if I save that, yes, course updated successfully, and now we have this dollar sign automatically, and price is working. So we are done with the this basically price form as well. So now let's start the course attachments, and this one, basically this section, the source and attachment section. And for that, we will be using this stuff. We will be creating stuff here. So let's come here in the code part, and here within the basically the components, and then within the course, here we will, let's create another component called attachments form dot view. So here basically we will be using the upload button as well. So let's copy this image form dot view component. So I can come here, and I can copy that, complete this. I can copy this one, I can paste that here, and here I can say basically, first of all, course attachments. Then here basically we will have, instead of this editing and this stuff, we will not basically allow user to edit the attachment, although you can add that. It's up to you. Here I will remove that, and here I will say add a file. After that, we will have the basically other stuff. So here basically we will show the list of the attachments we have. So here I will say template, we, if we are not editing, then show the list of the existing basically the attachments we have. So I can say p. So here I will check if initial data dot attachments. Basically here we will pass the list of the attachments, and initial data dot attachments dot, maybe I can basically redefine that, so we can have the auto solutions. So here I will have the basically the, so here I can say here instead of image URL, we will have the attachments, and it will be a array. It will be a basically, I can, maybe I can import that attachments, and I can say attachment array or null basically. By the way, just to show you, oh sorry, not here. If I show you the schema, Prisma schema basically, Prisma schema, here we have the separate attachments, complete separate model, and in attachment we have the name of the attachment, and we need the URL. This basically attachment we will upload on the Cloudinary, and from Cloudinary we will have this URL. This is for only the relation purpose. So the only thing which is required to create the attachment are these two, the name and the URL. And then here basically, whenever we will fetch the course, we will attach the attachments beside that as well. Like if I come here where we are getting that, here like here we are saying include the chapters as well, and the order should be created at. So basically this is the purpose of how we will get the chapters within the course. So now let's come here and let's fix that. Obviously this will give us the error because by default in type the chapters will not be included. So for that we have to create a new type. So I can come here in the types, and here I can first of all import the course. I can say course. I think maybe I can copy from here. I can copy this line, and I can paste that here. Basically the course and attachment. And here basically I can say export type complete course is equal to, here I will say complete course is equal to, complete course is equal to, I can say course, and alongside I can also include attachments, and here I can have the attachment array. So it will be the combination of course and all that stuff. So now I can save that, and now I can import this from the types. So here I can say import type from types, and here I can mention that complete course, and if I hover on that we will have that. And now here basically I can say complete course, and here in the course form I can pass that basically this course. Instead of this course I can say complete course, and if I remove that, by the way, now the error is gone because here I mentioned it can be null, so that's why it was giving the error. So now let's define this stuff. Obviously we will not need this URL here. We don't need basically this stuff, the image URL, but obviously we will have this our own. Instead of here basically a title props, I can say attachment form props. The only thing basically I have to add the schema stuff, so I can here update this schema. Keep in mind this schema, and here we need the URL. Basically the I don't think we need to update this schema. Why I'm saying that? Because although it will be a I'm still confused, but let's add that. So here I can say just like the image URL, I can also say attachment URL. And by the way, we will edit that if something went wrong. I'm not 100% convinced we should be using these or not. So let's try that. So I can say attachment URL is required. Attachment is required instead of URL. So I can save that, and now I can come here in the attachment form, and here basically we can import that. It will be auto imported for us. So here where we are using the course schema, here I can say attachment. Obviously it will be a course schema, sorry, because we are passing this. If I come here, I'm passing this completely, so we are good here, and it's also the partial. And now let's come here. So basically yes, here attachments dot length. Either we don't have the attachments, or we attachment exists but the length is array. So here I will say no attachments found. And for the classes I can copy this text, these classes, and I can paste that here. And after the p, if we are not editing and still we have some attachments, so here I will show the list of the attachments. And for that I can say div, and here I will have the else, and here I will have some class is equal to space y true, and here we will have the for loop, and in for loop we'll have v for is equal to attachment in initial data dot attachments, and here we will have the div, and it will be a flex. I can say class is equal to flex, and first will be the icon, so I can say icon, and here we will have the name, and name of the icon will be lucid file, and class will be h4 w4 mr2 flex shrink 0. And after the icon we will have the attachment name, so I can say p, and here I will have attachment dot name, and also the text will be like this one, so I can copy that and I can paste that here. So here now we have the list of the attachment. By the way, we will also have some classes here. So here I will have class is equal to flex items center justify between p3, then we will have v full pg sky 100, then we will have border sky 200, and then we will have the border, then we will have text sky 700, then it will be rounded MD. Obviously we won't be able to see that now, so maybe before showing this one I can show the at least the list of the attachment here. So after that basically we will complete this after if we are not editing, it means we should be showing a user something where he can upload the attachment. So for that I only need basically this button. I can cut that and I can completely remove this stuff, and here I can say if, and here I will have the same basically classes upload button, and here instead of image URL I will be passing the attachment URL, and we are good here because we will have the a complete attachment here. So here now let's now basically change the submit function. So here in courses course param, here we will have new URL because we will handle the attachment separately. So I will attach this attachment. Obviously this API doesn't exist for me, for us basically. So let's create that, otherwise we will have the error. So I can come here in the server, in the course ID I can have another folder called attachments. In course ID, remember in course ID, here I can say attachments, and then within that index.post.ts. So it will be much similar to this dispatch request. So maybe I can copy that. I can copy this one, and now I can come here in the remember API, then teacher, then courses, then course ID, then attachments, and then index.post.ts. So let's remove why we have this commented code. And here basically, so in order to verify this request, I can copy the request from index.post where we have the validated request. So I can copy this one. I can come here. Oh, I think I can't use this validated request. Why? Because let just to show you why I cannot use that, because if we come here in schema, for all of these fields are required. So these fields are only for the basically the front end handling. So if I try to use that, because we are trying to create only the attachment, we are not passing the price or category ID or image URL from the basically the attachment form. So that's why we will have the error. So we will use the normal read body stuff, and here we can verify that on our own. So here I can say if data dot URL attachment URL it's undefined or null or empty, then what should we show? Here I can throw the error. So I can say throw create error, and in create error I can pass status code 401. Then we will have the status message, and in status message I can say attachment is required, and after that here I can check the obviously yes, here I can change basically can create the course. So attachment, so let's remove all of these and create from 0. Here I can say const attachment is equal to await db dot attachment dot create, and in create I can say data, and in data I can pass the URL, and in URL it will be attachment it will be data dot attachment URL, and after that we will have the name, and in name basically we will get from the attachment name. So in order to get that I can say data dot attachment dot URL, and here I can say dot split, we will split by dots, and then we will get the last name, last basically a string. I will show you how basically this will work. Currently it will be difficult. Then we will have the course ID, and in course ID how we can get the course ID, we are passing this in the params. So I can say event dot context dot params dot course ID. Here I can add the question mark, and the error is gone. Why it's giving us the error? Property course IDs. So here let's also check and event dot context dot params dot course ID exists. Then show that. So now we are fine. Basically this is the required field. So the error was it should not be undefined. So that's why. Now here we can return the attachment. I can return the attachment. If I save that, it should work for us. So now let's come here in the attachment form, and here I can say post, and now we can pass it, and here let's remove this completely. Now it should work. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. I can come here, it is refreshing for us. Oh sorry, it will not work out for us because we didn't use that in the course ID in the parent component. So I can come here, And here let's mention that. So here I can copy this completely, this one, and here instead of price form, here I can say attachments form, and here as well I can select both of these, and here I can say attachments form. If I save that, we should have something here. If I refresh, let me check why we don't have that. That's strange. Resources and attachments, course attachments form, attachment forms. At least I should have this one. We if is editing. Why we don't have? Maybe if I go back and come again, that's strange. Because we are also not getting any error. I think this time we have that. This is something strange. Let me basically debug that why it's happening. So I got the error. Basically, it's the spelling mistake. So if you see here, we have the attachments form. So it was my mistake. So I can select both of these, and here after the CHE, although I know spellings are wrong, but for now let's go with that. So if I save that, and if I come here, now we have this one. And if I click on add file, here we can upload the basically the attachment. If I click on that, let's upload some sample attachment. And if I select, let's select not this video, let's select this again category page. Actually this is small, that's why I'm choosing always this one. Obviously you can upload any attachment you want. And if I do the select, course is updated successfully, and here we have the attachment, and here we have the name as well and the file as well. But if you see something is wrong here, so obviously we need fix. But the main thing is our attachments are working and API is also working. So let's fix these style issues. So I can come here. Here I can simply mention if course exists, then do that. It will still give us the error because attachments can be null, and that's why it's saying, so for now we can just simply ignore. Just to show you why it will work, if I show you the complete course, we will have everything. If I here log the basically the show you the course. In course C, we have the attachments array, but it's TypeScript. I don't want to complicate this, although we can fix somehow, but let's ignore for that now. So here now I can come here in the attachments form, and in the attachment form, let's fix these issues. So here we should also have the items center. If I do that, I should have something still. I got it. In this P, the bottom, yes, we should not have this thing. Yes, now it's centered. So after that, basically this icon of this div, basically here we will have the button to delete the basically the attachment. I can say U button, U. So it will be pretty simple. Maybe I can just copy that. It will be just like that. Obviously we need to create this deleting ID variable. We don't have that now, and same also goes to this delete attachment method as well. But this is pretty simple. So here I'm checking if deleting ID is equal to attachment ID, then show this icon. And if deleting ID cannot is equal to attachment ID, then show this stuff. So now let's create this delete attachment stuff. So by default it will be a null. So after this on submit, here I can say const deleting ID is equal to, it will be either string or null, and by default it will be a null. And here I can say const delete attachment is equal to, it will be a async, and here I can say try catch block. And for now let's only say basically here we will in delete attachment method we will pass the ID. So here I can say it will be a string, and here I can say deleting ID dot value is equal to ID. And for now just log, here I can say deleting id dot value, and let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So this is how it will look like. If I click on that, now see we will have this spinner. So it means we are something is we are processing something. So that's why we have that. So now let's create the API for that. And I can come here in the basically in the attachments. Here we will need the attachment ID as well. So here within the attachments I will say attachment ID, and within that I will have the index dot delete dot ts. So here I can simply for now I can just copy this stuff. So I can copy that, and here in the index.delete I can paste that. We will require this session as well. Then basically here we don't need this one. Here I will simply say course attachment, DB attachment, instead of create I will say delete, and in delete here instead of data I can say where, and here we will have the course ID just like the, and here I will also have the ID, so I can say event dot context dot params dot attachment ID. That's it. So I can save that, and now this should work for us. Obviously we don't need to read the data here because it's the delete method and we will not pass any data here. Yes, it should work for us. So now here let's come here in the attachment form, and here I can basically copy all of this try catch block, so at least we can have the complete overview. And now let's change this. So first of all let's copy this step, and here now let's remove this, and here I can basically do this after the is loading, and here I can say attachments, and then we will have another basically this method, and here I can pass that. First of all let's mention here delete, and here now I will have the deleting id dot value, and here obviously we will not pass the event, that's why it's giving us the warning. And here I can say attachment deleted successfully, and here we will obviously refresh that, and here instead of is editing I will say deleting id is equal to null, and same goes to here toggle loading false and this one. And if I save that we should have something here. So now if I delete that, attachment deleted successfully, and now we have no attachments. Let's test again. And by the way, just to show you, if I basically log the event here where we have the basically the attachment URL, how basically we are creating the name, attachment name, I can show you. Now if I upload an image, if I drop the category page, if I open that, so in attachment URL, this is how basically this is the URL we have. So we are splitting basically this string using this. Basically I can show you how it will look like. I can copy that, and in string, sorry, I can paste that here. Now I can say split, I can say using this one, and now if you see we have string by dividing this each word we have separate word. And if you see focus on this one, we can, if we get the last item we will have the name, and here we have the name. So that's how we are getting that stuff, and that's why we have the attachment name. So attachment form is also working now. Now let's move to the this course chapters. For that I can come here, and so within the course I can also say chapters form. So I can say chapters form dot view. So for that I can copy the stuff from the title form, although it will be a little different. I can copy that, and here I can paste that here. So here first of all let's here instead of basically we will have the different stuff here. So maybe let's first adjust this prop stuff, and then we will say. So here I can say chapter form props, chapter form props. Then here we will have the chapters list. So I can say chapters, and here I can also import chapter, and here I can say it will be a chapter array. And also here we need to edit this basically the do we need to edit that? We will have the new schema, so let's also create new schema as well. So I can come here in the utils schema, and just like course schema we will have the chapter schema. I can copy that, and here I can say chapter schema, and we will add the stuff step by step. So for now let's say only the title, and here beside course schema I can copy that, and here I can say chapter schema, and here I can pass the chapter schema. I can save that, and now let's come here in the chapters form. So here inside of course form we will have the basically the chapter form. I think I also have to update the basically this should work complete course. Still we will get the error. Why? Because if I come to the complete course, here I also have to mention and here I have to say chapters, and it will be a chapter array. So now that should fix our error. If I say props dot initial data, that's strange because I did that here. Okay. Even here I'm getting the error. These are type related error. I will see how we can fix them. For now I can simply say ts ignore. I will fix at the end. I will try to fix that. I don't want to complicate things. So because we know we will get the chapters. So let's continue and we will fix them later. So here I can remove that. Please watch. We will have the chapter form, but here the type will not be like this. So I can remove that completely even we don't need that. So here I can say basically a simple, I can say ref. It will be a basically chapter schema. This one, the type chapter schema. It will be like that. And here now I can pass the title, and in title I can say it's a empty string. Let's also remove this one because we will not use in our props, and we are good. So here, by the way, instead of editing, we will have is creating. So let's select all of is editing and let's say is creating, because just to show you, if I come here in the screen, so here we will have the either we will create the chapter, or for editing the chapter we will have the complete new UI, just like basically the course. So this is how our chapter basically the editing UI will look like. Just like the basically the course, we have the chapter editing stuff. Here we will have the basically either this UI where we will create the course, or we will have the list of the courses, which for some reason I missed that. Yes, this is how the our list will look like. Once we have the chapter, this will be the basically the list of the chapters where we can edit that, and upon clicking on this pencil icon, we will be redirected to this page, and we will be able to drag and drop as well. And here it will be a draft unless it's published, because here we will also have the steps. So this is how it will look like. So for now, let's focus on here. And here, after the basically the course, here instead of course title, before that basically I can add the class. Here I can say relative, and here we will have another icon just like from the attachments form. Let's first of all, let's also, I can completely remove that even because we don't need that. So let's remove this. By the way, I'm in the attachments form. I can remove this prop stuff because we don't need that. And here, if we have something extra, let's remove all of that. Let's remove all these one, and let's remove this course as well. And I can save that. So all the extra stuff is removed from here. And now let's come here. Oh, sorry, I was here because I need to copy this icon. So let's copy this one, and here I can, after this basically relative position, remember that this relative position is basically important. So here now I can say div, and here I can say class. Here we will have another variable called is dragging, is sorry not class, here I have to say v if is dragging. Let's create that. So I can define that. Here I can say const is dragging is equal to ref, and here I will have the false. By default it's false. I can got that it should be here. And now I can come here. We if is dragging, then we should show this, and we will have some classes because it will be the absolute. So here I can add some classes. So absolute, heightful, and all that stuff. Let's remove this class. So this is how it will look like. And then we will have here, instead of title, I can say course chapters. Here I can say is creating cancel, or I can say add a chapter. I can say add a chapter. We will have that. And here after that, either we will have the U form, or we will have the list of the chapters. So I can say chapters list, and here I can simply say pre for now. Obviously we will define that. And here I can simply log in. We can also basically add some condition here as well. So I can say template. First of all, here if we are creating, then we will show that, otherwise v else, and within v else we will have more conditions. So I will say template v if initial v if is equal to initial data dot chapters, and I can basically say if initial chapters dot length, if length is empty, I can say no chapters found. Else basically I will say template v else show the list of the chapters, and for that I can use the pre. I can cut that. Obviously we will design this UI, and here I can basically say initial data dot chapters. I can save that. Obviously we need to change some stuff here. So here we don't need this title stuff. I can completely remove that. And here instead of course schema, I can pass chapter schema. Sorry, I can say chapter schema, this one, chapter schema. And here in state form I can say chapter form, and here as well chapter form dot title. Here instead of in help we will have we will not add the help here. So let's completely remove that. and here we will have the chapter title. I can say chapter title, then title, and here inside I can say introduction, and now it should work for us. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So obviously it will not work because we didn't import this in the our UI, just to basically stop if everything is working as we are expecting. Obviously here we need we will update this UI, but at least let's see how our UI is looking. So first of all, let's come here in the parent component. Here course teacher, courses, course ID in here, and here let's mention where we have, yes, here we have to mention chapters form. So here I can say maybe I can copy this one and let's paste that here, and here let's select both of these, and here I can say along with, instead of price form I can say chapters form. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. I can come here, yes, no chapters found. If I click on add a chapter, we have this button cancel. Something is wrong. We will basically style that. Maybe I can come here, just like we have no chapters stuff here. Maybe I can copy this one. I can copy that, and here instead of simple template where I'm showing this one, I can simply paste that, and here I can add this if condition. I can paste that here. I can totally remove this one, and let's remove this if condition as well, and here I can say no chapters found. So this art will look like, so instead of text center it should be left. So let's remove this class, and if I save that, so this art will look like, if I add the chapter, we have the chapter type. If I cancel, so now let's create this API in order to create the basically the chapter. And by the way, yes, let's keep this chapter title. So now let's create the API, so we can call that here, and we can create the chapter. So I can come here in the course ID. Remember, in the course ID, just like we have the attachment folder, we will also have the chapters folder. So I can say chapters, and then we will have the index.post.ts, and I can copy basically this index.post from here. So I can copy that. I can come here, I can paste that here. So here we know we are passing the title, so here I can say title, and here basically I will check if title is null, or for some reason I will throw the error. So here I can say attachment title is required, and after that we will have that. So here let's create the completely, I can remove this totally, and we can create from zero. So here first of all, if you see in the chapters, if I go to the schema, Prisma schema, where we are creating the chapter, we also need the position. Obviously this title is required, and this position is required field. So that's why other values are all of the values are optional. So we have to handle this position stuff as well. And in order to handle that, I will first get last chapter. So I can say last chapter is equal to await db dot chapter dot find first, and in find first I will say where. First of all I will pass course ID. So I can say event dot context dot params dot course ID, and after that I will say order by position ascending, sorry descending. So here we will get the chapter last chapter. So now here I will check const new position is equal to, so this can be a null as well, because now in current case we don't have any chapter here. So here I will say last chapter. If it exists, then what should we do? Last chapter dot position plus 1. Else if it doesn't exist, so it means it's the first position, so we will assign the 1 value. Now I can create the chapter. I can say const chapter is equal to await db dot chapter dot create, and in create I can pass the data, and in data we will pass the title, then we will pass the course ID, not course ID, and it will be the exact same. So I can copy this one, and let's paste that here, and after that we will have the position. So I can say position is equal to new position, yes, and I can return this chapter, and it should work for us. I can say chapter, that's it. I can save that, and now let's come here in the chapters form, and let's fix this. And here I can say we also need chapters, and here see it is automatically giving us the error. So if I do the post, it will work for us. Now the error is gone, and here let's remove this one, and obviously here we will not basically do the course schema, it will be a chapter schema, this one. And now let's save, and let's see if it's working or not. Although it should work, but still let's check that. And now let's come here, I can say add a chapter. If I say chapter 1, and if I save that, see we have the chapter. So we added the chapters, and even we also have the list of the chapters. So now let's basically design this UI. If I show you, we will have this type of UI in the chapters list. So let's create that. And for that, I can create in the components folder. Keep in mind, in components folder, I will have another folder called chapters, and within the chapters, I will have list dot new. Just to show you, basically, as we are moving forward, so we will do the dragging as well. So although we already installed this library, but I just want to mention that we will be using this Vue drag library. If you want something else, you can do that. So just if you didn't install, please install that. Otherwise, this will not work for you. And here, let's define the base component. So I can have this one. And here, first step, let's define the interface. So I can say interface. We will have the chapters, list props, and here we will be passing the items, and in items we will have the chapter array. Yes, chapter array. And here now let's say define props, and in define props I can pass this chapter list props, and here that's it. And now here we will have the div, and in div we will have the draggable first. So I can say draggable, this like this, we will have this tag, and obviously we need to import that from Vue draggable. So I can say import draggable from Vue. Obviously we will create that. So basically after this, I can also say const chapters is equal to ref. It will be a chapter array, and here I can pass the props dot items. By the way, you can say why we are creating the ref. We have these chapters array because it's a draggable. So we will be updating this chapters array. So if we update we cannot directly update the props. If we are passing the props, we cannot do that. Although there is a hack, but I don't want to complicate. This is the simplest and easiest way. So let's move with that. And here I will also watch the props. So I can say props dot items. If we are changing, then updated chapters, and here I can say chapters dot value is equal to updated chapters. It should be chapters. So let's also here see updated chapters. So on drag, and obviously we will create that. For now, let's continue. Here I will say div dot data div. Here we will have some basic classes. So here I can add that. So flex, all that stuff, and chapter basically. By the way, here after this div, let me show you the Vue draggable library. Vue draggable. You can check the complete documentation here. All the stuff is mentioned here. Just to show you, basically in the one thing is mentioned here, we should have basically only one basically the child. So that's why here I will say after this basically drag, and here we should have that, and this one basically, and within that I will mention all this stuff. Let's move this to up. We don't need to basically create the okay here as well, this one as well. Yes, we don't need to create the for loop because this V model, this library will handle for us, and this chapter you can represent a single chapter. So here that's why I can add the class. If chapter is published, then add these classes. So after this div, I will have another div which will basically represent the icon. And here basically the icon is basically this draggable icon. If I show you this grip icon, and after that, after this div basically we will have the chapter title. So here I can say chapter dot title, and after that basically here we will have the different basically the badge. This is the draft. Either we will have the draft or publish based on the status, and here beside that we will have another draft which is basically will represent if this basically this course is free or not. So that's why we'll have different badges here. So after this title, remember after this title, here we will have these type of stuff. ML from the margin from the left, it should be auto, and then based on the free status. If it's free, then we will show the free badge here. Otherwise, we will show if if it's published, then do some these classes, and also show the different status based on the basically the if it's published, then show the published label. Otherwise, draft. Then we will have this icon. If you click on that here, basically we are upon clicking on that, we will basically do the editing of that. So now just to basically solve this, let's create this on drag and method. So here I can say const on drag and is equal to, here I can say const reordered chapters is equal to chapters dot value dot map, we will update the chapter. So I can say chapter, then I can say return, and here I can say ID. It should be chapter dot ID, and then I can say position. By the way, we should have in chapter, I should have that. Why I didn't get the basically the auto? Okay, because I'm creating my own, so that's why. Here I can say position, and then here I will have the, I can say props dot items dot find index, and in find index I will say item, and in item I can say item dot id is equal to chapter dot id, sorry 3. So here that's how we can get the reorder chapters value. And here I can say emits, not obviously we have to define the emits, so let's define that as well. So here I can say const emits is equal to define emits, and in define emits it will be array, it will be on reorder, then we will also have on edit, so that's why we have on edit. And here I can call the method, now I can say emit, and here I can say on reorder, and here I will pass the reorder chapters. Let's save that, and now let's use that here in the chapter list instead of this pre. Here I can say chapters list, and here I can pass that. Here I can say items is equal to initial data dot chapters, then I will say on edit is equal to, here for now I can simply say just log. I can say log. By the way, is there anything we are passing in the on edit method? Yes, we are passing the id. So here I can say id, and here I can simply log the id. At least we can see that how it is looking. Let's also copy this one, and we will have another on reorder. So here I can say on reorder, and here obviously we will have not the id, we will have the chapter. So chapters, I can simply log out the chapters. So let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So if I come here, we should have that here. Okay, something is wrong and it's with the view draggable. Let me fix that. So I'm not sure why I made this mistake, but for some reason our basically this library was old version. It has basically 2.1 point something. It was like I don't remember now, but maybe I can. So it was maybe I can show you because I installed that. So yes, previously it was 2.243. So I upgraded this version to 4.1.0, and now it's working fine for us. If I show you, this is how our chapter is looking, and it's working fine as we are expected. And just to basically test if it's working or not, if I add another chapter, I can say chapter 2, and if I save that, now we have the two chapters. First of all, let's add some margin from the top here, and if I come here in the chapters list, maybe in the attachment form I can come here where we are showing the attachment, not attachment form in chapter list. Here I can add the bottom, I can say class empty 4, and if I save that, yes, now we are good. So we have now two chapters. So let's basically open the console, and if I do that, let's drag some, I can click on this one. I should have something login. Let's verify if it's at least working or not. Oh, sorry. Here I have to make the change. So basically keep in mind here it should be the 4.1.0. I will also update the Nuxt starter file as well, which I provided earlier. So I hope you will not face this error. So you will be good to go. And another thing, I made the change for some reason. Basically the Nuxt config, basically our UI was giving us the dark mode. So it's the feature of the Nuxt UI. So in order to fix that, first you have to mention this one in the nuxt.config file. And second thing, if to still it's not working for you, you can come here in the storage, local storage. I'm in the Firefox, so that's why maybe you are seeing different. So you will have this Nuxt color mode, and in the local storage you can change this to light, and it will work for you. So now let's see why this is not working, although we are expecting something. So here in the basically the in emits, let's basically instead of showing where, here I can at least log it. So I can say reorder chapters. If I do that, if I save that, although dragging is working, if you move this to up, chapter 2 is on the top, but obviously in the database it will not save. Yes, we can see that. If I do again, so we have this list. So it means something is wrong here, but obviously it can be wrong because I'm calling the function here within the and it's not good. So let's create that instead of showing that here, and here I can say on edit, and here as well on reorder. Let's remove this stuff. That's why we had this error. So here now I can say on reorder is equal to this one. So here I can say on edit I can simply say navigate to, and in navigate I can simply pass. So let's, instead of doing this, let's create the function. So I can say edit chapter, and here I can say on the order. Let's create these two. So here on edit chapter I can close this one, and let's create that. So here I can say const edit chapter is equal to, here we will have the id, and then I can say id will be of type string, and here I can say navigate to, and in navigation I can say teacher, then we will navigate user to the courses, then we will have the course id. So here I can say params dot course id, and then we will have chapters. Remember, we don't have this page for now, so that's why we will face the error here, but we will fix that, and that's it. And on reorder, let's do that. I can say const on reorder. Here it will be a async method, so I can say async, and here basically in the props we are passing the if you see in the list, we are passing the id and position. So here I can define my own basically custom data. I can say updated positions, updated chapters, maybe updated chapters, and it will be a id, and in id we will have the string, and then we will have the basically the position, and it will be a number, not null, it will be a number, and it will be a array. And here now I can say, first of all, let's define try catch block, and in finally I can do this. So maybe I can copy this bit complete stuff from here. Obviously we need to fix this one, and here I can paste that, and here obviously we will change this one because we will have a total different UI. And before basically creating this UI, let's create the API. So it will be a basically a put request where we'll be passing the all the updated data, and basically we will be reordering the chapter. So I can come here, keep in mind server API, then in the teacher, then in the courses, then in the course ID, then in the chapters. And in chapters, we will have another folder called reorder chapters. And here we will have another folder called reorder. And reorder I will have index.put.ts. So for that I can copy this chapters index.post.ts. So I can copy that, I can come here, I can paste that here. First of all, we will not basically here we will have the, instead of title we will have the list. I can totally remove this one, and here basically I can also remove all this stuff because we will be looping through this, and we will be updating multiple basically the chapters here. So here I will say for list item a item of list, and here I can say await. That's strange. Why it's not giving? Oh, sorry. Let instead of. So here, yes. So here I will say await db dot chapter dot update, and in update I will pass where, and in where we will have id, and it will be item dot id, and after the where we will have the updated data. In the data we will pass position, and in position I will have item dot position. That's it. Now we will have the updated chapters, and here I can basically simply return status code. Why it's not giving me the suggestions? I can simply return true boolean value. That's it. So I can save that, and now let's come here, and here let's fix this one, and here after the chapters I will have reorder, and it is automatically giving me the error. So here we will have the put, and here I will pass the updated chapters, and after that, that's it. We only have to do this one, and let's call this now on reorder method here as well. I think I should fix the spelling, so I can control D, and instead of on here reorder. So let's save that, and now this should work for us. So let's see the console as well. So if I do move this to up, okay, we have 500 error response internal server error. Why is that? What exactly we have the error? Let's read that. Internal server error in data status codes something. Let's see the at least in the network request what exactly I'm passing in the request. I'm passing the array. Yes, I'm passing the array. Then why it's not working? Let me debug. Let's come here. API teacher courses updated chapters reorder. Let's verify if its spellings are okay. Chapters in chapters reorder. Now let's come here. So I got the mistake. So basically, if I come here in the chapters form, if you see here in the back end, I'm getting the list, but from the front end, I'm not passing that. I'm simply passing this array. So in order to fix that, here I can say object, and here I can say list, and in list basically I can pass the updated chapters. So now this should fix for us. So I can come here, and now let's update the position. So let's move this to the up chapter 2. So it is getting updated, and if you see, that's strange, we have something wrong here as well in the console. Let me refresh because it didn't get updated. Oh, are we sorting this? I think we are not sorting this out. So I found the bug after debugging sometimes. So if I show you, if I come here in the list, we are making the mistake here. So here, by the way, instead of this finding the index, I should be simply mentioning, because in this chapters, after we are done with the dragging, it will give us the basically the updated array. So we will have the updated index here, and just for the showing purpose, I can also, let's save this file, basically list, and here I change this from finding index to the position, simple this one index, and also yes, chapters dot value map, because this map will also give us the index as well. So we, in case of position, I'm just assigning that. And just to see that how, if chapters are working or not, if I come here in the chapters form component, in chapter form component, I'm also showing this pre all the chapters here as well, so at least we can see if everything is working as expected. So now this is the position, and if I, for example, now imagine that chapter 3 position has 0, so it means it is at the first place. Now if I change this position 1, this one course get updated, and now it's working as expected. Now the chapter 1 is at the top, and chapter 1 position is 0. Chapter 3 position is automatically changed to 1, and now chapter 2 is at position 2. So this is working as expected. Now one thing I noticed here, I should be adding the loader instead of the global basically the loader which we basically created. That if I show you here, yeah, this one, I should be showing this one is dragging when we are dragging that. So I can copy this is dragging value. Here should also, I should instead of here I can say is dragging dot value is equal to true. I can copy that, and here I can say is dragging dot value to false. And if I save that, and let's also remove these chapters from here, which were basically only for the debugging purpose. And if I save that now, and if I change this position to true, see we have that loaded. And this is basically just to show it course updated successfully. I don't think we should be showing that whenever we reorder that. So I can maybe remove this show message in case of the reordering, because we will have a good experience. So if I change that to this one, see we have that, and it's working as expected. So now let's basically create this. Once we click on this page, if I click on that, we will get the 404 page, because this page doesn't exist chapters and these single chapters. And the UI will be much similar to the core setup. If you see, the top is exactly the same. Then we have the here, instead of obviously customize the course, we will have the customized chapter access settings. So it's almost similar. This title, description, the chapter access form is a new component, but this is also similar to the attachment. Just the simple change is instead of image, we will have the video here. So let's create this basically the page UI. And also we have the new basically component here as well for back button. Maybe even we can create that here as well, the back to course setup or back button. So let's create the course UI now. So let's come here, and here basically within the pages, within the page, then teacher, then courses, course ID, and within the course ID it will be there. So here I can add another folder called chapters, and then within the chapters I can say chapter ID, and then here I can say dot chapter ID, and then within that I can say index dot view. Teacher, courses, then course ID, within that chapters, then within that chapter ID, and then index dot view. Keep in mind. And for that, I can simply copy this from the single course ID because most of the components and the structure is same. So I can copy this complete basically the component from here. But obviously we will change all stuff here. And now I can come here in the index. I can paste that here. First of all, let's change these required fields. For required fields, we will have only the basically the we will not have these values. We will have the course, obviously chapters. So maybe before moving forward, I can basically create the single chapter fetching API as well. So we can have the overall view. Maybe let's fix as much as we can here, and we can comment all the other code. So here instead of course setup, I can say chapter setup. Here I will also have the button as well, and for that here I can say we will have another div v width full, and not this one v width full. And here basically we will have the button for back. So I can simply basically it will be a simple button with this icon, and then we will have the variant ghost back to core setup, and then trailing should be false. And to inside of route I can simply say params dot course id, and we are good to go. And by the way, this will also be wrapped in a single width. So here I can move these two up, and here obviously we will have instead of core section we will have the chapter action. But before moving forward, I think it will be best if I can basically fetch the single chapter and then show the details accordingly. And maybe we can also comment the extra components which we will not use, like we will not use course image form, course category. I can totally remove that. And here basically we will have the access data instead of chapters form. So I can say chapter access form, which obviously we will create that. So I can completely remove that. And after that, if I check the UI, we will not have any top heading here. So I can simply basically I can totally remove this one, and here I can say chapter video form, and here obviously we will not need that, so I can completely remove that. So for now this is how it will look like, but obviously a lot of things will fail here, but at least we will be able to see some stuff. So I can save this one, and now let's create the basically the single chapter access API. And for that I can come here in the server. Basically here in the within the chapters we will have another folder called, I can say, chapter id, and then within that we will have index.get.ts. So chapters and then index.get.ts. So it will be a much similar to basically this one, where we can get the single basically the course. So maybe I can copy that. I can copy this one, and now I can come here within the chapters and within chapter ID, and here index.getTS. And here obviously we will verify the session. Then we will also get this session as well. And here instead of the basically the course, I can say chapter. And here I will have the instead of the ID, this ID, user ID, I will have the first simple ID, basically the params. Here I will, maybe I can copy this one as well, because we will use both chapter ID and course ID. And here I can say chapter ID, and then we will have basically the, I can say, course ID is equal to event dot context dot param dot course ID. So we will return that chapter where course ID is same, the chapter ID is same, and include, we will not include anything, so I can totally remove that, and we will simply return this one. So I can save that, and that's it. In order to get the single chapter, we will only need this one. Now I can come here, and here I can also say after this one I can say chapters, and then I will have another, and here I can say params dot chapter id, and we are good. And here obviously we will have the, if I hover on that, okay, something, it means something is wrong with the API route chapters. So maybe I can totally remove this one, and let's get the auto suggestion. So here if I say, we will use this one, teacher courses course ID chapters and chapter ID. So I can copy that, and obviously I have to change this to, here I can say params dot course ID, and here I have to say chapter ID. So I can cut this one, and here I can say params dot chapter ID. And now if I hover on that, okay, it's still unknown. That's strange. maybe I can look into this where we created that. We are returning something. If I hover on that, yes, we are returning this chapter. I don't know why it's giving the unknown. So maybe it's because maybe we don't need the categories, and even yes, maybe let's change this to, I can say chapter ID, and also beside that I can also say teacher chapter. And if I save that now and if I hover on, it's still unknown. Maybe I can refresh the type. I know it's getting a little bit odd, so maybe I can simply copy this, basically this code, and let's remove all of the above stuff. So at least then we will do the again, let's see at least why it's not giving us the type. So let's create from zero, and now I have this basic component, and I will add only this code, and at least we can see what exactly in the chapter we will have. So here I will say only, let's say for now only say chapter. It's still unknown. I am not sure why it's giving us the unknown. So at least let's try to show what exactly we will get here. So I can say data, and whether if it's something wrong with our API, or something else is wrong. So if I hover on that and if I refresh, so we have the chapter, and the only problem is the Nuxt is not giving us the auto suggestion for chapter. So that's the problem. It means our API is fine and we will have the chapter response. So now let's proceed step by step. And here, in order to fix this issue, I can, for now I can simply say I will have the any response, and we are good to go. At least then we will see why this API the type suggestion is not working for us. So now let's remove all of this, and here now I can copy the stuff from the single course, which is here teacher courses course ID. Let's do step by step, and here basically I can copy this one, you alert one, and here I can say instead of course here in data I can rename this to chapter, and here basically I can say chapter, and chapter is not published, then basically show this variant. So here obviously it will be this chapter is unpublished, it will not be visible in the, it will not be visible in the course. So we can have that, and after that we can add this padding stuff. So I can copy this one, and here we will have that overall padding from all around the place, and here we will have exact similar this one I can copy that, and I can come here and I can paste that, and obviously here we need to create this one. So first of all, let's change this text to chapter setup, and now here obviously we need this completion text, and for that I can come here at the bottom, and maybe I can copy these fields. So I can copy these all of these, and I can come here in the chapter, and here I can paste that, and obviously instead of all of these I will remove, and here we will have the, let's replace this course with the chapter, and here instead of image URL we will have the video URL. If you see here, oh sorry, we saved that. So if I come here we need the video URL instead of the image URL, and after that everything will work as expected. So maybe I can we will use this is complete as well, but later. So for required field and all the complete all fields, we have the completion stuff, but here we will also need something else as well. For the, if you see the design, we need this button as well. So let's do that as well. So I can come here. So here after the justify between this div, I can place that, and obviously we need some other div as well. So here I will say div at the top of that, and let's move all of this stuff to the top, and here I can say class with full, and here by the way after this div we will have another, and here I will say div, and let's move this all of these to the top as well. So this this is how overall the our header chapter header will look like. And here I will have some other classes as well. I can say class is equal to flex items center, and then we will have the justify between, and then width will be full. And now obviously we need to change, instead of route we will have simply the params, and we are good to go. And if I save that, obviously instead of core section, let's for now uncomment commit this code, and let's see how it will look like, at least the header. So we have the course setup, the chapter setup, and all the fields we need to enter, because currently we have the title, so that's why it is giving us the 1 by 3. Now if I click on that, I'm back here. let's click again. So I'm back here in the chapter form. So now let's add this instead of course section, let's add the chapter action component as well. And for that I can come here I can say actions dot view. It will be much similar to the course actions. So I can say copy that, I can come here, I can paste that. So here let's replace the course stuff with the chapter. So I can say chapter, and here as well I can say so, and also the small courses. So let's select this one and control D, and let's change this to the chapter, and we are good. Although basically here let's also change the function's name as well. So instead of toggle course I can say toggle chapter, and here instead of delete course I can say delete chapter, and now we are good. So let's save that, and let's in order to fix this warning, we can also here I can say either it will be a chapter or null. So this warning, okay, let's remove that. Because otherwise we have to add the basically the verification here as well. So I know it's a TypeScript warning, so let's ignore for that. It's not that much. You can implement that hard. So now here instead of core sections, here I can say chapters actions, and I can paste that, and here I can basically say chapter is equal to a chapter, and we are good. Now let's remove these two and let's see if it's working for us or not. So if I save that, and let's come here, and here we have that. So if I let's just to see at least if everything is working as we are expecting. If I do the publish, we have that a complete basically the chapter details. And then if I delete and if I cancel, nothing is happening. If I delete and if I continue, we have the chapter ID, which is exact similar to this one. So the top is done. Now let's create this the title component, and for that I can come here, and here let's copy this title form from the course. So I can copy that completely, and here I can paste that within the chapters. So here I can say okay, instead of copying this one, I can simply copy this file. I can say copy, and here in the chapters I can say paste, and here we will have. And obviously we need to this instead of course I can say chapter title, then is editing, this will remain same. And here instead of course form, so maybe let's create the basically the let's select control F and select all of these, and now let's select control D, control D, control D, control D, control D, control D. So all of the capital course one are selected now, and here now we can say chapter, yes. And now obviously we also need to change the title form props. This I think other things will remain. Yes, here we need to create change this instead of course schema, we should have the title schema. Do we have that? So if I come here, yes, we have the chapter schema. So maybe we can copy that, and here instead of the course schema, let's select all of these, and here we can say chapter schema, and also do we have this small one as well? Yes, here instead of course schema, let's select control D, and here we can say chapter schema, and here instead of course form, let's select course form. We should have chapter form. So here is editing chapter form, then is editing we are schema, and here title, and which will you here we will not have the help. So let's remove that, and here I can say introduction to course, and then save button. The props dot initial data title t, this will remain same. And here obviously we need to change the API, and for now at least let's see how it is looking, then we will update this API as well. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the single chapter, this component, and here basically we can copy the grid stuff from here. So I can basically after the basically the header, we need to copy this one. I can copy that, I can come here, and after basically this stuff here, let's paste that, and here obviously instead of course we will have the chapter. And now let's come again, and here just like this one we will have that another div here, and here we can paste that, and obviously we will remove all of these. We will remove this one, and here instead of the course I can say customize your chapter, and then here we can pass the chapter, and here let's comment this code for now, and here instead of course title I can say chapters title form. I can copy this one and I can paste that here. So this should work as we are expecting. If I save that, if I come here, yes, customize your chapter, and we have the chapter title and it's chapter 3. If I click on that, we have that chapter. If I cancel that, it's working as expected. If I come back to the customer and let's click on this chapter 2, we should have chapter 2 here. If I come back and if I click on chapter 1, yes, we have the chapter 1. So everything is working as we expected. Now let's edit the chapter 1 so we can have the same pattern. And here, yes, we have the chapter 1. And now let's change the API. So I can come here, and obviously for that, first let's create, maybe let's update that, not here, sorry, title form. I have to come here in the title form, and here basically here we will also have chapters. Then we will have another route for the course, sorry, for the chapter param. I can paste that, and here instead of the course ID, I will say chapter ID, and method will be patch, and we will have the event. And let's also create that within the, remember, teacher, courses, then course ID, then chapter ID, and within the chapter ID here we will also have index.patch.ts. So this will also be a similar to the basically this single course patch one. So I can come here, and obviously we will change a lot of stuff here. So let's copy that, and let's come here in the chapters, and let's paste that. Let's remove this code, commented code, because we don't need that. And here let's obviously, instead of the, this will be similar, but here instead of user ID, here I will also say, let's copy this one, and here I can paste that. And here instead of the single ID, I can say course ID. Sorry, here I can say course. Oh, sorry. Here I have to say chapter. Then now it will work. Here I can say course ID, and here instead of here the ID should be chapter ID, chapter ID, and in course ID it will be course ID. And here we don't need user ID. I can totally remove that. And obviously this is also giving us the suggestion, because we will not have the image URL or category, or basically for now we even don't need the description. So here let's change this course to, I can say, chapter, and here as well. So this should work for us. For now we are only updating the title. So this is how overall the update of chapter will look like. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the title form for that. And in order to refresh the data, we also have to change the key as well. And what exactly we assign the key? If I come here, and the key of this is basically, let's remove this extra string, and this is how our key will look like: teacher, chapter, and then params dot chapter ID. So I can copy that. Let's copy this one, and I can come here in the title form, and let's paste here. Basically, let's fix that. So teacher, chapter, and then we have the param dot chapter ID. And also let's remove this one as well. So now this should work as we are expecting. So at least let's preview that, and let's also change the save this basically component. So if I come here, let's also inspect so we can see, and here let's edit the title, and here I can say chapter 1 edit. And if I save that, yes, it's working as we are expecting. The title is updated. If I come back to core setup, here we should also have the updated title, and it's working as we are expecting. Now let's also implement the description as well, and for that I can come here. First of all, let's update the API here. So now we are also adding the description as well. Now here in the title form, let's copy, basically in this case, the description form from the course. So I can copy that, copy file, and here within the chapters folder I can say paste. And now here we have the description form. And obviously here let's select Control F, and now select all of these. I can say Control D. So all of the capital course one will be replaced with chapter, and after that edit description. This is fine. So here instead of the course form we will say chapter form, and here instead of course schema we will have chapter schema, and here this is same. What, let's remove this help, will not implement that here. And here this chapter is about, and chapter form dot description, we are good here, description form prop, description form chapter form, we are good here, yes. Here instead of course schema we will have the chapter schema, and we are good. Let's also remove this one, and here let's also update the API. So here we can add another URL. I can say chapters, and then we will have the params dot chapter ID, and obviously we need to update this key as well. So here I can come here in the title form, and I can simply copy this one, and I can come here and I can paste that here. So here chapter updated successfully. So now everything should work as we are expecting. Yes, just to verify, do we have this description in the schema file? If I come here in the schema, course schema, chapter schema, no, we don't have the description. So let's copy that and let's add that here as well, and let's save. Now it should work as we are expecting everything. So obviously we need to import that here in the single chapter ID as well. So here, sorry, not here, in the chapter here. One thing I just want to verify something. Yes, and here let's uncommit this description form. I can now the only thing we have to update is chapter description form. I can copy this one and here as well, and in initial data I can pass the chapter. Let's pass the chapter and we are good. Let's save that and it should work. Yes, we have the chapter description, and if I edit, we have that chapter, all that stuff. Let's also inspect the tool as well. If I come here in network tab, and here let's say chapter 1 description, and if I save that, yes, it's working as we are expecting. This field is automatically updated. We have the basically the description. Let's back to the basically the course setup. Here we have that. Let's again click. So just to verify, yes, everything is working as we are expecting. And now let's create this video form, and then we will at the end we will create this access form. So let's come here, sorry, let's come here in the here, and it will be the if I show you the design, and if I show you the chapter video, it will be it is almost similar to this chapter image form. So we will have the same component here. So maybe we can copy the course image form and we can paste that. So here let's come here in the image form, course image form. Let's copy that, and here within the chapters I can say video form dot view, and let's paste that here. And now let's change the stuff. So here instead of the course, let's select Control D, so we can have all the courses with the chapter. So I can say chapter, and here obviously inside of chapter image I will say chapter video, and here let's also change this course form to sorry, I can say Control D. We will have chapter form, and obviously this image URL. Instead of image URL, we should say here Control D. Select all of these image URL, replace with this video URL. So now this error is gone. So here chapter video cancel button. Then edit, instead of edit image I can say edit video, and here as well edit video. And now here instead of course schema I can select all of these, and here I can say chapter schema, and here we will have the chapter form. Yes, so if we are not editing there, and also if basically no video is found, so here instead of basically the icon, instead of image icon, here I can say proceed video, and here we will have the video icon. And here instead of image I can say no video found. And by the way, if we have the video, then here we will use the Cloudinary video player. I can show you Nuxt Cloudinary. If I come here, we also have the video player as well. So if I come here in the Cloudinary video player, this is how we can use that. So we will use this one. So here instead of the image, I can simply say Cloudinary video player, and here we obviously we have to pass the different stuff. First of all, let's say class. I can say width should be full. Then I can say width should be 100%, and then I can say height, and for height I will use 240, and then we will have the source, and in source I can say chapter form dot video URL. Yes, and here by the way in VLs on upload button, first of all we will also pass the another prop, which is the is video is I can say is video in upload button. If I show you, oh sorry, cancel, Control P. If I go to the upload button, we are passing this is video props, so I'm passing that. So I can come here. So yes, not here within that, I can remove that, not here. After this basically inverted commas, here I can say is video, so it means this is the true. So here I can simply say true value, true, pass true, and we are good here. And also the allowed format, so I can say allowed formats, it will be an array, and here I will pass mp4. And here why it's giving us the error, on submit, yes, because here I'm using the course schema, so we will fix that. So for now, let's ignore, and everything will work as we are expecting. At least it should work as we are expecting. Now let's change other stuff. So let's remove this one. Instead of title form props, I can control D, and here I can say video form props, and video URL, chapter form, chapter. Here we will also check that is editing. Let's remove this is loading stuff if we are not using that, and then route, and here instead of course schema I can say chapter schema, and here let's remove this one, chapter updated successfully, and here instead of course ID I can say chapter ID, and now let's also update this URL as well, and here I can say chapters, and here I can say params dot chapter ID, this one. So now it should work as we are expecting. Yes, this will not work because we have to update this schema. So I can come here, just like the image URL, I can copy that, and here I can paste that, and here I can say video URL. Instead of image I can say video, and here as well I can say video is required. If I save that, and now this should work for us. Yes, the error is gone, and let's save that, and now let's come here into this single chapter, so we can use that. I can here this one, so here customize, instead of customize I can say what we have that here. Oh, yes, we will have another div. I can simply copy this div, and I can paste that here, and here for now let's keep it as it is, and here let's remove this one because here we will use the chapters video form. So here I can say chapters video form, this one. Let's copy this one and let's paste that here as well, and here I can say chapter video form. Let's save that, and let's see if it will work for us or not. If I refresh, okay, something is wrong. Why it's not? That's strange. My component was this project was automatically closed. That's strange, very strange. So now our project is running again. So if I see this is how it will look like. Basically no video found because we don't have. If I click on add video, so we can upload the video. If I cancel that, this is how it will look like. Now let's add the video. If I click on upload video, let's browse, and yes, here by the way, just to show you, if I cancel that and if I come here in the downloads and then in the sample image where we have that, where are the sample images? Yes, here I have a lot of the images, but whenever, because we allowed the formats only MP4, if I click again, it is only showing me in this folder the MP4 file. So it means this is allowed format is working for us. I can click on that, I can open, and I can upload here. It is getting uploaded QI, and yes, chapter updated successfully. If I do the done, that's still it's not showing us. Oh, I got it. If I come here in the, we didn't update that in the patch, here we didn't edit the video. So here I can say video URL, and I can say data.video URL just to verify in the on submit video form. If we come here on submit, we are passing the video URL, and then in the event we are exactly passing that as well. Yes, video URL. So let's save this one, and it should work for us. So now let's come again and let's upload again. I can say add video, upload video, and if I browse, select this one, done. Yes, something is happening. If I do the inspect, improper values supplied for aspect ratio, the format should be width height, for example 16:9. That's strange. What exactly I have to do here? So maybe let's add the same width and height. Let's see at least what exactly will look like. At least we can see that. So in video form, and here let's add, I can say let's remove these, and for now let's only say 300 instead of 600. I can say 300 by 300, and if I save that, and now if let's see, because it is giving us the error like improper value supplied for aspect ratio. We didn't provided the aspect ratio. Let me debug that. So after debugging, now the player is working for us. Just to show you, this is how our video player is working. So you can check that basically in Cloudinary player. First of all, I added these props. So sources types, types. Then I passed the transformation. In transformation, basically we can remove this one. I will just experiment, so you can ignore that. This was very important. So these two props, after adding these two props, it was working for me, and I also added the aspect ratio as well. Aspect ratio 16:9. Then I added this class. Then for width 300 and for height 150. So everything just to basically you can check that if you pass these types of value, it will work for you. And this is how it is looking. I can play the video, I can pause the video, I can, obviously this video has no sound just for the copyright issue. I removed that. We can also implement the full screen mode as well, and this is how it will look like. And by the way, how I solved the errors. So I was getting the issues, so I just pasted here in the chat GPT, and just to show you, how I also am using the chat GPT. I said, to chat GPT, I'm passing this URL, the video URL I was getting from the video, and I was getting this error, no supported media sources, Cloudinary video, and it gave me this guide. And also I checked the documentation as well. Everything is mentioned here in the Nuxt Cloudinary website. You can deep dive into, what type of props we can pass. Autoplay by default it's false. If you set to true, it will be automatically set. The colors, controls, font face, even this website has provided how basically we can customize different stuff. You can check that, like how different layout will look like in the how we can add the chapters. Here I think they have the chapters as well. And here in case of this one, they even customize this, the player bar, how you can basically do that. In I think here it is, how we can update the different stuff. You can read about that. A lot of things are mentioned here: the colors props, the general props, the raw transformation props. So you can do everything you want. Everything is mentioned here, but still if you found something missing, you can always refer to the Cloudinary website as well. So we are done with the basically the video form as well. Now let's implement the this last one, which is the chapter access form. Let's implement that, and for that I can come here, and maybe I can copy this form component. I can copy that, copy this file, and within the chapters I can paste that. Let's paste, and let's rename this to, I can say chapter. Instead of title, I can say access form dot view, and we are good. So here inside of chapter title, we will have the chapter access, and here instead of edit, I can say edit access, chapter access, and then here instead of the title, we will have a totally different stuff. So first of all, let's change other stuff as well. So here instead of title form props, I can say access form props, and here instead of title, I will have is free. And by default it will be a, obviously instead of string it will be a boolean value. So here chapter access form, and here I can say is free, and now I can pass is free here, and is free here as well. So let's also add this to the chapter schema as well. So here I can come here in the schema folder, and here let's also add, let's copy that. Here I can say is free, and here instead of string it will be os dot boolean, and then let's remove that, and here we can only mention the default value will be false. That's it, because even we there is no need of saying it's required field. So that's why I'm doing that. So now let's come here in the chapter access form, and I think everything will work now. The only thing I have to update, obviously in the API, I can come here in the patch index dot teacher courses course ID chapter patch this file, and here let's also add the is free stuff. So here I can say data dot is free, and here as well is free. Yes, let's save that, and now let's come here in the access form, and let's change the remaining stuff. Here obviously instead of this one we will have the another p tag, which is like this. If we are not editing, so it means we are showing the preview. I have some classes, I'm also adding the dynamic classes, if it's free or not. And then if it's free, then I will say this chapter is free for preview. If it's not, this chapter is not free. So either you can also you can change this text according to your own taste. and here we are passing the chapter schema, chapter form on submit. And here obviously instead of the the AU input, we will have the checkbox. So here instead of input, we will have this checkbox, and obviously we will not have any label here. And the only stuff we will have here is name, which is free. And let's remove this extra inverted comma. And here we are good. It's free, and we have the label, and now it should work as we are expecting. And let's try that. Obviously, before trying, I have to mention this access form in the single chapter as well. So I can come here, index this teacher courses, course ID, chapter ID. I can come here, and here after the video form, I can mention that. Here I can say chapters access form, and I can pass this initial data. Let's copy that and let's paste that here. And now let's see the preview. If I come here, we should have that. Yes, we have that. And here by default the chapter it seems the chapter value is true, but let's access the edit that. If I click on that checkbox, if you want to make this chapter free for preview, yes, by default these the chapters will not be free. So if I save that, and this chapter is free for preview, so it means user will be able to access this chapters without buying our basically the course. Just like in the Udemy, some chapters, some videos are free, so you can at least have some idea about the course, what exactly you can expect. So same applies here. So here by default it will be false, and now we can change that. Just to verify that, first of all, let's move this component to the top, so I can move this to the up. And if I save that, and this how it will look like. And now let's just to get the refresh data, if I click on see, now we also have this badge as well. By default we don't have a badge, but we can set that if it's free, we will have that badge as well. And here this chapter is free for preview, so it's working as expected. Now if I remove that, if I save that, and if I come back again to the chapter, now it's working as this is no longer free. So we are also done with this chapter access form. Now let's implement this publish status. So publish basically the feature. So now let's come here in the code part, and here, by the way, now you will basically at least in first impression, maybe you are thinking whenever we will publish the course, we will just just like we are toggling the is free value, we will toggle the publish value. But that's not how we will do that. We will create the separate routes for that, and you will understand why we are doing that once we will implement that. So here I will say publish dot patch dot ts, and here basically for now I can simply copy this code, because obviously some things will be usable here. From here I can copy that, and now here I can come that in publish, and here obviously we will say await require the user session. And also I'm saying your on session is equal to get session. And here now here first of all, because just like the in login here, before publishing the course, we know these fields are required: title, description, and video fields. And that's why we have the counter as well. So for whatever reason someone passed this verification, somehow invalidate on the client side, we should also validate these three fields on the basically the backend as well. So just like we are doing in the basically the index login, we will pass that the way we are getting the validated data. So we will also implement that here as well. So instead of here, I can paste that here, and let's remove that, completely remove that. And here instead of login schema, obviously I will be passing the chapter schema which we created here. Basically in schema, if you come here, we have this chapter schema. Here title is required, so here the description should also be required. So here I can say, I can copy that. So I think it was my mistake, I should not have set that, because description is required. So here I can say description is required. So description is required, video. So these fields it will be automatically it will automatically check for us. So I can save that. And now let's come here in the publish, and here obviously I can say we don't need that, even we don't anything here. So the only thing we will need is just to verify, we will verify that, because we will not pass the title, description, or any stuff here. That is only for updating the published status. So after that, here I can say const chapter db dot chapter dot update. I will pass the chapter ID, course ID, and in data I will be only passing, I can say, is published, and here I will say true. That's it. Here we are. The purpose of this line is to verify if title, description, and video URL are, if they exist or not. This video is for that. And here basically we are publishing the chapter, and now it should work as we are expecting. And now obviously we need to call this, just to see how we can publish the chapter. So it means we have to call that. So I can come here in the course action. So I can not course action, I can say chapters actions. Yes, chapters action component. I can come here, and here we are where we are saying the toggle chapter. Here I will say try catch block. Then we will also have the finally block as well. So finally, first of all, here I can say toggle. Sorry, we need to import that here. Here I can say toggle loading, and here I can say toggle loading, and I can pass the true value here. After that, here I can say if props dot chapter dot is published. If it's true, then it means here I can say we will be unpublishing that. For unpublished, we will also create another API route. We will create that later. And here I can say else, and let's call that. Here I can say await, basically await fetch, and in fetch I can pass basically this one, I think this one. Yes, API teacher course ID, and here obviously we will pass the course ID. So here I can say, let's say const is equal to use route, and here we will have the params. So here I can say params, and now let's pass that. Here I can say params dot course ID, and here we will have the chapter ID. I can cut that, and here I can say params dot chapter ID. Yes, but it should be async. So let's make it, and here obviously we have to refresh that. Here I can say refresh Nuxt data, and for that I can think I can copy that from the access component. So here let's copy these. Let's copy that, and I can come here in the actions, and here I can paste that. That's strange. It should be here. Yes. Obviously we need to import that here. So I can say show message, show message. And by the way, instead of within the else block, because even once we will update the unpublished that, it means we will be basically chapter will be updated. So here I can say chapter updated successfully, and then I can refresh the Nuxt data, and now it should work as we are expecting. Let's also show the catch as well, the error stuff as well. So maybe I can copy this one, I can copy that, and I can paste that here. We are handling that. Obviously we don't need this one, and now this should work as we are expecting. This should work. So at least let's see that. I can save that, and I can come here, and now basically we have this loaded, this chapter. Now once we will do the publish, this should get removed. So let's see that. I can open and also open the network tab, and here I can say publish. Okay, hey, page not found. That's strange. Okay, oh sorry, that's my bad. Here I didn't mention anything, so here I have to say method, and here I have to say patch. Now it should work. In body I can simply pass, in body I can simply pass null, maybe a simple object. And now if I come back to again to if I refresh that, so now let's basically remove all of these, and now let's publish. I can say publish. Okay. Oh, I got it, why it's error. So if you see in body here, I am passing nothing. So although I know in the chapter we have the title, we have the description, we have all that stuff, but but here I'm not passing that. So if I come here in the basically the chapters ID, and here in the basically the where we have the, yes, here we have the chapter action, I'm passing the prop. So it means I can complete pass this chapter object, and here I should have the access to the in body. I can pass that because in props I will have that chapter. So just to show you at least what exactly I'm talking, if I do the pre here, and sorry, if I pass the chapter here, the chapter, if I save that, and obviously this is the error from the API side. So if I refresh here, we are showing that, and here in chapter I'm passing the title, description. So in backend API, it will verify that these value exist. So we will be able to proceed further. So here instead of body, instead of passing the basically the simple empty object, I can say chapters. I can say chapter props dot chapter, props dot chapter. Now this should work. If I save that, and let's also remove the chapter from the top. Let's remove that, and if I save that, now this should work. If I do the publish, that's strange. So it's again related to that in request if I'm passing that. So what exactly the invalid type expected string received find path description. In description, what exactly I'm passing? That's strange. I'm passing the string. I am passing the string. If I come here in the publish.batch chapter schema, let's go to the chapter schema, schema. Let's also come to the chapter description. Maybe here, just because I think I'm complicating stuff. So here, just to we can verify that manually. So here I can simply say, because I don't want to spend time on this. I know we can verify that by other means. So I can simply here I can say const. We will have the data here. So here I can say await. I can say read body, and here I can pass the event, and here I can manually verify that. Here I will say, so instead of data, let's make it this the chapter, and here I can simply say basically if chapter is null or chapter dot title is null or video is null, then I can throw this error. So this is the easiest way. I don't know why this is not working, although it should work. I know something is wrong with this approach. Not wrong with this approach. Something is missing from my end, but I don't want to spend time on this. We can, because it's the smallest thing, so we can proceed with this way. So here instead of let's also do chapter data. So it's confusing. So I can say chapter data, and now this should work. By the way, at least let's try that patch. And by the way, by doing this, you also will be able to understand it's not how the other YouTubers say. At least they hide this kind of stuff. We will not hide that. So that's how in real world developers do this stuff. So we have a lot of errors as well. It's taking some time because it's the development server, and also the internet server is my internet is little slow. So now let's do that. Yes, chapter updated successfully. The alert is gone. Now we have the totally different button, unpublish that. So the published status is also working. Now let's implement the unpublished stuff. It will also be a simpler, but here we will do some magic as well. So I will tell you what magic it will be. I can simply copy that. I can copy this one, and here it will be paste, and here I can say rename, and instead of here I will say unpublish unpublish.patch.ts. I can save that. So obviously we don't need to verify that, even we don't need to get the data. Here I can remove that completely, and within the session.user, here I can say chapter.update, and I can simply pass the false. So by this way, obviously our chapter will be updated. But the issue is, if I show you here in the design, our course setup is basically include, this course is unpublished, it will not be visible to student. For course, we need 6 required fields, which are title, description, image, chapter, price, and attachment. Total we have 6. But for chapters, the our criteria is, if I show you the code, if I go to the single course here in this, if you see, we need at least one chapter which should be published. So it means in our course we should have at least one chapter which is published. So here imagine that whenever we are unpublishing the chapter, so whenever we are unpublishing the chapter, this is the only chapter in our course which is published. So it means our course should also get updated, should be updated. So we have to handle that situation here. So first of all, here I am unpublishing the chapter. After that, here I will check const published chapters in a course is equal to, I can say, I can get that await db dot chapter dot find many, and in find many I can pass where course id is equal to, I can copy this one, I can paste that here, and after that we will have, if it is published, we will get all the basically the chapters within that course. Here we will have the all the chapters which are published. After that, here I will check if published chapters in a course. Sorry, I have to copy this variable. So if its length is 0, then it means we should also update the chapter. Keep in mind, we are done with the chapter update, so it's already a false. So that's why after that, in this response, this chapter will automatically be removed. So that's why here we don't need any check, and here will if it's 0, then it means we also have to update the course. So here I can say await db.course dot update, and in update I can pass that where id, and it will be the course id. So here I can say course id, remember here course id, and after that I have to pass the data, and in data I can pass is published. The course should also be false. Yes, I hope you got it, but exactly the reason of adding this code here. So let's save that, and now let's come that in the chapter section, and let's also implement the basically the unpublished stuff. So I can basically come here, and instead of publish I can say unpublished. Is it unpublished? No, not published, it's unpublished. Now this should work for us. Let's don't pass anybody, and if I save that, and if I come here and let's do unpublish, yes, it's working as expected. This text is changed. We have this label. Let's publish again. Chapter get updated. The the top basically that is removed, and now here now we have everything as we are expecting. See, the free now badge is gone. That's also free, ad free. We will have both of these. I can say save. Why it's not working? Do we have some kind of error? If I click save, that's strange. If I edit, if I save, that's strange. Even I don't have any error. Let me refresh. Let's try now. If I do check, if I do save, that's strange. Why it's not working? That's strange, man. If I come here to the access form, chapter updated, we are passing the data, is free. The type is submit. Why it's not working? Let me check this one. Do we have something error here? Let's try something else, like just the edit title. If I remove that, chapter 1, if I save that, this is also not working. Let me check that. Let me debug. So after a lot of debugging, I found the issue, and this error is, by the way, huge. I don't know why we never faced this earlier, but it's a mistake. First of all, let's also uncomment this video form component, and now let me tell you what was the wrong basically. First of all, let's come to the schema file here. The first step is basically this. If you notice, this description spellings are wrong. So here we should have that, just like in the, if I go to the description form, and here the name, it should be same. So here I can copy that, and I can come here in the schema file, so I can fix this and fix this one as well. So first mistake was this, and second mistake is basically, if I show you in U form, we are passing basically this schema file. Here this is the description form, and but in schema we are passing the complete course schema. Not let's not come here in the let's come here in the chapter description form. Here we are passing the complete chapter description form. It means this form will it will be valid form unless we have title and all the basically the stuff mentioned here. It will have the title field, description field, video URL, all the required fields. Then it will be able to basically accept that. In order to show that basically, I can show you what exactly is getting wrong. So if I come here into the NuxtUI website, and if I click on that, get started, why internet is slow. Yes, here it is. So if I come here into the form component, and here if you come here in the error events, we can see that at least. So if I click, yeah, whenever we have click, we can basically get this function. So if I show you basically in the, let's come here to the access form where we were basically facing these errors. So chapters access form, and here let's mention that. Here I can mention basically, I know it's getting I'm exaggerating, but still I want to show you why basically it's happening. So, and here I can basically, for now I can only submit that. Obviously we need this we need to import this one as well. So I can paste that here from the UI types. And now here, let's only basically say log. I can say event, that's it. So if I save that, and now if I come here in this component, and I inspect that, and I console, and if I now try to basically submit this network, now this time it's getting submit. Why? Because that stage. If I show you the request, in request we are passing all that stuff, but here within the log form event chapter schema, oh sorry, not here. If I go to the schema file in utils, title is required, description is required, access form, here if I event dot data, and here basically initial data. In initial data I'm posting only basically this one. Let's also save this one. So let's refresh that, because this should not work for us. Okay, let's open that. Basically that chapter where we don't have the description is somehow empty. Yes, this one here, the description is empty, and here we will face basically the error. So if I clear that, and now if I try to edit, submit that, if I do the same, nothing is happening here, but in console we have the error, and in error it's saying errors, and here it's mentioning video URL expected string. So we have the validation error, and same goes to the description as well. Although this should not be happening with us, because we are not doing something, the publishing. We need this type of validation whenever we are doing the publish setup. So that's why this is happening, because these form are totally independent. We can set indeed all of these values independent, without depending on other form. Like I can set the chapter access form without depending on title. I can set the title without depending on access form. So we are not combining. So that was the mistake. So in order to fix that, first let's move step by step. First of all, let's go to the chapter title form, and from here I have to remove this schema file. Either you can remove this, or either basically you can create a total single title validation. And just like the chapter schema, if I go to the chapter schema, just like we have this one, you can create a single basically chapter title schema, and you can remove all of these, and we are good to go. And in order to basically reuse that, just you can extend that, like here we are doing that, and you can create the combined schema. But we will not do that, and let's remove all of the basically the schema one by one. I can remove that. Now let's come to the chapter description form, and here I can also remove that. And let's also come to the access form, chapter access form, and here we can also remove this one. And let's save that, and now this should work. If I clear, and now if I try to basically network, and if I do save, now it's happening, and basically this chapter is free for preview. And if I come back to the course, now all of these chapters are free, and obviously we will not do that. Now let's come here, and here we have all the values. So let's publish this chapter, and now let's come back to this one. And here, this is what I was trying to show you, and we face this strange error which earlier was not happening. Now we have all the badges. One thing is basically I also notice this will also not for the course as well. So we have to fix this in the course form as well. So here, let's come here in all of the components, attachments form. In attachments form, we are not using that. In category form, I can come here and I can remove this one. And now let's come here in the chapters form. Are we using that here? U form. Yes, we are using that. I can remove that. Sorry, this one as well. And now let's come here in the description form. I can remove this schema. And in image form, here let's also remove that. And in price form, let's also remove that. And let's come here in the title form, let's remove that. Okay, now we have basically the everything is working in the chapters. Now let's implement the course publish and unpublish stuff. So because for that, keep in mind we should have all the values filled. Although currently this is giving us the 5 by 5 by 6. Why? Because currently the course description is null. And just to basically show you, if I try to publish now, it should not work. Obviously before that we have to create the API. So it will be much similar to the the way we have this chapter publish and unpublish. So let's create for the course as well. So within this course ID, I can say publish dot get dot sorry, not get, patch dot ts. And then same goes to, here I can basically copy the copy the publish folder from here, not folder, sorry, the code from here. Let's copy that, and now let's come here in the publish patch.ts. I can paste that here, and here now instead of the chapter, here I will say, yes, here instead of chapter data, I will pass basically the course data. I can say course data, and obviously we will not have the video URL. We will have the basically the image URL. Basically all of these we will have these values. So let's fix this one as well. So I can say course, and in order to get these publish chapters, basically the first step, instead of basically by the way passing that value, another way is to just to verify I can get the courses to basically from the database. So here I can say course is equal to await db dot course dot find unique, and in unique basically I can pass the where I can say user id is equal to event session dot user dot id, and then I can say course id, not I can say basically the id simple, not course id, and here I can say event dot context dot params dot course id, and here this should be question mark, and now basically I can pass include, and within include I can say chapters should be true, and now basically here I can also add the validation as well. So here I can say if course not, we are not finding any course, I can throw the error, I can say throw create error, and within that I can pass status code 404, and here I can say status message, I can say course not found, and after that here I can get the has published chapters, I can say const has published chapters is equal to await db course dot chapters dot sum, and here I will pass chapter, and I will return if one of any of the is true. So sum is, if I hover on that sum, if you see the read the description, determines whether the specified callback function returns true for any element of an array. So basically this will be run for all the basically the elements within the chapters, and then if any of the chapter is true, then this basically complete this will return us the true. If all of these are false, then it will return false. So that's the case, then here we will have either true or false value, and we are good to go. If any of these field is false or null, we will say required fields, fields are missing, and after that here we will update, obviously instead of updating the basically the chapter, we will update the course. So here I will say update course, and within that I will pass the user id just like here. So I can copy that, maybe both of these, because we also need the course id as well. So here I can paste that, and here I can say is published true, and obviously here it should be published course. I can copy that and I can return that. So now this should work for us. Let's also implement the unpublish as well. So I can also, let's copy this same file, and here within the course id, remember within the course id I can paste that. Let's rename this to rename, and here I will say unpublish. I can save this name. Here we will check the same stuff basically at the top level, if course exists or not. After that we will not do anything this like this, because we are only basically updating the course. So here I will say instead of is published true, I will say false, and here it should be instead of publish course I can say control D, and here I can say published course, and we are good. By the way, one thing, because if we are already using the user ID and all that stuff at the top, so this should be within this session user should be checking we should check the session user at the top level. So let's save that, and let's also fix this within the publish as well. So I can cut this course, or this complete code, I can cut that, and it should be within this bracket. And here let's remove this one, and now let's implement in the basically the UI side. And for that, if I come here, we will be in the single chapter setup. So single not chapter, sorry, in the single course id, and here where we have this core section, I will come here, and here we have to mention that. And in order to just to see basically, because it will be much similar to the chapters, so maybe I can copy that from the chapter sections. So I can come here and I can basically copy this. Remember, I'm also copying this params and this use store as well. So I can copy that, and now come here in the chapter core sections, and here let's paste that. And obviously we will basically fix all the chapter stuff with the course. First of all, let's fix this name, and here now instead of props dot chapter, I will say props dot course dot is published. Then here we will have the courses, and we will remove this chapter stuff, and here we will have unpublished course and then in unpublished, and within the here in the publish as well. So I will remove this chapter stuff, and here I will simply say publish, and we don't need to pass the any body here because we are verifying by the backend data, and toggle true, and here instead of chapter I can say course, and we should refresh the data, and here it will be obviously if I come here in the attachment form, it will be this key basically, the teacher course key. So I can copy that, I can come here in the action, and I can paste that here, and I think now this should work for us. So let's save that and let's see the preview if it's working or not. So by the way, one thing I totally forgot to basically I should have implemented this one earlier as well. I don't think we need that. What exactly I'm trying to say, basically, if I show you in the basically the single, where is it? This one course ID, we have one value is complete. Remember, is complete. This is basically will give us, either our, course is complete or not. So here we can also add, we can we can directly disable this button basically if it's complete, because we cannot publish although we have this counter, and also we will fail this action in the backend as well. But still, for more good user experience, we can also, we have the option to disable this button. If you want to implement that by yourself, you can do that. What exactly you have to do, I can show you, and then you can implement it by your own. Here you can pass the is complete value as a prop, and then here you can accept that, and then you basically check that here. You can disable that along with is loading, and you will be good. For now, we will not implement that. It's up to you. So if you want to implement that for good user experience, I just want to show you this one, and same you can also apply to the chapter as well, because in chapter action we also have that is complete button as well. So now let's save that and let's implement, and let's just if it will work or not. First of all, this publish should fail because we don't have the description. So let's try that. If I do the publish, it should get failed. Yes, 404 error, missing required fields. So required, we basically we are facing the error, so it means we are failing. And now let's implement that. So basically that's changed. If I come to the, let's fix that. So if I enter the description here, I can say course description, and if I save that, why didn't get this updated? So if I refresh, this is still here. Why is that? Let's check that. So if I come here in the course ID, if course is unpublished, then still show that. Even here as well. Network, okay, we didn't publish that, sorry, because currently we only updated the course description. So now let's publish. Yes, now course updated successfully, that is gone, and also here we have the unpublished. So the publishing of the chapters and courses work. So we are almost done with these pages, this course, single course, and the chapter UI as well. Now the only thing remaining is which is to basically delete the chapters or basically delete the course. So in order to implement that, first let's also create the APIs for that, and then basically we will implement the UI. So let's come here within the server chapters chapter ID, and here let's create another API called index.delete.ts. So this will be for deletion of the single chapter. So now here I can simply copy the stuff from the index.patch.ts. I can copy that. I can come here within the single chapter ID index.delete.ts. I can paste that here. So obviously we will not read any data, and within this session, let's remove all of this, and now let's start implementing. First of all, first we will check, either we have the chapter or not. So in order to just to get that, maybe I can come here in the publish.batch way we are checking that here. So I can copy that, this one. I can come here in the index.list, remember chapter.id. Currently we are working here. So I can paste that here, and obviously it's the chapter. So here I can say chapter, and here should it also be chapter, and here I can say user ID, and then here we will have the, I think this is the opposite. So we will have either ID, and in ID we will have the event.context.chapter ID. Here I will have chapter ID, and here basically in user ID we will have that. So we will not have user ID, we will have the course ID. So in course ID I can say event.context.params. course ID, this one, and here I can mention that. And we don't need to include anything. We will only check the chapter. If chapter exists, then if chapter not exists, throw the error. I can say chapter not found. So after that, here basically, if you see alongside the chapter, we also have the video URL. So it means, once we delete this chapter, we should also delete the, this asset from the Cloudinary as well. So here we will implement the deletion of the Cloudinary's basically Cloudinary resource. So here I will check if chapter dot video URL exists. It means we have the Cloudinary associated with that. So here now I can say let's import. First of all, I can import that. I can say import Cloudinary from Cloudinary, and here I can say Cloudinary dot v2 dot config, and within that config, now here we will pass the different environment variables. So first of all, it will be API key. In API key I can say config, use runtime config dot Cloudinary API key. Same, we will have the API secret cloud name. Here I can say API secret, and here I can say Cloudinary API secret, and here we will have cloud name, and here it will be Cloudinary. If I show, let's see, verify that. Keep in mind this, you should have these environment variables here. So the Cloudinary, like that, Cloudinary name is basically the public, so that's how we will use that. So I can copy that. Now I can come here in the index.delete, and here I will say public, and then I will use this Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary cloud name, this one. So after passing that, I will here basically, in order to delete the resource, we also need the name. So in order to get the name, I can say name is equal to chapter dot video URL dot split. We will split that by dot. Then I will say here, not here, after this variable. So here I will pass this thing. So I will show you how basically this work. For now, let's you can continue with me, and I will show you how this is basically behind the scene is working. And here I can say pop. So after that, I will say if name is basically, we have the name, then let's delete the Cloudinary resource. Here I can say await Cloudinary dot v2 dot uploader and destroy. First we will pass the name, and then I can say in object resource type is basically the video, and that's it. This should delete our resource from the Cloudinary. We will see how this is working. I will show you. First, let's complete this code, and after that, once we are done with that, I can basically delete the code. So here I can say const delete deleted chapter is equal to await db dot chapter dot delete, and in delete I can say where we have the, basically it will be same like this one, so I can copy that. So deleted chapter. And also, by the way, here we will again check that. Imagine that the same thing we checked here in the unpublished. Once we were done with the unpublishing of the course, we also check this here, this stuff as well. So here we will also check that again. So I can copy this code, and I can come here in the index delete, and here once the chapter is deleted, imagine that this was the only chapter which was published in a course. So now we should, I'm checking the same thing here. So here I will check published chapters in a course, find course, if find all the chapters in a course which are published. So after that, here if length is empty, then it means we should also update the course as well. So this is what we are doing, and after that basically I can return this deleted chapter. So here I can say return, not read body, I can say return and delete body. Let's remove these extra spaces, and here this should work for us as we are expecting. This should work for us at least. Just to see at least, let's come here into the actions of chapters. Action, component, chapter, and then action. Let's come here and let's implement that here. So maybe I can copy this one, try catch block from toggle chapter, and here let's paste that, and here we will need only this one. So let's remove this. Here I can paste that, and here we will have basically the await. First of all, let's change this to async, and now the errors are gone. Let's also remove. I can click that toggle alert model. Once we are done with the deletion, I should basically the toggle alert toggle model should be false, and let's also paste that here as well. So obviously here chapters, and I can remove that, and here we will not pass any body, and the method should be delete So here I can say delete, and now we are good. Now this should work for us. Yes, it should work for us. Let's save that. And by the way, yes, this is the missing. So here instead of refreshing the single chapter, I should be refreshing the all of the chapters, so we can have the this chapter should be removed. So how we can do that? If I come here in the course, single course, not here. Let's come here. If I come here in this, and where we are we fetching the courses? Yes, I think I have to. Once I will refresh this course, it will automatically get. Yes, yes, yes. So I can copy this key. We have to refresh this key. So we have to refresh basically the course, not basically the chapter. So I can paste that here. This should work for us. If I save that, if I come here, and by the way, just notice that our course is currently published. Now this is the only chapter which is published in this course. So this should get updated as we are expecting. So at least let's see whether it will work or not. So if I come here in this chapter, if I say edit, and now if I delete this chapter, if I say delete, if I say continue, chapter updated successfully. And now if I come back, see that chapter is gone. Second thing which happened is basically this chapter was automatically unpublished because this field is missing. Our chapters are not basically the published, so that's why. One thing I noticed, once we are done with the deletion, I should automatically come back to this page instead of staying to the same page. So here I can say after refreshing the data, here I should say await, navigate to, and here I can say here I can say teacher courses, and then here I should mention teacher courses, and then we have the course ID. So here I can say params dot course ID. I can copy this variable. It should work for us. So now let's again basically let's delete this chapter as well. So I can come here in the edit, and let's delete this chapter. If I delete that, if I continue, first of all, I'm back in this page, and also that chapter is gone. So basically we are done with the deletion of the chapters as well. Now let's implement the deletion of the courses, the deletion of this course. So let's implement that, and for that it will be much similar to the just like we have this in the, obviously for that we also have to create the API. So I can come here and I can copy this file, I can copy this chapter one, and within the, remember, let's close this chapter folder, and within this course ID I can paste that. And now let's obviously fix according to the course. So here first of all, let's here instead of chapter I can say course, and here obviously here instead of course ID, here I will say have ID, and here at the top I will have user ID. So I can say user ID, and here I can say event session dot user dot ID. So I will have that, and here I will check if course is not found. I will say course not found, and after that, because here let's say we will use this again, because in single course, imagine that, just to show you here, this is the basically the chapter, and in this chapter, if I basically hover on that, basically if I come to this single chapter, although this basically the chapter don't have any resources attached to it, but for some, imagine that we have this resource attached to it. So once we will update, once we will delete this course, it means we will also delete all of these chapters associated with this course, right? And once we are deleting these chapters, so it means we should also remove the resources related to this basically the chapters as well. So we have to do that as well. So in order to do that, here we will have, once we are checking, course exists, here I will have the for loop. So I can say for, and here I will say const chapter of course dot, okay, here I have to say include, and here I have to say chapters, and here I have to say true. So it will give us the chapters associated with this course as well. So here I will say chapters, and now here basically I say if chapter dot video URL exists for this basically the chapter, then what should we do? We should, here I can say delete source. So in order to do that, let's create the function, because either we can implement, I can basically the copy this, the way we are doing that, I can copy that, or either you can create the utils folder. So maybe we can create the utils folder. So I can basically, I first of all, let's copy this one. So I can copy this completely, and now here I can come here, remember within the server utils, this should utils in the root of our project, this utils in the server. So here I can say create another file, called index.ts, and here basically I can mention export const delete resource from Cloudinary is equal to, it will be async, and in async I will pass the URL and it will be string, and then I will have basically is video. Here we will say is video, and here now I will pass basically, oh sorry, this is video will be basically the boolean value, and by default its value will be false. Yes, by default it will be, our resource type will be image. So here now I can say I can completely paste that, and obviously we need to import this Cloudinary, so I can import, I can say Cloudinary from Cloudinary, and here now that should be gone. And obviously in order to get the name we don't need this chapter, we only need the URL. So I can, totally remove this chapter, and here we only need the URL. So I can say URL, then we will split that. Don't worry, I will tell you how basically this is working. So I can also remove this one, I can remove that, and URL, and now we have all that stuff, name, and then we will, yes, here in order to get the resource type, if you hover on that, we have raw image video type. And here I will say if is video is true, then here I should say video, otherwise I can say image. So I can save that, and now let's come here where we are deleting the basically I can copy that as well. And now let's come here, remember we are in the course delete, let's close this one, course delete method here, and here now I can say await delete resource from Cloudinary. Let's import that, so I can say delete resource from, oh sorry, delete resource from Cloudinary, this one. So it's importing, and here now I can pass, first of all I can say chapter dot video URL, and then the second is basically the, yes, this is, sorry, here it will be true because video URL is true, and here we have the video resource. Now let's also implement the same thing for the image and attachments as well. So here now again I will say if, not if, I can say again for loop, I can say for, I can say const attachment, here let's also include attachments as well. So here I can say attachments is equal to true, and now here I will have attachment of course dot attachments, and here I will say if attachment dot URL exists, then what should I do? We should delete the resource. So I can copy that, and here I can paste that, and instead of obviously the chapter URL, it will be attachment URL. So here I can say attachment dot URL, and here it should be false, so we can I can say false. And after that we will also same, we will apply to the image URL as well, because in course we also have the image as well. So here course image as well, and for that I can say if course dot is image URL, basically if it exists, then we can delete the resource. So I can copy that, and here I can say image URL course dot image URL, and it will also be an image. So now this should work for us. So I can totally remove this one because we don't need that. So we are finding the course, then we are deleting all the resources associated with it, and now let's also delete the basically the course. So here maybe I can completely remove this one, and let's create from our own. So here I can say const deleted course is equal to await db dot course dot find dot delete, and in delete I can pass where basically user ID, it will be similar to this one. I can copy that, and here I can say where, and in where I can pass that. So deleted course, and here I can return, I can say return deleted course, and let's remove the extra spaces. So this is how it will. I hope you got it what exactly we said. First of all, we found the course. Once we have the course, if we don't have course, I'm throwing the error. Otherwise, first I'm deleting the all the chapters attachments associated chapters videos associated in all of the chapters. I'm deleting that. Then I am deleting all the attachments associated with the course. Then I'm deleting the image, and all of these deletion is happening from the Cloudinary, not our chapter. Once it's done, then I'm deleting the complete course, and now this should work for us. So just to see if it's working for us or not, I can come here within the actions of course, components, course, and action. I can come here, and same goes here. I can copy this one, complete this one, and now I can basically paste that here, and obviously we will need only this one single call. I can paste that here, and here we will not be publishing, so I can remove that. And here in math, first of all, let's change this to async, and here instead of patch method is delete, and here I can say course deleted successfully, and I can refresh all the courses. And in order to basically where exactly I think we are fetching the courses here within this not create here. Yes, here we are getting all the courses, and I can also add the method. So here I can say key, and here I can say teacher courses, and I can copy this key basically. Now I can come here in the actions, and one I should be refreshing that teacher courses data. Sorry, it should be string. So here, and now I can also navigate user to the here. I should also say await, because this is the promise. So here now I can say await navigate to, and I should navigate user to the teacher and then to the courses. That's it. Now this should work for us, this solution. One thing here, I should also alert the model. So in finally I can say toggle alert model, and here I can pass the false. So let's see if it will work for us or not. I can save that. Now you can come here in the single course. Let's refresh one time. Now let's open the inspect, and now let's delete this chapter. So if I delete that, if I continue deletion, yes, course deleted successfully, and that course is completely removed from basically our attachment. So this is working as we are expecting. So single course, so all course related and chapter related stuff is done. So now let's design this page. So you can say major part of there were two major parts. One major part was this, basically the course and chapters creation and UI, all that stuff. Second major stuff is to basically the show the single courses for the students and the Stripe integration, basically the payment integration. So we will implement that later. For now, let's complete this the teacher mode whole module, because major part of that is done. Now we will basically create this courses UI, and after that the only thing which remains will be basically this the analytics page. So let's implement that. These are the only small modules. Let's start with this courses table. So in order to do, we will be using the NuxtUI data table. So I can come here in the NuxtUI. Here we have the basically the table. So you can read this complete documentation. Obviously I will show you, here we have all that stuff, basically the sorting, selectable, context menu, all type of stuff you want to implement. Basically we will be implementing the searching, pagination, and then the customize header as well. So we will be what you want, you can read that, and it's much easier to implement and all that stuff. But we will implement some part of it, and you can basically proceed accordingly. So first let's come here in the searchable. So I can copy this code, this complete code. I can copy that, and I can come here in the basically the course. So instead of creating the component, I will be directly pasting that here within the courses index.view, as we have that. So obviously let's remove all of this stuff. We only need basically this within the template. Maybe I can pass that. So I can come here. For now, let's paste that completely. I can basically, we can fix this. We can fix this, because we the only thing which we have to implement, maybe at the top I can sorry about this. So here I can paste that completely, and now we need these two as well. So I can cut that, and now I can remove this template completely, not the top one, this one. So here within the script part, I can paste that here, because we need this middleware, and this page should be protected. And now first of all, here add some classes in the top div. Here I can paste that here, some classes, and after that we will also have some classes here as well. We will have the border be gray, and also the dark borders. And after that I will say justify. It should be justify between, because here we will have another item as well. That's why here, and after that I will say items center, because after this input basically we will have another U button, just for the basically to create the course. If you see the design here, we like this button. So after that, this input button I can paste that here. It's pretty simple. So we have U button, size is, color is primary, variant solid, and the icon is basically this one, hero icon plus. And I'm just redirecting user to the create page, and we are good to go. So if I save that, let's see how our page is looking. So this is how currently the view is. And if I refresh that, so now we have the icon, and if I click on that, I'm in the create page, which doesn't exist. That's strange, because we have that. Do we have some spelling mistake? Create, CRCREAEATET. Maybe let's remove this one. Teacher courses, this should work if I remove this one, that's changed. Let me think. Let me check why it's not working. So basically, it's teacher. Then we have the courses as well. So here I have to say teacher courses. Yes. Now if we come back, and if I come back to the basically not this page. Yes, this page, that's strange. Let's come here, teacher courses, and now if I click on that, I'm here in this course page, create page. So this is button. Now obviously let's fix this one as well. Before going forward, let's also implement the pagination as well. So then we will basically implement our own data. So I can come here in the UI. After that searchable, we have the pagination as well. And in order to create the pagination, we have these people. We need these two variables as well. So I can copy that. And now after the basically the query, I can also paste that here. And after that, what exactly we have to do? So here we also mention the page slicing stuff. So maybe I can copy that this rows completely. And currently our rows are basically, we don't have basically the rows. Do we have here? Basically after the filter rows, we have to add that. So basically instead of the the people, we will be filtering out the filtered rows. So here I can say filtered rows, because the problem basically here is here they are not basically implementing the pagination and searchable at the same time. Basically we are in the paginated table, so they are not implementing at this both times. So that's why they are using the people array. But here we will use the filter rows dot value. So now we are good to go. And now if I save that, obviously we also have to mention that here as well. So in order to do that, I can after the U table. Keep in mind U table after that. Here I can paste that. And another thing I have to change here. So instead of passing the filtered rows, I have to pass the rows. So here I can say rows. If I save that, this should work for us. If I come here, yes, we have the pagination. I can change the pages. Yes, it's working. And if I let's select Tom, this is also working. So searching and pagination is working. So that's, it was quite easy to implement. If I refresh, because these icon, yes, now we have the icon, this icon. And if I next, now this button is automatically disabled for us. So pagination and filtering is work. If you want to basically add more stuff, you can also add that. But now let's change this to the our own data instead of using this dummy data. So it means we have to define these two stuff. First of all, let's define the columns. For columns, we will have the following column. These columns, remember that we will have the key title, then the label title, and then sortable. Same, we will be showing the price, we will be showing the published status. But if you want to add some more data, because currently in my design I am only showing these three stuff. So, and the last one is the action one, which don't have any labels. So if you want to add more course related details, you can add that here, like if it's a paid course or if it's a free, all that, the chapter detail, all that you can check the documentation and you can proceed that. But I want to keep it simple, and so that's why I will have this column. So now, let's also implement the courses stuff. The main thing, which is the basically the course data. So I can cut that, and let's move this at the here. And here basically you can say courses, and here basically instead of after this key, I can remove this get method because we don't need that. And here now I can say transform. Here we can basically transform the courses. I can give fetched courses, and in first courses, in order to modify that, I can say arrow function. And here basically you can say return fetched courses. Here basically the fetch courses will be the all the courses we will have that. I can say map, and in map I can say course, and in course I can say return, basically return, and I should return ID. And in guys course dot id, here see I have all the basically the all that stuff. I can say title, and in title I can say course dot title. Then we will have the price. Even if you want to show the image, you can also do that. I can say to course dot price, and then we will have published. I can say published. One thing I'm not sure if you noticing or not, this key and these keys are same, and they should be same, otherwise it will not work for you. You can also get the idea by whenever we were copy pasting that. So these keys were, they have similarity with the columns. So if I here we have the people, here we don't have the, but if I come here in the searchable, the key is ID, and here this is also the basically the all that stuff email, and here we have the email. Here the key ID, we have the ID, we have the name, and here we have the name. So this is important, remember that. So now here I will say published course dot is published. So here we will have that, and now if we hover on that, we will have all that, basically all that stuff in the courses. So here instead of simply returning the people, because we don't have that, so here I will say courses dot value, and I can copy that, and here I will also have the courses dot value. Then we will have the courses.value.filter, and then we will have here the course instead of the person. I will say course, and then here will have the course, and some value return includes cow dot. Yes, that should work for us. And also here I can say, if let's remove that, and here I can say course dot value, this one, because this is how it should work. So after that, here we will also have to change that filtered rows. It can be undefined, so here I can also mention that, and that's it. That should work for us. Where we have the error, yes, yeah. Here instead of total, I can say courses dot length. So it can be null or undefined. So here I will say total. In total, I have to pass the number. So I can say if courses exist, then basically I will say courses dot length, and otherwise I will say 0. And now instead of the page, yes, that's it. Now this should work for us. If I save that, and let's see how it is looking. Yes, we have the course, we have the course 2, and all the courses we are implementing. So let's create new courses. So here I can say course 1. If I continue inspect, this is not working for us. And why it's not working for us? If I come here in the course create, okay, this is the same error. Remember, it's the same error. What's the same error? That's bad. So here we have the error because if you see if I come to this schema, here we need all of these types. So that's why it's giving us the error. So I can come here in order to fix that. Basically, here I can say let's create our own type. Maybe I can totally remove that. Let's not remove that. I can come here because title is the most important, and we should not create that. So I can copy this one, not this one, sorry, this one. I can copy that, and I can create my own schema here. And here I can say export. Let's remove all of these, and obviously we also need to import the Zod. So I can say import Z from Zod, and here now that error is gone, and here I can say just like the way we are getting the type here, I can copy that, and basically I can paste that here as well. And here instead of course schema, I can say form schema, so we don't have the conflict between the names. I can completely remove that, and here I can now say form schema type, and I can say form, and let's also remove this export. I can remove that, and here now instead of course schema, I can say form schema, and also here as well form schema. Then why it's still giving us the error title, and it should be empty? That's strange. If I give the form, this one form schema, obviously it will not work. And here instead of course schema, let's also say it will be form schema, and here we have the title, and here let's that type, it should be like this. That's strange. So maybe I don't know why this is happening. Something is simple, but here let's simply say string. That's it. I don't know, sorry. I don't know what I did here, but it's working. Sorry about that. So I know this is the bad code. I don't want to something is wrong, and it's pretty simple. I know that. I will look into that later why this is not working. So if I save that, and let's just to create the course. So if I here I say, first of all, let's remove this one. I should not have that. And here I can say, if I try to submit continue, I should have this title is required. So form validation is working. Now I say course 1, and if I save that, okay, we have the error. If I come here in response, we have some errors. So let's come here in the API, and let's see why it's not working. Teacher courses index dot post index dot this one. Yes, we are validating that. We should not be doing that. Even if we want to, we should only basically check the title, not all of these values. So just in order to fix that, so instead of this one, I can say const data is equal to await read body, and in read body I can say event, and in event now I can check if data dot title is undefined. Here I can say throw create error, and within that I can say status code, I can say 400, and I can status message title is required. That's it. And after that, here now in data I can pass data dot title, not sorry, I can say title. Now this should work for us, so I can come here and now I can say continue. It's waiting. Yes, course is done, and now here we have the course 1 as well. So if I let's just try the filtration, course 3, yes, the only 3. If I say course 1, only 1 is working, and if I say 2, C2, this is not right. If I say course 2, so this we only have the course 2, so everything is working as we expect. Just to give some other name, I can say advanced, and if I continue, and now if I select a ad, only we have the advanced. If I say course, now the advanced stuff is gone. So now everything is working as we are expecting. So we are also done with this page as well, the courses page. Now let's come here and let's create this analytics page. Sorry, we should not create the analytics page basically, because we still have to implement this type. So before going to type stuff, so let's complete this searching and this home page. First let's focus on this page, browse page, where we will have all the courses, and we will be able to filter based on the either the input and are either based on these categories. So let's create that, and for that I can come here, and obviously within the first of all let me close this Nuxt folder, and here within the pages I will create another page called search.view, and here I can say what are the layouts for us. Yes, default. And here I can say vbase, and here I can say browse courses. Yes, for now let's keep it that, and first obviously it will be a protected page as well. So here I can say define page meta, and within that here I can pass it middleware, and in middleware we will have the protected, and our dashboard will be the this default one, because this teacher is totally different, so we will ignore that. Let's see. So now I can come here in the pages and I can save that, and now let's see at least how it is looking. So I can come here, and here let's also add 2 more buttons. We will create this nav bar and all that stuff, don't worry about it. And here we will have the dashboard, not dashboard, sorry. Here I can say browse, and here I can say search courses. I save that, and let's see if I go to the search courses. Okay, not found. And if I basically, do we have that? Okay, it's search, sorry. Here I should be saying search. If I save that, and if I come back to home, and now if I click on search courses, yes, browse courses, we have this page. Now let's implement the first of all let's implement the courses API, then we can come to this UI, because we need all the courses here. So let's create that, and here within the basically directly, not in the course directly, server API, and within the API here I can say courses index dot get ts. So here let's first of all let's copy the basic stuff. So I can come here within the categories, and I can copy that this basic stuff, I can copy that, and now I can come here within the courses, I can paste that, and obviously here we will implement our own change. First of all I just want to show you, as you can see we will have the filtration based on the input and counting as well, and all this basically these categories. So all of these fields we will be passing in the query, so it means we will here the accept the queries as well. So after the basically the session check, here I can say const query is equal to, I can say get query, and here I have to pass the event, and now here I can say const courses is equal to await dv dot course dot find many, and in find many we will have where I can say all the courses which are published, so they should be published. I can say is published true. Then for title I can say in title it should be basically contains, and here basically I will pass the query dot title, so I can say query dot title. Maybe here I can contains, it should be query is not just trying to this one, this is null is here I can say if query dot title contain, then query dot title. Otherwise, I can say undefined. Can I say empty? Can I say null? Although we know we will have that, so maybe here I can say get query. Basically, it will return us like this type of type. So here I can say we will have the title, and I can say it will be a string, and it will also contain category ID. So I can say category ID, and it will also be optional and but string value. So here I can say string. And now if I destructure this one, I will have the title and also the category ID. Now I can pass that, and I hope this error will be resolved. So here I can say title. Yes, now that error is gone. And also, by the way, the mode should be insensitive. By this mean, it will ignore the case sensitivity, either capitalize or uppercase or lowercase, no matter what it is. Then we will also say category, and in category, we will check the ID. So for ID, I can say category ID, this one. This is where, so now what we should include within these courses. So I will say include, and include I can say category true. So it should return all the category, and then we will have the chapters as well. So in chapters I can say where all those chapters which are published, so I can say is published, and here I can say true. And also we will select some fields, so I can just select only, basically return the ID. So here I can say ID true, sorry, not try, true. And after the chapters we will also return the purchases, so I can say purchases. And here I'll say where all those purchases which were made by current our user. So here I can say session dot user dot id, and after that this include, here I can say order by, so the order of our courses should be descending. So here I can say created at, and here I can say descending. Now we should have something here, unless so here now I can return courses, and let's save that. So just to see if we have some published courses or not. So if I come here and if I go to the teacher mode and then to the courses, do we have some courses which are published? Let me create some courses which are published. So I will create that, then we can test basically this API. I will create that now. So I can come to the home page, and here let's create some, I will create behind the scene some courses which are published, and then we will test this API. So, by the way, I just noticed before I was about to edit some courses here behind the scene, I noticed we are not showing the price, and even we are not showing the action button as well. So first let's fix that. So I think it's a good we basically I catch this error. So for basically the action button here, we will have some slot. So for that, here I will have the action button. So here I can say within this view table. So here I can say let's close this one, and here we will have the slot. So here the slot name will be, I can say template, and in template here if I do basically the hashing, and here we will have the actions data, I can say actions data, and within that we can pass the row. We will have the row, and within row now here we will have the drop down item. And if I show you, if I come here in to the nuxt UI, and let's see the drop down item, get started, drop down, and here we can pass the different stuff complete. So let's copy this one, I can copy that, and let's come here and let's paste that here. And obviously here in the items, we will, within the items I will pass the row. So don't worry, we will create that. And then in the popover we will not have anything, so I can close, I can remove that. And within the U button, obviously the color will be, our color will be gray. And then in the label we will not have anything, I can remove that. And by the way, here the variant will be, I can say variant is equal to ghost, and then we will have the simple icon, not trailing icon. And within the icon here it will be hero icons, and I can remove that completely. And here in the hero icons, here hero icons, ellipsis, double L, ellipsis, and then we will have the horizontal 20 solid, this one. And now let's create this item. So items, here I can say const items is equal to, it will be a row, and single row will be a type course. And in course now I can say it will return us the basically the array, not like the basically it will yes, here a complete array, here I can say array, and then it will be another array within that. And here we will have the object, and we will have label. Here we will have the edit. Then we will have the icon, and then we will have the click. What should we do whenever we click on that? So in icon and click, I can simply paste some basic code. So in icon, we will have the hero icons, pencil, scale 20 solid, and in click, whenever we will click on this edit button, we will navigate our user to the a single page where we can edit our course. So let's save that, and this should work for us. So if we come here, if I refresh, see now we have that, and I can basically edit. And if I click on this edit icon, yes, I am in this single page, and now I can edit that. Now let me also fix this price issue. So we don't have any issue within the price because if you see, I was just for debugging purpose, I logged all the courses here. So for all the prices we have null value, so that's why we cannot see. So here for one course I set the price to 50, so it's working. And by the way, I also noticed another issue while I was working on this price module. So if I come here within the when teacher courses, then course ID, and then in the single course where we are updating the our course. So here we face issue if we try to set the empty value at least in price. So here what I can say, if in data dot price exists, then pass the data dot price. Otherwise I can say it should be null. We should not pass any value here as well. And same goes to the category ID as well. So here I can say data dot category if exists, then basically pass that. Otherwise it should be null. And same we can apply to the image URL. If I hover on that, image URL, either it will be a string or null. So here I can also say that. So I can copy that, and here now I can say image URL, otherwise it should be null. And here as well, data description, and if it exists, then pass that, otherwise it should be null. And if I hover on that, say title should be a string, so let's keep that as it is. Now just to basically give you, if I try to update this one course, so let's come here, edit, let's fix this price, let's try to enter the empty price, and if I save that, course updated successfully. And now if I come back to the courses, here we have the null, and for all prices we are null. So now let's fix enter the real price. So I can say edit, and here I can say 100, and if I save that now, and if I come back to the courses page, 100, and here we also have the 100. So this is working. Now let me edit all of these courses to the published status, and then we will come back. So now we have this chapter, basically this course, single course, which is published. So let's test that. So now let's come back to the home page, and here let's come to the search courses, and here let's basically add that. So I can come here in the code and in the search page, and here let's do that. And by the way, we will also have the middle, the basically layout as well, and it will be teacher. So I can save that, and we should have the different layout here. If I refresh, yes. And by the way, also notice this. Now we will also have the input because we already created that, and we mentioned that. If I come back to the navbar input, this one, if you see, we mentioned that we will show that based on only, not here. If I come here in the index navbar routes, here where I'm using navbar input, yes, in the routes here we mentioned that we will show that only if it's a search page. And in search page, what exactly I'm checking, if route includes search. So that's why we are basically showing this this div, otherwise we will not show that. And within the input, for now we have nothing, so we will fix that. For now just focus here, not here, sorry. So here within the index search page, let's come here, and here now let's show for now all the courses without any filtration. So here I can say const will have the courses here, and here I can say use await, use fetch, and within fetch now I can say it will be API and courses, and here I can pass the query, and here I can say query, and within the query we will have the computed value. And in order to get the computed value, I will say const query is equal to computed, and it will be a computed of, like, I can say new URL search params, and within that we will have route dot query, and then here I can say to basically string, and obviously we also need that. So instead of route, I can say use route, and now we are good. And here obviously it can be undefined as well, so we can ignore this one. So here I can say ts ignore, because we know we have this type. and here I can simply pass this query. Remember that it should not be query.value, it should be query, because otherwise we will have issue. So here now I can say data, and in data I can say courses, and now let's log these courses. So here I can say pre courses, and if I save that, let's see what exactly we will get. So here now we have all the courses which are published. Obviously for now we have only one course which is the published one, which is this fitness one. And if you see, we have all the stuff we wanted. We have course related all the details, the category it belongs, and also the chapter it belongs, and also the purchases. Obviously this course is not purchased by anyone, so that's why we have this. Now let's implement this the basically this categories filtration. Like whenever we should click on computer science or accounting, we should have that, and obviously based on that we should have the courses status here. So now let's create the that, and in order to basically design that, here we will have the div. So here I can say div, and within that here we will have, first of all I can say class is equal to, from padding all around it will be a 6, and then we will have the space y4, and then here we will have the categories, basically the component. And I can, first of all let's save that, and I can create that. I can come here in the components, and here I can say categories dot view. Here I can say vbase, and I will, sorry, not this one. Here I can say vbase, and we will have this setup, this one. And here first of all let's fetch all the categories. So here I can say const is equal to use fetch, and within the fetch now I can say api and categories, and we know we will have all the categories here. So here I can say data, and here I can say categories, and also let's say status. And now we will also have another, basically the array of, where, because we know what categories exist in our system. So if you remember in the seed, where is that seed? Yes, here we have that. Now I can tell you the two choices. Either you can also have another, basically you can update this category model first of all in the Prisma schema file in the here beside where we are creating the category. Here you can also add another field icon, just to basically, so you can also store in the database the icon as well. Or the second option is, and whenever you create in the seeding, you can also add that. That's first option I just want to show you. And second option is basically we will implement that, because we know the, what will be the icons are. So that's why here I will create the array, and I found that. And obviously here I can import this type from the Prisma. So if I did do, like, I can say category from the Prisma, and here now this TypeScript error is gone, and now here I'm hard coding the icons. Now you have, you can choose. I will prefer the option one which I mentioned, but I just want to show this one, and we will proceed with this one. So you can, according to your preferences, you can update that. So here the main thing is basically I'm just adding the icons for all the categories we have. So after that, now let's define the category, and here first of all let's add the, because it will be a flex item, multiple items. So here I can say class is equal to flex, then we will have the items center, and then we will have from the padding from the bottom will be 2, and then we will have the overflow x auto, and then we will have gap x 2. And now let's add the item here. It will be a U button, so I can say U button, and within the U button here we will have the all the stuff. And here first of all I can say v for, first of all I can say here v if status cannot is equal to pending and categories exist, because it can be null as well, then loop through this one. And now here I can say category in categories, and here I can say index key is equal to category dot id, and then here we will have the, basically the size is equal to md, and the icon I can say category dot, so not like this. Here we will have, basically I can cut that because we are using this icon map. So here I can say icon map, and here I will pass the category name. So I can say category dot name, like this one, and then I will have the label. So I can say label, and within the label we will have the category dot name. I think that's it. Now if I save that, let's see how it is looking. Obviously we have to use that. So here within the courses not here, this courses within the search page, sorry, within the search page. Here let's mention categories, and if I save that, let's see how it will look like. Okay, at the end we have that. So for this category one, so it means we don't have the icon, so that's why icon is missing. So now let's basically implement the remaining stuff. So for that I can come here, and here first of all let's complete this categories stuff. So here after this, basically once we have the basic stuff, first of all let's fix this if I come here, let's fix this color issue. So first of all here I can say the variant should be, I can say variant should be soft, and if I save that, then we should have a totally different, yes, the light color. Now obviously they should not also be this primary color. There should be some difference between the selected category and the remaining. And for that, first of all here I can say const route is equal to use route, and then we will have const router is equal to use router. And now here I can say const current category is equal to computed, it will be a computed property, and then we will have the route dot query dot current category id. So basically we will pass that, so either it will be a undefined or the existing category. So here now I can say the color, it will be a dynamic, so I can say color is equal to, if current category is equal to category dot id, then we should have the primary color, else I can say it should be gray. And if I save that, obviously all of this will be gray because we don't have any category here. So in order to add the category, here I can say const on click is equal to, here basically we will pass the category id, I can say it will be a string, and after that here I can say const query is equal to new URL search params, and here I can say route dot query as any, so we don't have any Typescript error. And after that here I can say if query dot get, and here basically we will have the category id, this one, if this already exists, if this the values are same is equal to the id we are passing, then it means we should delete that. So here I can say query dot delete, and here I can pass the category id. If both are same, then delete that, else why we will set that. So here I can say copy above one, and here I can say query dot set, and in set obviously category id, then I have to pass the id as well, and here I can say id. So now this should work. And also after that, another thing we have to update, I can say router dot push, and within the push I can say the path will be the existing path, and here I can say route dot path, and then we will change the query, and in query I can say object dot from entries, and within that here I can say query dot entries, and this one. Now this should work for us. And here obviously we have to pass the on click as well, and here I can say click is equal to on click, and here I can pass category dot id. This should work for us. If I save that, and let's see, and if I click on accounting, yes, we have the accounting, and it means our search is also working, because the only course exists for us is it's related to the filmy. If I click on basically the fitness, if I select on category, we are calling automatically this one. If I select computer science, still if I engineering, IDs are changing. And now if I click again on engineering, that is gone, and we have all the courses here. And now if I select on the music, again we have empty array. If I select on fitness, now we have this course because our category is the fitness. So this is working. Now let's implement this input search as well. And for that, obviously I can come here in the input component. This is how currently it is looking. So first of all, here I will import, we will use the, basically if I come here in the view use, we will use this value as well, the watch debounce, because if I click, imagine that someone is entering too much. So we should not be calling the, API each time. If you see, we will update that. So you can check and read more about it, but let's basically implement that. And say here basically I can say after the query I can also say const title, and here I can say it will also be a ref, and in ref I can pass the value. And now we will use the watch bounced, so watch debounced, this one, and watch debounce, and here I can pass the basically the query v model query, and this one you should passing the same value. And here I can say, now I can say new query, and here we will have all that stuff. And first of all, let's also implement here the route stuff as well. So here I can say const route is equal to use route, and then we will also have the router as well, so we can say router is equal to use router, and now here we can implement that, and here I can say const, we will have another value as well. So just like if I come here in the categories, maybe I can copy that, just like this one we will also have that, so I can copy that, and obviously it will be a search query because we have the search query, because we have different name here. And here now I can say within the debounce, first of all title dot value is equal to new query, this one, and then we will have the, we will set the query. So here I can say search query dot set, and obviously we are passing the title, and within the title I will pass title dot value, and after that we have to do the same stuff just like we did here. So I can copy that, and I can come here within the input, and here I can paste that. Basically we are updating the query, and here obviously instead of query we will have search query, so I can copy that and I can paste that. And now the important thing is here I have to mention the value, how much time we want to. Here I can say debounce, and in debounce I can pass 1000, and in max weight I can say 5000. That's it. Now this should work for us, and let's save that and let's see if it's working for us or not. So if I come here, notice the network tab as well, and the as soon as I tab here. So here let's enter course. I entered too much, a lot of the words. First of all, see our this basically the title is updated now, and also we don't have any courses, any course which name is the course. So if I now enter the advanced, see now we have the courses because these exist in our title, so that's why it's working for us. So now if I remove, even if I remove this one, still this course exists because we have this title. And by the way, just if I removed this completely, if I enter, just imagine I am entering the 100 value here, this is too small, it's almost same. So notice if I enter course, each time we are calling the API, and this is not good. Even that's why we are getting the error as well. So yeah, let's change this to 1000, 1 second. So we are good, and this is also a good practice. So now let's basically design this code and complete this page, because we are done with almost which page. We only have to do the designing part. So now let's come here in the code part, and here we are basically we are fetching the courses within the not teacher. Here in the search page I can show that. So let's remove all of that dummy stuff. Obviously we will need that, this one basically the bottom one, because we will need that categories. And after the categories, now here I can start the courses part, and here I can say we will have another div here. I can say div, and within that I will have the another div which will be a basically grid. So here I can add some classes. I can say class is equal to, so we will have these basic classes, different grid items based on the different devices. Then we will have another template, and where basically I will loop through. So here I can say first of all if courses exist, they can be null as well. So I can say if courses exist, and status, sorry, I have to do that, import that. Here I can say status, and here I can say status cannot is equal to pending. So I think this should be earlier. So here, and then we will call that. So let's remove this one. Sorry, here, like this one. Yes, if they exist, then loop through the course, and here we will have, I can say we will have the u card. Here I can say u card, and in loop through I can say v for is equal to course in courses, and then here we will have key is equal to course dot I can say id, and just to basically see at least here I can say course dot title if it's working or not. So let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So if I let's first of all let's select the filming, and let's also clear the basically the I can remove all of that, so at least we can have that all the courses. Yes, it's working. We have the advanced this title here. So now let's complete the design part. So I can come here, so let's remove this one. So after this one, here I can also customize some UI part. So here I can say UI is equal to like not this one. Oh, sorry, not here. It will be here. So here I can say UI is equal to like object, and here we will have body, and in body I can add some padding. So here I can say body another object, then I will have within the padding I can say padding, and in padding p3, then on sm sp3 sm, on also sm the p should be 3, because by default it's much less. And class is equal to cursor pointer, And then whenever we click on that, I can say maybe I can wrap this completely up in the Nuxt link. So here I can say Nuxt link, and let's move that up, and here I can say 2 is equal to, and here we will have the icon, maybe the complete Vue for loop. I can cut that, I can paste that here, and now we will have the here the link. Here I can say navigate to single course. Yes, here we will have another template string, and here I can say to courses, and then we will have the single course, and obviously this doesn't exist, so I can say course.id. It obviously it will give us the page not found, but we will create that, don't worry. Then we will have the image. So here it will be a simple image. Obviously here I have to say course.image, and I added some basic classes. Why it's giving undefined? Okay, so here I can say the if course.image URL exists, then add that. So here I can say course.image URL exists, then add the source, and then we will I can also add the alt as well. So for alt I can say course.title. After the image we will have some other div, basic div with some basic basically the classes, and we will also have the title as well. So here I can say course.title, course.title, some basic classes. So after the title we will have the basically the category. So here after the title, here I can say course.category, and with some basic classes. If I save that just to show you how it will look like, this is how it is looking. So obviously here I have to say instead of category, here I can say category dot name, and if I save that, now we have the category name as well. After that we will have the chapters related information, so I can mention that, and here that's how it will look like. First of all, category name, we have the flex items, then some icon. So this is the lucid book open icon, some defined basic classes and variants. And here in the instead of chapter length, here I can say course dot chapters dot length, and here I can say course dot chapters dot length here as well. So if it is equal to 1, then I can say chapter, otherwise chapters if they are multiple. If I save that, in our case it will be a chapter. Why? Because we have only one chapter. If I refresh that, because we should have the icon here. Yes, this one chapter. And if I show you here, either we will have the price or the progress. So we will have the condition. So here I can say after that, after basically this div item, here I can say if progress cannot is equal to null, then here I can say obviously it will be a course dot progress. So here I can say course dot progress cannot is equal to a null course dot. For now this ignore that, because we didn't cover this the course basically the progress part. So we will update that, so I can remove that totally. V else sorry, and here I can say course dot price. So here I can say course dot price, and here as well course dot price. So if I save that, this is how it should look like. Don't worry about, we will implement this course progress. So this is how basically our course cards will look like. So even if select we filming, we should have some div here like no course found, that kind of stuff. So in order to implement that, so here I can come here. So basically in within this div, so if we don't have that, so here I can say no course. So here instead of items, obviously we will have the courses dot length. If it's undefined, it means this is the 0. Or if courses, here I can say if courses exist, and then show this one. So here no course found, and if I click on, we should have, if I click on fitness, now that no course found is gone. If I click again filming, we have the no course found. So this page is also done. Now let's create this. Instead of creating this dashboard page, I think it will be best if I create, sorry, where is that? Yes, let's create this single course page. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. So before creating this page, I also realized, while basically if I come here, I created a lot of different courses, although the image is same, but each course has different name, different price, and different chapters. So I created this behind the scene. And also now if you see the filtration, it's much better, like engineering, filming, even in fitness we have different basically the courses, music, photography. Then in accounting we have this one. So all these, but the issue I faced, because if I show you, because we have to fix this one, I don't know how I missed this. Basically if you come here in the chapters UI, in chapter description, this is the editor. not the simple test description form. So for somehow we missed this, so we will implement that now. So let's fix that, and then basically we will create this single course button and then stripes of stuff, all that stuff. So first let's create that this page basically, this component, editor component, and for that I can come here and within this chapter description form. So instead of here, basically the text area, we will use the editor. So for now, let's create that editor, and within the components, we will have that in the root of the component. So here I can say editor.view, and keep in mind we will use the tip tab editor. So if I come here in the package.json file, you should have installed this Nuxt module, Nuxt tip tab editor, and you can basically install that from here, nuxt.com, then from the basically the modules, and here if you see tip, search for tip, yes, this one, you should have installed this one. So now let's start implementing this one. So I can come here in the code where we have the editor component, and here let's say the base part be base, this one. And now here first of all we will have some classes. I can say class is equal to this one, sorry, this one, and then basically we will have another div, and within their div we will also have some classes. I can say class is equal to flex wrap. Basically if I show you the design side by side, so the first, this was the border, and now I'm creating this tooltip section. So we will have that. So I can say flex, they should be wrap, and then we will have the border P, and then we will also have PT padding from all around 2. Then background will be white, and items will be center, and space X should be 2. And now here we will have the all the tooltips. So before creating the tooltip, let's create the all the tooltips we need. So basically the array of for all the modules we are using, this is how it will look like. First of all, the type are these. We will have the slug, then the icon, and then the active, is active or not, and then it will be array. Like the bold item, then for bold I have this icon, for italic I have this icon, for basically undo we have this icon, for redo we have this icon, for bullet list, sorry, we have this icon, and it's the hero icons. Same goes to the order list, but it's the lucid one. And then we have the code icon, and then we have basically this block code. If you want to add more modules, you can also check out the basically data editor. You can also add more modules as well, and same, you basically you have to add this kind of tooltip for that. And now let's here come here, and we can add the tooltip. So it will be much simpler. So I will loop through all the editor actions. Then in the text, basically this U tooltip, basically this is the Nuxt component, and same goes to this U button as well. So these are Nuxt component, not the basically tip tab editor component. So just we are using them here in basically we will merge this with the tooltip and editor and the text. And then for I'm basically editing some, customizing some default class of the tooltip. And then we have the button, and in button size, the color, and what is the basically, obviously we will implement that, and the variant is basically we will implement that as well. So now let's create the further actions. First of all, maybe I can say the on click action. So here I can say whenever we on click on that, const on action click is equal to, we will have the basically the slug here, and the type will be string. And here I can say before for now let's log only. Here I can say slug, and now let's implement this editor. So we have to define that, and in order to define the editor, here I can say const editor is equal to use editor. Remember, this is from the tooltip, and basically Nuxt is auto importing for us. So just to basically give you the overview, you can basically read the complete documentation here in this module, and also the official documentation as well. You can explore that. And here now I can say first of all the default content, I can say content, and here I can basically pass simple p. In content I can simply pass this as simple string. And then in the basically the extensions, see, it is giving us the also auto suggestion. So for now I will only use the starter kit. So I can say tip starter kit. Then basically we will have the editor props. So I can say editor props, it will be a object. Then I can say attributes, and within that it also be a project, and here we will add some classes. So here I can add some classes like this, and after that, now here whenever we should basically click on that. And by the way, let's also define the props as well. So here now I can say the interface, I can say editor props, it will be a simple string, so I can say model value and it will be a string, and after that I can say const props is equal to define props, and here I can basically pass the interface we just created, editor props, and then after that we will also emit that. So I can say emit is equal to define emits, and within that I can pass update model value. And now here we will also do, we will watch that. So I can say watch, and here I will say we will watch the props dot model value. So I can say props dot model value, and then here I can say value, and basically we have to some modification in the value. So here I can say if editor dot value, if it's basically we have something here get HTML, and if if is equal to value, then basically we will simply return that because we will not update anything. But otherwise what we will do, I can say editor dot value dot commands dot set content, and here I will say basically props dot model value, and here I will say false. That's it. And now let's implement this on action button, and here basically on action I can say const vm is equal to editor dot value dot chain dot focus. So as soon as basically we click on that, we should focus on, basically this is the function, sorry, and here I will say focus, and that's it. So after that we will have a different basically the triggers based on the action we click. So after that, here I can say const action triggers will trigger, it will be a basically record where key is the string and the basically the value is basically the function. If you see, this is the function, so that's why the type is this one. So here I will basically, whenever I will click on bullet lists, I will trigger the bullet list. Whenever I will click on the order list button, I will trigger the order list code block, and same goes to basically everything. And here now I will say after basically this is just for our own, basically you can say the modification and for our own easiness. And now here I will say action triggers, and here I will basically pass triggers and our my own slug, and I will call that. So now the flow will be basically as soon as I will click on some tooltip right, after that I will come here. First of all, I'm defining this focus stuff, that tooltip should be focused, and after that basically I'm calling this method. And this method, what exactly this method is doing, it is taking one basically the string, and then basically based on that key, basically if you see for example bullet list and this list, these keys are same, the active status one, the active we are passing here. So that's why, just to basically this we define for easiness. Otherwise we can also add the if else condition as well. If key is this one, call this method. If key is this one, call this method. But we optimized our code. And now here basically why this is giving us the undefined, in order to fix that, here basically on top of basically here I can say v if editor exists, then basically show this component. If I do v if, now that error is gone. And just to see other still some things are remaining, but still if we want to see what exactly how it will look like, let's see and implement. If I come here in the description form, and other than basically let's uncommit this one, commit this one, and here I can say client only, and within that I can pass editor, and here now I can pass v model is equal to chapter form dot description. I can pass that, and let's see how it will look like. And let's remove this above line, and let's save that, and let's see how it will look like. If I come here, and obviously we have to go to the teacher mode, so I can say teacher mode, then to the courses, and let's come to this chapter 3, because here I know in course 3 I have basically the description, so I can edit. So here we are, and here if I go click on the chapter 3, and this is how currently it is looking. We should have that something here, but it's still basically not getting applied. So let's see why. So if I come here in the editor, okay, oh here we missed the crucial thing. Here I should be saying on mounted, and here I can say it will be a method, and basically we will say if here I can say unwrap. Remember that these should be two basically exclamation marks for you. So here I will pass the editor, and after that basically I can say if this is the this condition is true, then I can say unwrap. I will pass the editor, and then I can say commands, then I can say set content, and here I can pass the props dot model value, and after that I can say also let's copy this line, and I can paste that here, and I can say unwrap editor dot I can say dot on, and here I will say update, and in update I will pass basically the handle update. We will create this method. I can say handle update, and let's create this method as well. So here I can say const handle update is equal to, it will be a simple arrow method, and within arrow method I will basically simply emit the updates of, here I can say update model value, and basically I will pass the editor. I can say unwrap editor dot get html, and that's it. And let's also implement the last stuff which we have to implement here. I can say on before unmount we will destroy the editor. So here I can say unwrap, and here I can say editor, and then I can pass destroy, and now it's basically the unmounted. On unmounted we are destroying that. So let's save that, and let's see how it will look like now. If I refresh, we should have the editor here, or maybe still something is missing. If let's also open the console as well, and if I bottom, it's still getting refreshed. Let's also see if we facing some kind of error. Why it's taking so much time? Still, I totally forgot, because actual stuff we still didn't implemented that. We still have to do some stuff here. So if I come here at the top, after the tooltip we are showing nothing here. So that's why we were unable to see that. So here after the basically this div, and here I can say another div, and here we will also have some base classes. I can say class, and I can say p should be 4, and then we will have bg void, and here we will have all the content. So here I can say tip tab editor, this component, and here I will say editor. We have to pass the editor is equal to editor, and if I save that, now it should work for us. If I save that, and let's come here, now this should work for us. If I do cancel, let me refresh, and if I edit, oh, it's still getting refreshed. Let's also implement the remaining change as well. Basically, whenever we are in the description form, so here instead of simply showing this description form within the basically the chapter dot description in p tag, we will not use that. We will basically improve some stuff here. So here instead of this one, I can remove that, and it will be basically some other basic classes. So that's how it will look like. So here basically I'm adding these pros classes here. Basically these are the tailwind related classes, so but you can also use that. For this, basically remember that if you are using something else, this tailwind typography, this plugin is very necessary. So this is very basically important here. I can show you basically if I come here in the basically the Tailwind typography plugin. This is very important. You have to install that. If you are basically for some reason you are using any other library, you have to install that. So you can check out the documentation, and here you have to install that. This one exact Tailwind CSS, and then in Tailwind file you have to mention that. So this is very important. And now let's see, it's still because we didn't save that. Oh, sorry, I have to remove this one. If I remove that, and if I now show, so yes, now it's working. So that's how our description is looking now. So all the basically this is the code part, this is the blog code, this is the bullet lists, all that basically. If I edit the description, here still something is missing. So let's see. I think the styles are missing. So here we have to add some styles as well. So here I can remove the scope, and here I can add some classes. So these are the basic CSS. I'm adding that just to show you basically cross mirror, some border outline, then the tip tab, and then some paddings, then the h1 h2 classes. Obviously we will not use that, but still the tip tab code, the tip tab 3, how this will look like, the code stuff, the image log code, and all the basic style. So if I save that, now if I see it's still not working for us for some reason, let me debug that, because we should have all that content which we are basically showing here. We should have that here. So basically this is the bug. If I come here, so instead of tip tab editor, here I should be saying tip top content, editor content. Now let's copy this one. So and tag should also be same. So if I save that, so now this should work for us. If I edit description, cancel, edit description, that's strange. Did I save that? Okay, let me fix this again. And here basically, first of all, let's fix this error as well. Maybe it's because of related to this. So here I can say, whenever we are passing the basically the stuff here in the V model, here I can say string, either it can be null or it can also be undefined. And here now let's also fix the remaining. So here I can say as string. So we are good. We are safe here, and here as well as string. Save that, and now maybe it should work. Yes, now it's working for us. So here basically you can see we have the normal text, and even if I want, I can add more normal text as well. So here I can say another line for normal text, and I can, if I want to do this bold, I can do that. If I can click on that, now this text is bold. If I want to do this italic, this text is now italic. So all the other stuff is working. So if you want to change something, this is automatically selected. So all that stuff, if you want to make this block code, you can make it, unclick. Now this is, so all that stuff is working. And if I save that, it should also get updated. And if you see, we have new line and chapter updated successfully. So tip tab editor part is successful. Now let's start implementing this single course page, although still some things will be missing here, because like we will also show the progress and all that stuff here, which is dependent upon the basically the Stripe. So first we will create the basic UI, so we can show all the details here, and then we will start implementing the Stripe. So maybe first of all, let's come here into the search page. So we can have that. Yes, and now we can start implementing the single page. For that, I can come here within the components. Then yes, here within the pages, here I can say courses, and then we will have the course ID. I can say course ID. Then here I will have the index dot view, a single course page. Here I can say V base. It will be pretty simple. And here we will basically call the single course. Obviously, before moving forward, we also need the single course API as well. If we didn't create it yet, yes, we don't have that. So here we also have to create that. So here I can say course ID, and then we will have index dot get dot ts. So let's create that. And here obviously let's copy the basic stuff from here, the authentication related. So I can copy this one. And now let's come here in the course ID and then index.getTS. Remember that these courses should not be within the teacher. Those are the separate thing. This course is basically server API, then courses and course ID, and then here we are. And obviously we don't need all that stuff. I can completely remove that. And here within the, once we have this session, so here I can say const course is equal to await db dot course dot find unique, and within that I can pass that. So here we will have the where, and in where I will have ID. So here I can say event dot context dot params dot course ID, and it should be here the question mark. And here now I can say the user ID, and for user ID I need session dot user dot ID. And after that, what exactly we want to include, I can say include, and include I can say chapters, and all those chapters basically which are published. So here I can say where, and within that I can say is published, and it should be true. And after the chapters, within the basically the chapters where publish is true, I can also want to include. So here we will have the user progress. So basically we will be showing the progress of each chapter, basically whether it's complete or not. So that's why we have that. And here I can say where user ID is equal to session dot user dot id. And just to show you the schema, it will be a array. If I show you the chapter array, so user progress, it's the user progress array, and in each user, what exactly we progress array, what we have the user id, the chapter id. The chapter user is basically either he is done with completion or he is still working on that. And basically this property will define as the whether it's completed or not. By default, each chapter will be unmarked as incomplete, because once he is done with the basically the mark as complete button, then we will update that, and we will have all the user chapters which he is done. Basically he's done with the watching, or he manually marked as complete. So we will have all that array, and we want to include that here as well. So after that, you will be basically it will be more clear once we will implement that. So after this including include user progress, I can say order by, and here I can say the position should be ascending. And now this is what we will be returning. So after this, basically here I can say return course, and that's it. If I save that, and now let's come here into the single this component page. Basically page is course ID, and here I can call that, and here I can say const course. Obviously here I have to say use await use fetch, and now here I can pass the course. So this one, not teacher, sorry, this one. So here obviously instead of course ID, it will be a params. Oh, sorry, I can cut this one, cut that, and let's change this to this one. And now here I can say route, I can say const route, sorry, params. Here we will have use route, and that's it. Now here we will have the params, and here now we can pass params dot course id, and here we will have, obviously we can say data, and here we will have the course, single course. And just to show you basically what exactly we will have that, so here I can say p, and within that I can say the course. And if I save that, and let's see how it will look like, and basically if I click on that, I'm in the single course. And if I refresh that, because it's the first time, so that's why it is, because they should not give us the undefined, because within the courses, if I courses, we have this page. Yes, we have that course, and here we have all the details. Basically the course one, it's all chapters. And if you see, because currently we don't have any progress stuff, so that's why for each chapter progress is an empty array, progress is an empty array, but we have all the data here. But one thing I just want to show you, this is the page, this one. In this page normally we will not show anything. As soon as, once we are done with the fetching of the course, we will redirect user to this page. This page is basically a single chapter page. So just to show here, let's come here, and within the course id we will create another folder. Here I can say chapter id, and then we will have index.view. Sorry, we will have another, basically here I can say within the course id we will have another folder called, sorry, chapters. Not here, let's remove that. Within the course id, here I will have chapters, and now I can move this chapter id to the chapter id to into chapter. Just move that, and here now this is the structure. If I show you the courses, course id, then the chapters folder, then the chapter id, and then we have the indexed view. And now let's basically here, if I basically do this reload window, that errors are basically pretty strange. We should not have those errors. So here I can say, first of all, let's say the status. So the status, we should have that. Why it's not giving us the status? Yes, now we have that. So here I will do the watch effect. So I can say watch effect. Here I will say within that I can say if status dot value cannot is equal to pending, and course dot value is exist, then what should we do? We should navigate user to, I can say navigate to, I can say courses, then to the single course. Here we will have the params dot course id, and then to the chapters, then we will have the basically the chapter id. So here I will say course dot value dot chapters, and chapters 0, and then to the chapter id, sorry, 0 dot chapter 0. Within the chapters, if I just to show you, within the chapter, yes, it's simple id, not chapter id. Here I will have dot id, yes. And here I can also add the another if condition as well. If basically course don't have any chapters, and but it will not be possible, because we know we have at least one chapter which is published, so we can ignore that. And here now this should redirect us to basically this newly created page. And here, just to basically be base, if I do that basic stuff, and here I can say single chapter. If I save that, and now let's save this one, this page should automatically redirect us to this page. And if I refresh that, we should have that, yes, single chapter. So first of all, here we will basically in this chapter, in this page, now we will do all the magic here. First of all, we have to define our own layout, because this layout is totally different. So we will do that. We will create this layout for that. So I can come here in the layouts, and within this layout, it will be much similar to this teacher one. So maybe for now I can copy this one, and I can create another layout. Here I can say the chapter dot Vue, and I can basically simply paste that. It will be much similar, but the only difference will be basically in the navbar and the basically we will have the different navbar and sidebar for that. So I can save that, and obviously I can use that now here, and here I can say just like in the course ID, here we should also be implementing that. So here I can say define page meta, and within that I can say the layout should be the chapter one, and also the basically the middleware should be protected. So I can say protected, and now I can copy this one, I can copy that, and same goes to the this chapter one. So I can paste that, save that here now, and if I now show you, so if this should change, at least we should have that nav bar. Yes, now we have that, and now let's start implementing all that stuff. So before, obviously we need the single chapter as well, so it means we have to create another basically the API here within the courses. Then we will have another, here I can say chapters, oh sorry, I can say chapters, then we will have chapter ID, I can say chapter ID, and here I can say index dot get dot ts. So here I can say basically, first of all, let's copy this basic stuff from here. I can copy that from the course, and here now I can paste that, and obviously I will remove all this remaining the end stuff here, and we will have only the requiring session and all that stuff. And here now I can say const purchase. Here basically we will add a lot of stuff, but before that, basically for now I can simply return the chapter. So then we will add all the filtration and all that stuff. So here I can say const chapter is equal to await db dot find unique, find, why it's not working, db dot chapter, sorry, dot find unique, and here I can pass the stuff. So here I can say where course ID is equal to event dot context dot params dot course ID, and obviously this should be like this one. And then we will also have the ID, and here I can say event dot context dot params dot chapter ID, and then we will have the is published, and here I can say true, otherwise we should not return that. So here that's it. Now this should work for us, and at the end I can simply return the chapter. For now we will update that because we need a lot of stuff here. So here I will say chapter, and let's save that, and let's see how it will look like here within this page. So in order to copy the basic stuff, I can basically copy this basic stuff here, the params one, and I can come here, and after this middleware I can paste that here. And obviously we need the course ID, then I also need the chapters, and then I also need the chapter ID as well. So here I will say params dot chapter ID. Now this should, here I can say chapter, and now this should work for us. So here I can say pre chapter. If I save that, let's see how it will look like. We should have something here. If I do the console, yes, we have chapter and all its related details. So here now we will basically, if I show you the, here we will have a lot of stuff here. So first of all, I know here in this design this it's missing, but here at the top we will have the alert, basically, if this chapter is completed or not. So first let's create that as well. So here at the top, let's remove this one completely, and here I can say we, if instead of, obviously here we will have the chapter. So now this will give us the error because this doesn't exist. Maybe I can add some div here. So here I can say div, and here only show basically this stuff once if status cannot is equal to pending and chapter exists, then we will show that. So here basically in this page we will need a lot of stuff, basically just to show you in detail. If I come here, so basically if you see this video is the attach this video is a chapter video, we had that, but we will also show all the chapter attachments and the enroll button. Obviously we will not purchase the single, basically the chapter, we will be purchasing the course. So here we need the course ID as well. We will also need the course price as well, so we need that as well. And we need at the top, we will need the user progress as well, and all that stuff we will be fetching basically in this API. So here let's also update that because I think it will be much easier to explain and implement that. So here at the first of all at the top, before this chapter, obviously we need this one as well. So here I will get the purchase status. So I can say purchase is equal to await db dot purchase. If I show you in the purchase what exactly we have that in the schema. So in purchase we have the course and course ID, whether this course is purchased or not. So it means here we will pass, I can say course purchase dot find unique, and within find unique I can say where, and here we will have the user ID, course ID. This combo is unique, so that's why here we will have the user ID, and in user ID you can say session dot user dot id, and then we will have the course id, and in course id I can simply copy this one, and here we will have that session dot course id. Why it's not working? Session dot user dot id. Okay, here I can also say and even dot context dot params dot course id exist, although we know it will exist, but still just to basically now that error is gone. Here we will have the purchase, either null or either we will have the purchase. So after that we also need the basically the course as well, and in course we only need basically the price. So here after that I can say find unique based on the course and status published, and add the basically the select only the price. So we will only select the price. If I hover on that, we will have the course price because we only need that. So here we will have the course, and after that we will have the chapter as well. And here now I will add some validation as well. If for whatever reason chapter or course are basically one of them is missing, here I can say chapter or course is either one of them is null, then we will say chapter or course not found. If someone enters the wrong IDs, then we will add that. And here now we will also define some variables here. So here I can say let, because we need the chapter attachments as well. So I can say let attachments. It will be a attachment of from Prisma, and it will be a array is equal to array, and then we will also have next chapter. Yes, we will also this feature as well. The type will be chapter from the Prisma, and then or it can be null as well, and then we will have by default its value is null. So here after that I can say if purchase exists, then what should we do? I can say attachments is equal to await db dot attachment dot find many, all the attachments which are linked to this basically the course. So I can say where course id is equal to event dot context dot params dot course id, this one. So all the attachments which are linked with this course. After that attachments I will say if chapter dot is free, if it's a free chapter, or we basically have the we already purchased this course, then what should we do? We should also return the next chapter as well for better UX. And here I can say await next chapter is equal to await db dot chapter dot find first, and here I can say where basically we will pass the course ID and published. So I can say where course ID and is published is true, then here the tricky thing is here the main and important position, and in position I will say greater than, and here we will have the chapter, and then we will have the position. So if chapter is greater than the existing basically the chapter, then if it's greater than the position is greater than, then we will have all the stuff within the next chapter here, and the order should be after, and here I can say order by, and in order by I can say position, and it should be ascending. And now we will also return the user progress as well. So I can say const user progress is equal to await db dot user progress and find unique, and here I can pass the unique stuff. I can say where find unique, and where it will be the same combo just like here we had at the top this one. So I can copy that, and obviously instead of the course ID we will have the chapter ID. So here I can say chapter ID, and now here I can say chapter ID, and here I can say chapter ID. So here we will also have the user progress. Now here in return I will return all this stuff. So here I will return course. Why it's not giving me the course? That's strange. Yes, course, then we will also have the chapter, then we will also have the purchase, then we will also have the attachments, then we will also have the next chapter, all that stuff, then we will also have the user progress. Now this should work for us. If I save that, and if I come here in the single chapter page, this one, and just if I hover on that, we have it will be a complete data, not a single stuff. So here instead of chapter, I can simply say data, and here as well for now I can simply say data. And if I basically show you the data free, and here I will do the log data, and if I save that, let's see how it will look like. See, we have all that data. First of all, we have the course, but in course we only have the price. So that's the basically easiest way to basically minimize the payload, and also it will reduce the API, basically the response. It will improve the API performance as well. And here after that we have the basically the chapter and its all related details, and then we have the purchase, then we have the attachments, then next chapter is currently null, and user progress is also null. Why next chapter is null? Because purchase, we don't have any purchase, and next chapter is obviously, if it's not free, then it should return null, and that's why it is returning null. So we have everything as we are expecting. Now let's see all the details here in terms of basically the UI. So first of all, let's come here in the UI, and here let's remove this one, and here I can say, if we will show this alert component data dot user progress dot is completed. If it's completed, then we will have this alert triangle. You already completed this chapter, variant will be soft and basically the primary. If we are done with the completion of this, other obviously in our case it will be basically, we will not show the we will show this one because we still have to complete this chapter. If I save that, it is still loading. That's why we have a blank screen. And if I come here in the network, yes, we don't have any error. So here I can also say else. So at least we know it's working. So here I can say we else. Here I can say loading. If I save that, we should have that here now. Let me refresh because it should work for us. Are we calling this API? Yes, we are calling that. Then why it's not working? Even in console, we don't have any error. Let me check why it's not working. It should work. So it's working. Sorry, it's my bad. It's working because, but we obviously here let's just do the else condition. Here you already completed this chapter, so we will show this chapter once we are done with the completion. Here we are not seeing this because we don't have the completion yet, so that's why. So it was my bad, sorry. So after that, basically we will also have the alert, and the alert is basically based on the we will also have here the component, the another value. So here, if I can say const, I will say is log is equal to computed, and here I will say if data dot value dot chapter dot is free, if it's free, and here we will also have data dot value dot purchase. So if basically the chapter is not free, this means chapter is not free, and we also didn't make the purchase. Here I can data dot value dot purchase. So these are the condition. If basically the chapter is not free and we also didn't make any purchase, then the chapter should be locked. So we will have this alert component as well. So here I can say we will have another alert component. If it's locked, then basically we will show this, basically you need to purchase this course to watch this chapter. So the chapter will be completely blank, and a user won't be able to see that. Just to basically, if I save that, obviously we will have that here. You need to purchase this course to watch this chapter. We have this alert now. And first of all, let's fix this one because we should not show that. Yes, now we have this alert warning for user. And after that we will have some basic div with some basic classes, and here after this alert component I can add some divs. And here let's close this as well, and here basically we will show the video stuff. So within this div we will also have this, just to show you, I can show you basically relative. And here obviously I need to create this is ready component. So let's create this variable as well, so it will be much easier for me to explain to you. So I don't think we need this is ready. So here I can simply say if status cannot is equal to pending, cannot is equal to pending, then show. Basically we are already checking that at the top, so I can completely remove that. So here I'm saying if is locked is false, then we will show this basically this icon. And then we will also have otherwise, it means our component is locked. So here I can say v else instead of another vf, and here we will have the video. So in video, basically I'm passing the chapter URL, and for now let's remove that because obviously we know it will be locked, so we won't be able to see that. And now here we full hide source dot chapter dot video URL. For now I can remove these because this is the basically on ended. This we will call this once we are done with the chapter logging. So I can basically once we are done with the video completion. For now I can remove that because I will show you how we can implement that. So let's for now at least let's see if video is showing or not. So if I come here, we should have that video here. This chapter is locked, we have that. So if I basically, we should have, still we should have that video URL because we know it is present. If I inspect, let's see if we have something error or not. Import value supplied for us should be hidden. Yes, let's fix this one. It's related to import, and in order to fix this one, we can also come here in the chapters form, and because we already implemented that, if we come here in the video form, let's see how we are working here. Yes, we have to pass this stuff. I can copy that. Maybe let's copy all of this one. I can copy this one, and now let's come here and let's paste all this stuff here. I can paste that, and now this should work. If I save that, we should have that, the video at least. If I refresh, yes, but video, it's still, we have this at the top, we have this hover effect. I think it will not work for us. And if I remove basically this stuff, and if I show now, yes, we have the video. Obviously, let's fix some basically the style related issue. So instead of height 140, basically here we should have basically, I can, yes, video is playing as well. So maybe I can reduce some height. So in height, I can say width as well. If I remove this one, and if I save that, we should not have a width 100%. Let's see the 200, and in height, let's, at least I'm trying different stuff. It's still not getting updated. And let's add some classes. Class is equal to width, and width should be 300 pixel and height should be 150 pixel. I save that. Let me refresh because this should get updated. It's still not working. At least the styles, everything else is working, but style are not working. Let me check why. So basically, these are the changes I made. First of all, I don't know why, for whatever reason, this class was not getting applied. So I added this basically maximum with 600 pixel, and I removed all the, although if you see in the documentation, that is also the confusing part for me. So in documentation, they mentioned, we can pass the width and height, all that stuff. But for some reason, that's not working. So what I did, I removed that width and even the classes as well, Tailwind classes as well, because that was also not getting applied. So I did inline CSS. I know it's basically it's hack, but obviously it's not. Our focus is not to basically style the things. Main focus is to at least how things are working differently. So maybe you can explore on your own. I don't want to spend this time on it because in once I created the project, it was working for me. Maybe it's related to versions of the Cloudinary. I'm not sure about that. So you can look into this in detail. So for now, let's apply this width and height stuff. And if you see, this is how it will look like in our current case. And for whatever reason, this class is not getting applied. So if I remove that, and if I add, width full, and now basically this is centered. So we have that width. Now basically you can adjust this width and height according to your own requirement. And but for now, at least we can see the basically the video and all that stuff. And let's also now see the show this lock and unlock stuff. So I can remove that, and this is how it will look like. And obviously here, if it's locked, then show that, otherwise don't. So here we will also have, here now I can add that because we know basically this exists. So here I can say we if show only video, this video once the data dot chapter dot video URL exists, and chapter is basically unlocked. So I can say is locked is basically false. Then we will show, oh sorry, we already have that. So I can cut that. We already have this brief condition. I can remove that, and here I can add that here. So show only this video URL once we have that. So here now I can say this chapter is locked. So after that, we will also have basically this complete button stuff. So I can add that. So for now, here we will have the basically the enroll button. So because most of the stuff, if I show you the screen, the design screen, most of the stuff like the here the course name, progress, these chapters, these chapter status, and the video, and this button. So most of the stuff is basically depends on the payment, whether we purchase this course or not. So for now, basically, we can have the enroll button here where we will be able to integrate this Stripe, because it will be much easier to move further and also easy to explain, and also for you guys to understand this whole thing. So for now here, let's say here I can say enroll button. I can save that and I can come here in the components. Within the components, I can say course, and within the course I can say enroll button dot view, and within enroll button here I can say v base, the basic set of component, and here we will have the basic v u button. So here I can say u button, and I can simply say enroll for, and here we will pass the price, and it will be basically the prop. So for now here basically I can give some classes in u button. Here I can say class, the width should be full, and then I can say md width should be auto, and some size will be basically this small, so I can say sm, and that's it. Here we will also have the click button as well, so I can say click enroll, and obviously I have to create that. First of all, the interface we will be passing the props. Basically you can say enroll button props, and within that we will have basically the price, I can say number, and then we will have basically the course id, so I can say course id, and here we will have the basically the, it will be a string, and here we can define the prop, so I can say const props is equal to define props, and here I can pass the props enroll button props, and here that's it. And after that, now let's create the basically the function enroll function. I can say const enroll is equal to async, and here basically we will have, for now I can say try catch block, and for that obviously we need to import the loading stuff as well, and here I can say is equal to use store, and now let's import is loading, then toggle loading, and then if we have any kind of error, and here now I can say try catch block, try catch, and here I can say const error is equal to handle error, and here I can pass the error, and then we will have the show error, and I can pass the error, and here basically you can say toggle loading, and I can pass true, and here in finally I can say toggle loading false. And now here basically for now I can only log in, because obviously before going further we need the API. So here for now I can say log, and I can say props dot course id, and here I can also log in the price as well. So here I can say format price, and I can pass the price, and just to see if it will work or not. And also by the way I can disable this button whenever we are loading, so I can say disable is whenever we is loading is true. So let's save that, and if I come here, and here if I say course enroll button, and here we have to pass the price and all that stuff. So here I can say price is equal to data dot course dot price, and for course id I can say data dot course dot course.id. Even we can pass the params as well. So I can say params dot course id, because we will have that here. So you don't have to worry about this. So here even I can, if I say this one, still basically it's saying it can be null as well, but we know it will not be null, we will have something. So for now I can simply say view expect error, and those warning will be gone. So now let's see if it's working or not. If I come here, we have enroll button, and if I inspect, first of all, see we can see the price, and if I click on that, I can also see the course ID as well. So now let's implement the API, and for that I can come here. So here within the APIs, obviously before going further, maybe we can have the big, because if I come here in the environment variable, we have that environment variable, but I can still I did behind the scenes, so I can show you how you can also do that. So for that I can come here in the stripe.com website. So I'm already logged in, but you have to log in. So now I will come here, in the dashboard, and here basically you can create the if you see, first of all, keep in mind you should be, your test mode should be enabled. And here, for example, in LMS we will create the new account. I have a lot of already existing accounts, but you can create new account. So I can say create new account, and here you can mention the name. So I will say LMS YouTube recording, and here basically I will select my own country. Okay, in my country it's not allowed, so for now we can select only, because it's the test mode. So create, and after that we are basically we will redirect to the our own account, basically the newly created account. So here we will have all the details. First of all, just to make sure, this should be selected, the account you want to basically develop, that should be selected. So in our case, the one we just created, it's selected. So now you can come here in the developers, this tab, developers tab, and here basically we can get all the APIs keys. So first of all, we need this publishable key. So I can copy that and you can paste this here. I can remove this one and I can paste that here. And then basically we need the this secret key as well. By the way, don't try to copy mine because obviously I'm showing that, but as soon as this video is published, I will delete this account, so it will not work for you. So please use your own. So if you want to move further. So here we will have this Stripe secret, and then we need this webhook secret. How we can get that? So if I come here in the event destinations and here create an event destination, first of all we will come here in the test in local environment, and we have to do the login and all that stuff. And just to basically before in order to create the webhook, if you see, we also need some URL where we have to watch that. So I can create that as well. So within the API here I will say direct I can say webhook.ts, and for now it will be nothing, just a simple basically if I come here in the webhook, I think this will not we can do this later. Ignore the webhook. So for now I can totally remove that, because we will I think we need something here, then we will be able to touch that. So I can save that env, and now obviously I have to restart the project, otherwise it will not work. And I can restart. And another thing, okay, yeah, I think it's my bad. I can close that. Another thing I just want to show you, if I come here in package.json, the current version of the Stripe is 17.3.1. But for some reason, when I was working the basically the behind the scene, this version was not working for me. So what I did, I downgraded my version, so at least it we can proceed further. So I can install the that version as well. So in order to create the old version, you just have to say pnpm. In case of npm and yarn, obviously you have to use that, and I can say install, and here I can say stripe and hashtag, and here our version is 14.5.0 stripe at the rate 14.50, and this basically will install the particular version for us which we need. So let's wait for the installation just to verify. Now we have this stripe that version, and now basically I can run again npm run dev, and here now we will come here within this. Keep in mind within the server, and then in the utils here I will come in the index.ts. Here we will create the basically the stripe setup. So here I will say import stripe from stripe, and then here I will create the setup for that. So I can say export const, I can say stripe is equal to new stripe, and here I will say first of all we need the environment variable. So here I can say config secret. So I can say config oh sorry use use runtime config, and here I will say okay, I think if I come here in the nuxt.config, so here yes, we don't have the here we also have to mention that. So first of all, keep in mind after the GitHub secret, not within the public, here I have to say stripe key is equal to, just make sure the environment variables I am mentioning here, they should be same in env as well, otherwise it will not work for you. So here now I have to say stripe key, and within the public I have to say, sorry, it's my bad, this should be in the within the public, this stripe key should be in the public, and then after the GitHub secret we will have the stripe secret, sorry, and here we will also have stripe webhook secret, and now this should work for us. If I save that, and now if I come here and index.ts, yes, here, so here I can say use runtime stripe, I think it will take time sometime, stripe, yes, stripe secret, and then after that here I have to say API version, and in API version this one, remember you should pass this one, because if you install latest one, here we will have a totally different date. And then after that I will say TypeScript, and here I can say TypeScript true, and that's it. We only need this thing. So I can save that, and now I can come here within the API, then in the courses, and then within the course ID, and here I can say checkout. So within the course ID I can say checkout.ts, sorry, it will be a post request, so I can say rename checkout.post.ts. So here now I can basically copy the basic stuff, the authorization related. So I can copy that, And now I can come here in the check post. I can paste that here. Obviously, we will remove all of this one as well. So here, after verifying, we have the session. So here I will say const. First of all, the basically we will check if the course ID we are passing exists or not. So here I can say course is equal to await db dot course dot find unique, and in find unique I can pass the where, and where I will say id event dot context dot params dot course id, and obviously here I have this question mark, and after that I can say is published. The course should also be published, and I can save that. If basically course exists, then we will move forward. If course not exists, then here we will throw the error. So I can say throw create error, and within that I can pass title, sorry, status code. I can say 404, and in message status message I can say course not found. And after that, basically if we have the course, I can say const if user session. We can ignore that. Here I will say event, just to I know it exists, but still the bottom thing basically it needs the exact qualification where basically it exists or not. So we cannot pass the undefined. So here basically I will say, just to show you, I can say purchase const purchase is equal to await. Here basically we are checking whether this purchase already exists or not. So that's why db dot purchase dot find unique, and find unique, in find unique I will say where, and in where basically we'll need user id course id, because the combo of these two, the combination of these two, user id and course id. So it means the we know in purchase this is the unique thing, means each course should be buyable by each user only one time. So user cannot buy one course multiple time. And we can also basically do the vice versa as well. So here now I can say user id. So I can pass session dot user dot id, and after that here I will say course id, and in course id we will pass this one event dot context dot params dot course id. And after that here we will say if basically purchase exists, then it means we should not be able to move forward. So if purchase exists, then basically we will throw the error. So for error I can maybe copy this one. So here I can say, but obviously the title will be different. So here it will be 400, and here I will say already purchased. And after the basically if we don't have the purchase, then here we will say const the stripe stuff. So here I will say line items is equal to stripe. Don't forget to import the stripe from the official package, and here I will say stripe dot checkout dot session create params checkout dot session. That's stripe dot checkout dot, ignore this line, sorry, it's my bad. I can remove that, and here basically I can create the customer as well. I can say let stripe customer is equal to, I can say await db dot stripe customer dot find unique. We will also see if this customer exists in the database, in the stripe as well, database as well. So here I will pass the user id is equal to session dot user dot id, and after that here I will include select, basically I can say select, and in select we will only need the this stripe customer id, and here I can say true, sorry not try, here I will have say pass true. And after that last customer, if it doesn't exist, then basically I will move forward. So if stripe customer is null, then basically we will move forward, and here I will say const customer, basically we will create that if it not exists. So here I will say await is equal to await stripe dot customers dot create, and remember this stripe is basically from the package we just created in the utils, this stripe. So just to make sure this is not the db or anything, and that's why here now after the basically here we can create this type customer, and in order to create this type customer, here we have to pass some data, and we for now we only need the email, and here I will pass session dot user dot email. That's it. And after that I will also say basically this stripe customer, and here basically we will create that. Here I will say await db dot stripe customer dot create, and within the create I can say data, and in data I can pass user ID. Basically all this one I can pass the user ID, and here obviously I also have to pass Stripe customer ID, and in Stripe customer ID I can say customer dot ID. So just to verify this one, first of all, this customer we are checking from the database whether this customer exists in the database or not. Then basically if it not exists, then we are creating this customer within the Stripe portal. Within Stripe here, we will create the customer here in this portal, and also we will create the customer in the database as well. So second time when we will come here in this request, this will basically return us something and we will totally ignore that. So first time we will have only the we will create the customer and then we will move forward. Second time we will not create the customer, otherwise it will be a duplicate. And after that, now here I can create the customer session stuff. So here I can say const stripe session is equal to await stripe small one stripe, and here now I can say checkout, and here I can say sessions, and then I can create, and in session and create here basically I can pass all the data, and here basically we will have an array, an object, and here sorry, so it will be a array, and within the sorry it's my, so within the create here we will have basically first of all here I can say the line items, and line items will be an array, and in array I will have basically the an object, and here I can say quantity, and here we will have the one. Then basically price data, and in price data I can pass currency, it will be USD, and then I will have unit amount, and in unit amount I will say math dot round, and in round I will pass course dot price, and after that I can multiply this with the 100. So here, and just to basically ignore this warning I can mention this one, and after this unit amount here we will have the product data, and in product data I can pass the name, I can say course dot title, and then basically we will have the description, so I can say in description course dot description. So after these line items, basically this is the data we will show in the Stripe whenever user will visit our Stripe page, the payment page, checkout page. And after that we will have the mode, and in mode we will have the payment, and after that we will have the payment method types. So here I can say payment method types, and here we will for now I will say only card, but obviously you can read more documentation and you can change this according to your own requirements. And after that we will have the customer, and in customer I will pass the data stripe customer dot stripe customer ID, and after that we will say cancel URL, and here obviously we will mention that. Then we will also have the success URL, here we will also mention that, and then basically we will have some metadata, and in metadata basically this metadata is important because this metadata we will be able to access this data within the webhook file. So this is very important. So here I will say user ID. That's why see it's not giving us the auto suggestions because this is the you can say a custom object. We can add whatever we want. So user ID, and here I will say session dot user dot ID, and after that we will also say the course ID, and here it will be a course dot ID. That's it. We only need these two in metadata, and now let's pass the cancel and success URL. So here it will be pretty simple. Basically, as soon as user is basically done, we will pass in case of cancel. Here we will mention this query, and in case of success we will mention success, and one we will access these in the front end part. And by the way, I know this is not good practice. You can create the environment variable, or you can also get the existing URL and then you can pass that, but for now I don't want to do this. I'm lazy, so you can fix this on your own. So maybe you can say this is just simple exercise for you as well. And after that, okay, here why we have the error. Yes, here I have to stripe session. If I see line item doesn't exist in type request options, let me check why it's not working. So this is the mistake. So if this course description can be null as well, so that's why it's giving us the error. But I can ignore this one by adding these exclamation marks, and now we are good to go. And now that error is gone as well. And just for the basically in return we will say, so after basically this here I can say return, and in return I can say stripe session dot URL, and I can save that, and we are good to go here. So I can save that, and now I can come here in the API part where we are creating. I'm creating that in in role button. So I can come here in the course enroll button, and here I can basically create that. So here after, instead of logging the course ID, here I can say const, and here basically we will have the response is equal to await. Obviously instead of response I can say data, and here I can say await. Obviously it will be a fetch, and in fetch I can pass the stripe. If I do API, we should have that stripe test this checkout API courses checkout, and here obviously we will pass this params instead of this one. I can cut that and I can replace this with the string, and here now I can say it will be a params, so obviously we need that, and here I can say const is equal to use route, and here now I can say params, and now I can pass params dot course id, params dot course id this one, and obviously this method is the post method, so here I can say method, and in method I can say post, and here why it's giving us the error, okay, because this is not, so I can say res. What happened here it should be aware like this one, yes. Now if I hover on that, either we will have the string or null or undefined. So here after that, once we have this one, we will know we will have this type session URL. So here I will say if basically if we have the response, it's not null, it means it's the string. I can say window dot location dot assign, and in assign I can say response, so I can say here assign response, or not response, res, and that's it. Now it should redirect us to the that page, and we are handling all other stuff. So if I save that, this basically redirect us to the, this should redirect us to the, if I can refresh that, because remember we rerun our project, so that's why it was not running. So now we have that, and if I also clear the network tab, and now if I click on enroll, okay, already purchased. I know why it's not working. So because I was testing, so behind the scene, so I think I already bought this course, so that I can move here, come here, and instead of I think I was either testing this course or this course. Let's come here in the course ID. So even in the database I can show you. So let's wait for the it to finish, and here if you come here in the course 3, and now if I click on enroll, see something is happening, it's still loading. Okay, internal server error. Let's check what's bad. In response, internal server error. Do we have something here? No such customer. That's strange. Let me check. So something is wrong here in the checkout.post. So course ID. Let's try customer. Let me check why it's not working. So after debugging, I found the error. It was it's quite difficult error, and you will not face basically the error. The error was once I was basically the testing on my own, while I was developing. So I had different LMS account, but the database was the same, this one. So because of this we had a conflict. So if you see in this customers, basically the where I'm recording that, I don't have any customers. But here if I come here in the my own database, here I saved this customer, and we have this customer ID, and that's why basically it is giving us this error, no such customer exists. So it was a conflict, so I will delete this, and if I delete that, and now we don't have any customer, even I will remove the all the purchases I made earlier, because this will also give us the error. So I can also delete that. It was only one basically the course. Even I can remove all of these progress stuff as well, because I know it will create problem, and I can delete that, and I can delete that as well. And now if I come here in the chapter, we should not have any is completed or that kind of stuff. Yes, I hope we will see if we face any kind of error. Now I can come here again, I can refresh that one time, and now I am hopeful we will not face error. This one, the error we face now. Let's see. Let's wait for this to complete. I can clear, and now if I click on enroll now, something is happening. Yes, we are in the Stripe checkout page. Yes, here we are. Now obviously here we can enter the information, but it will not work for us. Why? Because before that we have to create the webhook. So I can come here, and in the developers, and then here in the event destinations I can create an event destination, and here basically add test in a local environment. First of all, I can copy this one. So you have to come here, where your project is running. So I will come here in my project is here, here, and here you have to open the terminal, and here you can say Stripe login. Remember that you should have installed this CLI instruction. If you don't have that, you can click on this basically link and you can install that Stripe login. Where is that terminal? Here it is. Yes, I can click on that. I think they will send me some kind of messages here. Yes, I have to authenticate this one, and here I can enter my information. I can say allow access. Yes, access is granted. I can close this window, and here we should have successful. Yes, now I can copy this one. We have to listen this one. If I click on that, first of all you have to change this to 3000, because remember this is important. This URL should be where our API exists. So API and then webhook. And now if I click on that, and just to show you the code, our webhook file is here. So let's create that as well. Then we will be able to test that. So if I come here, let's create that. And for now, I can copy this basic stuff from here. Checkout. I can come here. I can paste that here. Obviously, we will remove all of this stuff. So I will remove all of that. Even we don't need this session thing here. So here I can say now const signature is equal to get header. Okay, I think I'm mistaken here. I can for now I can simply say return, because here we need the webhook secret. So before that we won't be able to move further. So for now I can just save that, and I can basically run this, and it will give us the webhook secret. Yes, here we have. So we need this one. I can copy this one, and now I can come here in the .env, and here I have to paste that here. Yes, this one. So I can save that, and obviously I have to rerun my project. I can run that project. Just make sure this should always be running. This is very important. This basically you should not close this one, otherwise we will face error. And now I can come here in the webhook and I can move forward. First of all, make sure in the nuxt config.ts we have the webhook secret. Yes, we have that. And now I can come here in the webhook API, and here I can say const signature is equal to get header, and in get header we will have pass the event, and in along event I will say stripe signature. Okay, why we don't have the auto suggestion? Yes, here now I can say as string. This is important, and after that I can say const body is equal to await. This is also important. It should be read raw body. Remember, this is very important. Otherwise, you can face the error. And after that, we will have let type event, and the type of it will be stripe dot event. And after that, I can say try catch block, try catch, and within that here I will say stripe event is equal to stripe, the small one, the the created by our own. So stripe dot webhook construct event, and in here we will have to pass the body, then we will have to pass the signature, and then here we will have to pass the use runtime config and the webhook secret. So here I have to say stripe webhook secret, and now this is giving us the error. The type string is not assignable to string. So for now I can ignore that, because we know we will have the body, so I can say yes ignore. And now here within this stripe event, after that basically if we face some kind of error I can say log error, and I can also throw create error, and here I can basically pass status code 400, and in status message I can say invalid signature. So it means something is wrong with the signature. So after the catch block here we will say const session is equal to stripe event dot data dot object as stripe dot checkout dot session, and after that I will have the basically the user ID here. And how I will get the user ID? I will say user ID is equal to session dot metadata, and here I can access the user ID. So here I will say user ID, and obviously here I can say question mark. And remember that in the checkout, if I come here in the checkout, this should be the structure. If you name something different here in the metadata, like here the key is different, then in basically in webhook here you should also have a difference. So here I can also copy that, because we also need the course ID as well, and instead of user ID I can say course ID. And after that now here I will say if stripe event dot type is equal to checkout session dot completed. If it's completed, then here I will say if user ID is undefined or course ID is undefined, for whatever reason, although we know we are passing that, but still it's safe to check. And if that's the case, then we will throw the error. Maybe I can copy this one, throw create error, and here I can pass that. And here I in status code I will say 400, and here I can say webhook error, and I can say missing metadata. And after that, basically, if you know everything is safe, I will create that. Here I can say await bb.purchase.create, and in create I will say data, and in data I will pass user ID, and in user ID basically we have the same stuff. So here I can say go site. So that's it. We can create the purchase using both of these two, because that's are the only required field. And by the way, if you know if this session is something different, here I will say else. If here I will say else, and I will throw the error. So I will say I can copy this one and I can paste that here, and here I can say webhook error, and then here I will say unhandled event type. Even we don't need to throw this error. I don't think we need that. I can cut that. If we need that in future, I will basically use that. So for now, I can only comment this one. So I don't think we need this one. So I can save that, and now here basically return true 100 are just successful, not 2200, and this should work for us. So let's save that and keep in mind this should be running. And now let's come here in the where we have, yes, this one. Now let's run this one. So I can enter my information. First of all, notice my email was already filled, because that's where I was, that was the email I basically used as a user to log in. So here I can enter the test dummy card 4242, and after that I can say 1234, and here I can say random CSV, and here I can random test equal, and here let's pay. Let's see if it's working or not. In order to see that, we can come here. Okay, something is wrong here. No signature matching the expected. Are you passing the raw body request you received? We have some strange error, maybe because let's wait what's happening here. At least we can see that we are I know we are facing some error, but I'm not sure what are they. I think maybe I have to rerun project, because this should work for us. First of all, let's check whether we should. First of all, payment intent was succeeded. That's strange. Now if I come here in the, if I close this one, and if I come here in the customers, do we have some customer? Yes, we have the customer. Do we have some transactions? Yes, we have that, and it succeeded. That because I think that. And if I come here, Stripe customer, yes, we have that customer. That's strange. If I click again, but just to basically show, if I refresh, I think this the error was because I didn't refresh that. Maybe it's because of that. Let's see. Let's see. If I click enroll, and now if I enter information again, 42424242, and 1234, and here as well, and here as well. And if I now pay, why we have this error? Are you passing raw request received from the? Yes, I'm passing that. Let me check why this is not working for us, because we are not facing any kind of error, and even we don't have any basically this is related to the fave icon. And our customers are getting added here. If I refresh, like if I come here in the balances, we have transactions as well. We have two transactions, they made by the same customer. The descriptions basically are different. That's, let me check and verify. So basically I found the bug. It's again the spelling mistake. If you see Stripe, it's webhook secret, not webhook secret. So it was my mistake. I can remove that totally. See, that's what was the problem. So if I can save that, and now basically that's why we were facing the invalid signature, because that was the totally different thing. And here we were also getting 400 error. The transaction were getting successful, but the only thing which was missing, which was basically missing, is the basically our purchase was not getting created. If I come here in the webhook file, main thing is basically this one, the purchase one, and that's how we are checking all the validation and all that stuff. Although basically our customers were getting created, and even the transaction was getting successful in the Stripe portal, which basically we are doing here. So that's why we were not facing any error. So maybe we can remove all that, because otherwise maybe we have some conflict. So here I can click on that and I can delete. Maybe let's keep them here. And here, at least in Stripe customer, I will delete this one. And now I will, let's wait for it to complete, because we changed the Nuxt config. and okay, I can restart. And now, yes, this should be running, the webhook one, and this should also be running. Let's wait for that and we can continue. So our project is running again. Now let's enroll. So I can click on that, keep an eye on here, this webhook stuff. So, and also here as well. Okay, again we are facing this issue. The key argument must be, okay, this is something else. This is something else. This is something else. You can ignore that. Although because our project is running, so we can ignore that. And now let's enter the information. And here I can say 4242. And here I can say 1234. And here as well, random CSV. And here I can enter this one, and if I pay, keep an eye on here we should have not 400 some. Okay, again payment intent created 400. Why we have the 400 error again? It's strange. Do we have the purchase now? If I click on purchase, still it's saying 0. Let me check why this is happening with us. Oh, I got it, why this happened with us. So although I changed the environment variable in the Nuxt config here, but if you see, if I come here in the webhook, here I didn't change that, and it's same here. So here I should be saying stripe webhook secret. Sorry, I don't know why this is happening with me. So now I can refresh that one more time, and I think that's why this was the error. For some ever reason, whatever reason, Nuxt was giving this strange error instead of saying, that variable is not exist. So if you see, it's related to the stripe and node crypto, all that stuff. It was, I think, that. So if I now click on enroll, I hope this will be successful. And here we can enter 424242, and here now we can enter, and here I can enter my name, random name. I can pay, and now it should be successful. Please get successful. Yes, it is successful. 200, yes. And here if I basically refresh, we should have that purchases here. Yes, we have that. So we are enrolled here. Now if I basically click on, if I come here into the single this page, the chapter, and if we say the login pre, the basically log out the customer data here. If I say the chapter data, if I do the basically the pre stuff, and if I see that, if you see, we have the next chapter, because overall we had two if I close this one, basically this is the basically we have a single chapter, because in this course we have multiple chapters, so that's why even we have the next chapter as well. And user progress is null because we didn't did anything here, but attachments are empty. And here we have the purchase object as well. And now I think it will be basically good practice, much easier to explain the different stuff here for you. So now let's create the UI and all that stuff. First of all, we will use this button, obviously, for sure, but I can mention that at the top, and I can comment this one, and I can remove all of that data, and we can start creating the different UI we will have here. So basically after this div here, we will have one the alert, and here this alert basically, if data dot user progress, if you see currently in our current case, user progress is null, so it means this alert will be not visible, because it means if user progress exists, and within that if is complete is true, then we will show this alert. It's saying you already completed this chapter. We will have that, and after that we will also have another alert. Basically, if I paste that here, we will have another alert which will be basically saying based on the logged status. Obviously we need to create this logged status, and is logged. Basically if I come here, after that here I will say const is log is equal to, it will be a computed property, and it will be based on the basically the purchase status. So here I will say if data dot value dot chapter dot is free, so is not free, because the purpose of this is basically it means the chapter is paid one, not free one. And data dot value dot purchase is also false, then basically show the basically is logged will be true, otherwise it will not. So just to show you, now if I save that, we will not have this basically the error, because our chapter is basically the published. That's why we don't have any information here. and let's keep that here in the pre, so it's much easier to explain. So here I can say check data, because our purchase is successful, that's why we don't have any alert. So just to show you, basically if I come here and if I say if purchase exists then is locked is true, so here I'm saying you need to purchase this to watch this chapter. So now let's keep it as it is. So we will have that just to show the user, you won't be able to watch this one unless you purchase this one. And after that, basically we will have a video player stuff. If I show you, this is our video player. Here I can say basically a div. Then we will have some classes here. I can say class is equal to, these will be pretty simple classes, flex related classes. You can add that here. Then we will have the button. So this button will be, so we can move back to the courses. And if you see, I'm redirecting user to the search page. And after that, we will have another div, which will be basically for the complete player, and I can paste that here. It will be much easier. I can explain. First of all, we have, I'm saying, on mid, whenever we are above the basically the medium screen, the padding should be 0. And after that, I'm saying relative classes, and height minimum is giving some height. And here I'm saying if basically the our is locked is false, then what should we do? Here I am basically loading the spinner icon. It means something is happening, our video is loading here. And else, what exactly I will say, basically it means our video is locked. So I will show this screen, to the users. It's absolute and some bg classes, and saying this chapter is locked, so user have the clear view, he won't be able to watch this one. And now here we have the cloud video player. Here I am also checking, if video url exists and is locked is false. Otherwise, if is locked is true, then it means we should not show this video player, because there is no purpose for that. In case of that, we will show this block. And after that, I'm passing the sources types. We know we are passing allowing only mp4, and then some width 880 pixel, then height 495 pixel, the transformation, then the source, and then on edit. So basically, if I come here in the Nuxt Cloudinary, let's close this one, stripe one. And if I come here, Nuxt Cloudinary, we have different events, get started. And if we come here in the Cloudinary video player, here we can pass the different general props. And in general props, if you see on ended, this trigger when video has ended. So as soon as our video will be completed, we will call this method mark as complete. So for now I can create, and it will be, for now it will be pretty simple. I don't want to complicate. So here I will say mark as complete async, and here I can say log, and for now I can say chapter completed. If I save that, and now that error should be gone. And after that, I'm also saying loop should be false. And if I save, and if I now I come refresh, if I refresh that, we should have the video here. See, this is the loading screen, and we have the video here. We have the back button. If I click on that, video is getting played, and everything is working as we expect. If I click on back courses, I'm back on the courses. If I click on course 3, I have the video and it's getting played. So we have the video player. After that, if I show you the design, here we will have this title and either enroll button, or we will also have the completion button, because we are already enrolled. So let's create that. So after basically this div, the flex column one, here I will say let's create another div. So I can say div, and here we will have the same classes, I think, just like we have here. No, we don't need any of the above classes. So here I can say in this div, let's add some classes. Maximum width, some, if I hover on that, 896 pixel width full, mx auto, and px4. And after that, here I will say div, and here I will also have some classes. Class is equal to, and I can add that. I am pasting that here because these are the simple classes and I don't want to spend time. And after that, here we will have the title as well, the basically the chapter title. If I save that, let's see how it will look like. If I save that, if I come here, this should have the, yes, this is chapter 3. And here basically we will have the different button based on the condition, either the enroll button or the completion button. So for now, I can only show this enroll button. If I copy that and if I paste that here, and obviously we have to say the TS ignore. And if I come here, I should have that enroll button. Obviously here we will show the completion button as well based on the if course is purchased or not. So here I will also I can say if I can say course completion button. Let's create that, because we are already creating the different stuff, so we can create that within the course component course. And here I can say complete button. complete button dot view. Here it will be pretty simple button. So here I can say v base. Here we will have, obviously we will pass some props. So the props only, it will be the basically the is completed is true or false. That will be only prop. And then we will have some basically we can define the define props here, and I can pass the diff interface. We will also have the emit button as well. As soon as we will click on that, basically we will have this emits. So I can define the emits. I can say on complete, and we will also have the different icon here as well in this basically button. So here basically if is completed is true, then I will show this one, and if it's not, then show this one. Now I can add the button. So in button it will be pretty simple. It will be like here, the type is button. On click we are emitting this on complete method. Then I am defining some classes. On variant I'm saying, if it's completed then outline, otherwise solid, then the color as well, and then the icon as well. And if I save that, and now if I come here in the index, and here I can say course complete button. So here I will say v if data dot purchase. If it's true, then show this one. Elsewise, we will show here v else. And here we also have to pass the is completed status, and is completed. I can create that the computed property just like this one. I can copy that, and here I will say v is completed, and here I can say in data dot value I can remove that data dot value dot user progress dot is completed. So basically if you hover on that, user progress will be an object, and to return, if I hover on that, just to return the basically the boolean value, I can mention that here, because sometimes this can create the problem. So imagine that user progress is object, and is completed is false, so it can return the true as well. The purpose of this is to basically it will two exclamation marks, it will always basically return us the boolean values, either null, either true or false. And here I can pass that. Here I can say is completed is equal to is completed, and after that we can also call, I can say on complete, call this on complete mark as complete method. And here basically we will also pass the optional value as well. So here I will say, if it's mark as complete, here I can say if it's completed then pass the true, otherwise false. And in order to fix that, obviously here we will also have to change that. So here I can say the optional value. So here I can say toggle course. It will be either boolean, it will be a boolean, and by default I will say false. I will explain more in once we will implement this function. This is crucial, very crucial. So now I can save that, and this should work for us. Do we have to pass something else here? I don't think so. If I save that, we should have that. Yes, we have that mark button. And if I inspect and if I click on this one, mark at chapter completed, it means we're calling. Now let's create this function. So let's come in the code part, and here we can create this method, we can create that. So in order to basically, obviously it will be much easier if I basically create the first API, then we can basically move further. So I can come here within the APIs, and here within the course ID, then in the chapters ID, and within this chapter ID beside this index.getTS. So within this index.getTS, I will also create another file. I can close this one, and I can say progress.put.ts. So basically we will create that. And here maybe I can copy the basic stuff from here. I can copy that in progress. I can paste that here, and obviously we have to remove all that because we don't need anything here. I can remove them. Let's remove all of this one as well. And here now we can say const. Basically, first of all, here we will pass some data from the body. So I can say await read body, and I can pass the event. And by the way, in data we will pass the is completed value. So I will say is completed, it will be a boolean value. So here I will say const user progress is equal to await db dot user progress dot upset. We will upset that. And here I will say where I can say user id chapter id, this will be the combination. So it means I have to check that here. Along with course ID, I can also check, and here, and along with course ID, I can also set chapter ID, and now here I can pass that. So I can say user ID is equal to session dot user dot ID, and then in chapter ID, I can say event dot context dot params dot chapter ID. And after this, where I can say update, and in update I can pass is completed value. Why it's giving us the error. Now let's also say create, and in create I can pass the object, and here I can say user ID, and in user ID I can say session dot user dot ID, and then within that we will also have the is completed value, and then we will have the chapter ID, and in chapter ID I will say the event dot context dot params dot chapter ID. Now yes, this is exactly what I have to do. First of all, I have to check which progress I want to update, then I want to pass the updated value, and then I will basically create this thing here as well. So now I can simply return the user progress. So I can say user progress, and this should work for us. If I hover on that, that will be the user progress. If I save that, and now let's come here in the API here, and let's create, not this one, sorry, this index page, and here mark as complete, and let's complete this button. So first of all, here I will say try catch block. So I can say try catch. Maybe I can copy this one from the complete button, not this one, the enroll button, because I remember we have that. I get lazy me. Why I'm copying that here? I can paste that here. Obviously, I have to pass the import the store as well, so I can also copy this one and I can paste that here. Now those errors are gone, and now let's here mention all that stuff. Let's remove this one, and here first of all the if condition. This will be a maybe it's confusing for you, but I will tell you. So I will explain. So here first of all, let's also create another computed property. Then I will explain. Const is next chapter exist is equal to computed. So here it will be also a similar case. Here I will say data dot value dot next chapter dot id. If it exists, then basically it will either return true or false. So here in this if condition, so it will be like this one. First of all, just to give you this section, so this is the one section. Either this is true or this is true, then we will basically run this condition. So in this condition, we have to basically the condition as well. So either is complete is false, and toggle course basically here it means this is also false, or is completed is true and toggle course is also true. We will run this if condition in this case, and if next chapter is exist, then we will also basically run this method. Once let me complete this function, then you will be able to more basically you will have more clear idea why we did this. So here I can say now await fetch, and in fetch basically we will pass the different data. So here I can say API, this one API course ID, chapter ID, and progress. Obviously here I can cut this one, and we need the params. So I can say params dot course ID, and I can also cut this one, and here I can say params dot chapter ID. And now obviously here I have to pass put data. So here I can say method, and here I can say put, and then we will have the body. So in body I can say is completed, and here it will be is completed dot value toggle of that. If it's true, then we will pass the false. If it's false, then we will pass the true here. And after that, here I will say we if is completed is true, is false, and we don't have any next chapter dot value, then it means our course is completed. So it means we have watched all of the basically the chapters of this course. So we are done with this course. So I will say here show message. Sorry, we have to import that from the store here. Show message, and here I am saying show message, and here I will pass the date title. I can say title, and in title I can say course completed. And after that, here I can also check we if is completed is false, so it means our course is not completed, and we have some next chapter as well exist dot value. Then I will navigate user to the next page automatically. Here I can say use, I can simply say navigate to, maybe await as well, await navigate to, and in navigate here I can pass the different string. So it will be like this one, courses, then the course ID, then chapter, and the next chapter ID. You will understand more clearly once we will have that in clear view, because currently we don't have this chapters as here as well. So we will create that, but we will automatically move to the next chapter of this course if next chapter exists. So after that, here we will refresh some Nuxt data. So here I can, because we still have to do this one, so I can say refresh data because I didn't created these APIs and all that stuff. So that's why it's can be confusing for you. So for now I can say to do, and here I can say to do and refresh data. Here we will refresh a lot of data here. So now if I save that, at least this button should get changed whenever we click on that, or whenever our video is completed, this should automatically get called. And in order to test that, I can clear, and now I know this will work. But this, let's imagine, let's complete the course by clicking on this one. First of all, if you see the user progress, we have currently null, and also in chapter ID we still have nothing. So if I click on this one, network, let's close this one and let's finish this. We should call that. See, we are calling that API and it's successful. And if you see, it redirect us to the new page. Currently, first of all, if I refresh that, because we are not refreshing our data, so that's why we are facing some error. Basically, this user progress was not updated. Now if I show you, that's strange, it's my bad, still nothing happened. Let me basically come again to the, if I click on this search back to courses, if I click on that, because it's still I think running, and I think this was the course. Let's wait for pre-running. Why we have error? It should redirect us to the chapters page. Yes, it is. Yes, if you see, here we are and we have the user progress and is completed, is true, and all that stuff. And see, that was the first chapter, and that's why even it's saying us you already completed this chapter. And here we also have not completed. And if I, by the way, if I click on that now, if I click again this one, we should not have any user progress here because we will remove that. And if I click this one, not completed, if I click on not completed, and it is calling the user progress, and if I refresh that completely, it's still running. Now user progress should be 0, or we should not have the is completed true. Let's wait for this to complete. By the way, in production you will not face this kind of slowness, and also my internet is slow, so that's why we have this error. And now see, first of all, this is completed related to this chapter is false because we marked as incomplete. So this is working as we are expecting. Now let's basically create the description and attachment stuff as well. If I show you this description and attachments at the end, then we will create the navbar and you will have more clear view related to this chapter and all that stuff. First of all, I noticed one thing: I don't have any attachments because if I show you, I created these chapters by seeding the data. So our validation was kind of failed because I created here a lot of chapters and I totally forgot to create the attachments. So behind the scene, I will create some attachments related to this chapter, and then we will be able to see that. For now, I can show you the description, and then we will move to the chapter. So here I can come here. So after that, basically this enroll button. So after basically this div, here we will have the description. So it will be pretty simple: py pros lg, some pros classes, and vhtml and description. If I save that, let's see how it will look like. This is how it will look like, our description. So let me now create some attachment behind the scene, and I will come back so we can see the attachments here as well. So now if I show you, I created some attachments, and in attachments we have two attachments here related to this basically the this chapter. Now let's show them. So I can come here. So basically after this div, this one, the description div one, we will have the attachments. So after that, here I can say a template. We will check whether the attachment exists, then some width 100, and then this is the link array. Obviously you don't have to create the link, you can add anyone. And here, first of all, by clicking on that, basically you can add the download functionality and all that stuff. And after that, we will have the classes, some basic classes, then the icon, and then here the attachment name. So it should be only one line. And now if I save that, and here basically see, this is how it will look like. And if I click on that, we should be able to download that, and here I can download this one. So you can, by clicking on that, you can basically view them in the single page. So this page is 100, I think 100% completed. I think so. Maybe. Is it? No, it's not 100% completed because we also have to create this navbar, and then it will be more clear. So now let's create this UI stuff related to this course. As you can see, if I come here, if we have the layout and it's the chapter. So if I come here to the layouts and then to the chapters, here I have to create this navbar. Currently it's empty. So here I can come here within the course, and here I can create file called navbar.view. So in the course navbar, we will also have another file as well. Let's create that. Here the file will be basically the mobile sidebar and sidebar.view, and we will also have the mobile sidebar as well. So I can say mobile sidebar.view. So we created three files. First of all, navbar, then we will also created the sidebar, and then we also created the mobile sidebar, and let's create the fourth one. Don't worry, we will sorry, we don't need that here. So here within the navbar I will have, yes, the routes one. We also need this one, but for now we can ignore that. So for now let's focus on this one, the navbar, and here I can say vbase. Yes, first of all let's also change this to, if I come here in the chapter, and here instead of simply saying navbar, here I should be saying course navbar, this one. For now let's don't save that, and here I can say, here in this section I can say course sidebar. So just to show you again, in this layout chapter.view file, here we will have the course navbar, and then here we will have the course sidebar. Now first let's complete this one, then we will come here. So in this course navbar, in this component, I can come here. It will be, first of all, so it will be pretty simple. I can simply paste that, and here within this navbar, first of all we will have the course mobile sidebar, and then after that we will have the navbar routes which already exist, which we are handling, that we don't have to create that. Now let's create this mobile sidebar. I can come here. It will be also very simple. I can paste that, and here we will need the course sidebar as well. So they are linked with each other. Here basically the purpose of this mobile sidebar is to, basically whenever we are on the mobile screen, all links should be in the, basically the sidebar. They should not be overlaid. So that's only the purpose of that. If you see here the class, I'm basically hiding this button whenever we are on the above the screen of MD, and otherwise basically it's visible. So on a greater screen, on desktop screen, it will be 768 screen. On above of that, this will be hidden, and you can say this mobile sidebar will not be visible. Now the main thing is basically the inside bar. Let's come here. Here the most important thing is, first of all, if you come here, because we need this one. If I come here, if you see, we are calling this method, and we should give name here, so we can basically like keys, so we can also get them. So here I can say key, and here we need the, basically I can say the student single course. This is the key, and also we have to import that from the, like the purchase status and the progress status from here. So here basically, if you see, if I show you the design in this sidebar, first of all we will have the course title, then after that we will have the course progress, which still here is not visible. We will add that here as well, and after that we will have the list of all the chapters. So we will be showing all this stuff within the sidebar, here in this sidebar item, not here, in this sidebar component we will be showing that all the stuff here. So I know it's getting a little complicated, but don't worry, we will I will explain more clearly once we are done with that. So in this sidebar, this is how it will look like. I know a lot of stuff is missing. We still have to create. First of all, we have the div. If you just want to copy, we have basic div, flex, and height related stuff, some shadows. Then here I'm showing the if course exists, and basically if you see, first of all I am getting the single course using this Nuxt data, so it means I should also change the key here as well. If I come here in this index, so instead of mentioning this key, I should be saying this key. The key of this single course should be like that. I can save that, and now if I can come here, I know these two API doesn't exist, so we will create that as well. So for now maybe I can hide them, and here basically maybe first let's create these two APIs, and then it will be much easier to move forward. So let's create the purchase and the basically the progress count for the single course. So I can come here in the API within the course ID. Remember that courses, then within the course ID, and here we will create that. So here I can say course ID progress dot get dot ts, and here obviously we need basic stuff, so I can copy this one, the checkout one, or maybe get one, this one I can copy that, and I can come here in the progress, and let's remove all of that. And here basically we have to say const published First of all, because should only get the published chapters is equal to await db dot chapter dot find many all of the published chapters. So here I can say where course ID is equal to event dot context dot params dot course ID, and here I can mention that, and after that I can say is published is true, is published it's true. So get all the courses, all the basically the chapters which are published are true, and here I will also say select only, we only need the ID, so I can say select ID and is equal to true, and published chapters, and here after this published chapter I will have const published chapters IDs is equal to published chapters dot map, and here I will have another thing, and here I will destructure that, so maybe I can completely, I don't want to complete, so here I will have the chapter, and here I can basically simply return chapter dot id. So here we will have, if I hover on that, I will have the IDs, all the chapter IDs here, and now here I can basically valid complete chapter, so I can say valid completed chapters is equal to await db dot user progress dot count, and within that I will say where user ID, in user ID I will say session dot user dot ID, and also I will say is completed it's true, and here I will say chapter ID, chapter not chapter ID, if it's included in the published chapter IDs then it means it's done. Basically it is the valid completed chapters. So first of all, the first step is I get all the chapters which are basically published. Here I got that, and here I'm saying you get all the basically the kind of counts, chapters of counts where basically is completed is true, and also the chapter ID included here. So I hope you got it, and here now I will have that, so I can say progress percentage age is equal to, here we will have the valid completed chapters, and then we will divide that with the published chapters, the overall chapters, published chapters dot length, and then basically we will multiply this to 100, and we will have the percentage, overall percentage, and here I can return that progress percentage. If I hover on that, it will be a number, and that's it. Now this should work for us. And now let's also complete the purchase as well. So basically all the course, basically the purchased course, we will get that here. So here I can say keep in mind here within course ID, here I will create another file called purchase dot get dot ts, and here I can, maybe I can copy this basic stuff, I can copy that from progress. Now in the purchase I can paste that here, and obviously we don't need anything here, I can remove that, and here I can say return await db dot purchase dot find unique, and in find unique I will say where, and here I will say user ID, course ID, and here I will say user ID is equal to session dot user dot ID, and then I will also have the course ID, and in course ID I will say event dot context dot params dot course ID, and obviously this can give us the error because we cannot pass the undefined, so I can copy that, this one, and here I can say and this exists, then show that, and here basically we will return that purchase. If I save that, and now let's come here, remember within this first, come here within this chapter, single chapter page courses, course ID, chapters, and course chapter ID, come here and we will call all the this one, and the recently created. First of all, let's also give the here the key as well. So basically before this calling this method, we will also create these three methods. So use lazy fetch by means is it's almost similar to this one. If I click, if I here say lazy true, it's both are the same thing, and by this mean is lazy true means is we won't be able to visit this page unless Nuxt is done with these requests, so kind of it will block our page. You can also use the fetch and handle the loader status, but I find this approach more useful, so you can adjust this on. So here and here basically first of all we are getting the single course, and I'm giving this course ID as key, then I'm also fetching the purchase status of this course, and I'm setting the key here, and I'm also fetching the progress here, and also basically I'm assigning the key. Obviously we don't need that here, but we have to fetch that here, otherwise it will not work for us. So I can just save, and also by the way we should also give the key here, so I can come here and I can also send the key here. So I can mention the key, and in key basically I can pass simply this string, and here I can say this string, and that's it. This should work for us. If I save that, and now let's come here in the sidebar. Remember, in the sidebar, and now basically we can get these data from the all the basically the here we will have the course data which we fetch in this page. This one we can get that, and same goes to the purchase. Remember this the key which you are as mentioning here, this key and this key, they should be same, and we should also have the progress count as well, and here we will have that. And now let's show all that data here. First of all, here I'm showing the course title if course exists, then if course progress exists. So let's, before creating, obviously here I'm creating the basically the component which we have to create. For now I can show this one progress count only. And now let's create the sidebar item. So here within, along with course, I can create another item called sidebar item dot view, and here it will also a very simple component, so I can paste that. First of all, if you see, I will be passing these props: id, label, the course id, is logged, is true or false, is completed. And here I'm defining the props. Basically we will have the different icons based on the is logged status, and then we will also have is active class. So if you know within the path we have the chapter id, then it means it is the active one. And here in the link, first of all, whenever we are clicking on that, I am redirecting basically user to that particular page. Then we have some classes, and here we will have the different classes based on the active status. Then we have the icon, and also the icon class is different based on the is active status. Then we have the label, and then we also have this class. Basically this is the border one, this border. So now let's save that, and now let's come here, and here basically if you see, first here I'm looping through the course chapters. I'm passing the id, I'm passing the key, I'm passing the course id here, then I'm passing the label, the chapter title, then I'm passing the basically here the is completed status. And in order to get that, simply I'm checking chapter dot user progress. Basically if it's completed is true, because here I know we have the basically this user progress, it can be undefined as well. So that's why here I'm passing. So by purpose this mean it will always return us the basically the boolean value. It will be either true or false. And then here is logged. So here is logged in order to get the, I'm saying if chapter is free, if it's not free, it means chapter is we have to purchase that. You cannot preview freely. If it's false and purchase is also null, then is logged is true, otherwise it will be basically is logged will be false. So I can save that. And now what exactly the file I have to save, which one is remaining, this one, the chapter layouts. Here we also created this one as well. So if I save that, and now if I come here, we should have that all that stuff here. If I refresh, okay, we have closed this. Cancel. I can rerun this project. By the way, you don't have to worry. I will again explain this whole flow, how it's working, because I know it got a little complicated. So you can also have again the complete overview. We can refresh that. So we have this layout now. If I basically I can navigate to the different chapters. If I click on that, see this chapter is already completed. And if I click on this chapter 6, this is not completed. And just to show you, basically if I mark as the basically complete, because we have this if condition. If I come here, and if I come to the single chapter page here, and whenever we are this running this complete method, and I'm checking if next chapter exists, I'm automatically redirecting the user to the next page. And by the way, maybe for now it will not work. Why? Because we are not refreshing the different data. So let's wait for that. And here first we will refresh that. For now, let's, okay, it got automatically updated. Why? Because our video was running, and if I click on 6, so it means it's working. I was wrong here. So this video was completed, and it was automatically redirect us here, and this chapter was marked as completed. How cool is that? I hope you liked this one. So now let's come here in the 7th chapter. Obviously we don't want to mark as complete here, but maybe let's see that. If I come here and if I click on this one, see course completed. Otherwise we didn't see this one. Why? Because we don't have the next chapter, and also is completed is also the false, because here we changed that. So everything is working as we are expecting, and we see that as well. Now let me create this user progress, which is the I think last items related to this overall view, and then again I will summarize this whole thing because I know this was we created a lot of components and maybe you got confused, so we will explain that. So now let's come here, and here in the course, here I can say user progress. So here I can say progress dot view, and here we will use the base. It will be simple component. We will use the basically if I show you NuxtUI component, NuxtUI component, the progress one, get started. Basically this progress component, we have that. If you want to basically use different stuff, there you can read the documentation clearly. We have that. And here basically we will have this component. It's pretty simple. Obviously I have to create this one, the props and all that stuff. I can paste that here, and first of all we will have the value which will basically pass from, if I come here in the sidebar, here progress count, let's comment this one and let's save that. And here we are passing the variant and also the value. I can save that. And now in progress, so in progress here we are passing the value, and here basically in color, basically I'm checking the color by default props based on the basically the if it's default, and I'm assigning the different colors here, and same goes here. Indicator is basically the false and passing the value. And here basically the in p, first of all I'm giving the different classes based on the variant we are passing, and also the here the round value, the how much completed is that. If I save that and let's see, and that's strange because I did that. Maybe I have to refresh. It is saying progress dot, okay, course dot progress. Yes, we have that. I think I have to refresh. This should work for us. It's still loading. Let me rerun the project. I don't know why it's taking so much time. Let's wait. Let's rerun the project. So now after rerunning the project, we have that, and here we can also see the progress as well. So if I mark as not complete, obviously this will not get updated because we are not refreshing the data. If I show you the console, we don't have any error, but the buttons and the progress, these are not getting updates. So in order to do that, here I can come here in the single chapter, and here basically we can refresh the data, and you will be able to see that all the stuff in real time. So here that I can say refresh. First of all, I'm refreshing the progress whenever I'm updating the mark as complete, because either in this method, either I'm updating the I'm toggling the course as complete or incomplete. And here I'm also refreshing the basically the single chapter as well, all that data. So now if I save that, and now this should work for us. Now let's come here in the chapter 3, and here if I mark it as, first of all this is automatically marked as if I come here, because it was refreshed, this was automatically marked as incomplete. That's why the progress is 67%. And now if I click on not completed, now we have this 33%. And if I click on mark as complete, this is 67%, and I was automatically redirected to this page. I can show you again. If I come here in the chapter 3, and if I marked as not complete, it's 33%. And now if I click on mark as complete, it should redirect us to this chapter 6 page. If I click on that, see 67%, and we are in the 6th page. And if I complete not marked, we should have the 33% here. If I click on that, 33%. And if I click on marked as complete, first of all I think this is my bad, I should have added loaders here, although everything is working. And now we are in the 7th chapter, and if I click on this one, we can add the loaders here as well, overall page loader. So we know what exactly is going on. If I inspect network tab and course is completed, this should also get the 100%. So everything is working as we were expecting. And now maybe I can summarize this whole situation. First of all, if you come here in the single course, whenever I can explain from the, if I click on this exit search courses, my internet is slow though, so that's why it's taking some time. You don't have to worry. If I, yes, here we have that. As soon as I click on this single course, what happens? We are redirecting user here. So I can remove that totally. We will not have anything here. I can totally remove that. I can save that here, and even we don't need this layout here. I can save that. We only need the middleware. So first of all, here I'm fetching the single course, and I'm checking if chapter is done with the fetching, and also course value exists. Then automatically I'm redirecting user to the first chapter. So if I basically click on this course 3, so if you see currently we are on the single course page, but once we are on the once we will be on the production and on the good internet place, it will be so fast user won't be able to notice that. Currently, if you still see still some things are missing because my internet is slow. So, but things are loading. We can add the loader screens here. You can add that. I will not add that. This is also another exercise for you. So here basically as soon as we click the that user basically he basically we were redirected here to this single chapter page, and here basically we are showing all the details like the chapters and all that stuff. I'm just reloading that. I think something happened with my internet. Yes, now we have all the data if you see. So we are in the single page. So from here, from this page, from this course page, we are checking that, and based on this status we will be here in this page. So in this page, what exactly, first of all, I am showing all the UI related stuff. So the back course button, the video here, this button is basically marking the chapter as complete or not. In this mark complete chapter button, the major thing is basically the this one. Basically we are checking like based on the different status I'm completing the either is completed true or false, and then we are passing that value here. And here we are checking if next chapter exists, and not exist, then show the you are done with the course, and if it exists, then we are navigating user to the next chapter automatically. Whenever I will click that, I will be redirected to the sixth chapter. If I click on that, see I'm on the sixth page as well. And here at the end we are refreshing the data, the progress data, so this value should get updated real time. And the purpose of this is to basically get the latest chapters related data. And we can have the different alerts. So and then the other main thing is basically which we did is the basically the overall layout stuff. For layout we created the sidebar. If I come here, the chapter layout, not here chapter layout, we are using the course navbar. This is the same navbar. If I come here, course navbar, there is nothing here. Course mobile sidebar, if I basically the mobile, if I show you the mobile sidebar, if I come here to the small screen, if I click on that, see we have that where I'm showing the basically main thing is navbar, mobile sidebar. And in mobile sidebar, what exactly we have that, if I come here mobile sidebar, we have only this button which will be visible only once we are on the above screen. Currently it's not visible. If I click here in the inspect, now it's visible, and all that stuff, now it's visible for us. So now basically here we are using main thing is the core sidebar. If I come here in the core sidebar, here basically first we are showing the progress, and then we are showing the sidebar items. All of these are sidebar items. This is the progress component, and the above one is the title one. So that was the complete flow. And I hope basically here we are not fetching the data, we are only fetching all the data within this single chapter page here, and then basically we are using that chapter data within these basically here. This is the Nuxt magic. We can use that already fetched data in our own items. So we are done with this merger module. Now let's focus on the basically the remaining part, which is the basically this one. Let's create this dashboard page. This is will be the home page where we will show all the currently progressed courses and completed courses and all that stuff. So let's create that. So let's come to the code part. Here I can come here in the here, and let's close all of this one. And here basically we will create the new page. It will be the home page. So we already have that. So I can remove all that stuff. We don't need this one. I can completely remove this page, and here we will have the base stuff. First of all, we need to fetch all the courses. And so it means first of all let's define basic layout stuff. So I can copy that, define page meta, and in the index.view I can paste that. And here we will have all the courses. So I can say all courses and student info. I can save that, and now basically I can come here within the courses. Remember index.getDS. Here we will create that. That's why where we are using this one. It's my bad. This should not be here. Okay, currently obviously we can create that here. Okay, no, sorry, it's my bad. So here we will within the courses, here I will say user, and then we will have user courses dot get dot ts. Because if you see, if I show you, sorry, if I show you, this is the basically this will be a dashboard page. and in dashboard page we will only show all that courses which user, either user is in progress or he's done with the completion. So all user related courses. This API was basically this API index.get.ts is it is for all the users. So it is for the browse page. So that is for that. And here in user courses we will have all those courses which are related to the user, either he purchased the courses, either he is currently enrolled in the courses. So all that courses here. So here I can come and let's copy the basic stuff from here, so we can verify the sessions and all that stuff. I can copy that and I can paste that here, and obviously we have to remove that. We will remove that all that stuff here, and let's also remove that here. So here within this session I can say const get the purchased courses. So I can say purchased courses is equal to await db dot purchase dot find many, and in find many I can pass the where condition, and in where condition we will have the user id, and here I will pass the session dot user dot id, and after that where we will have the select. We will select a lot of different items. So here I can say in select we will have, first of all we will select the course, then include category must be true, and chapters, all those chapters which are published. So we will select course, within the course we will select the category, and within also course we will select the chapters and all those chapters which are published. So after this one here I can say first let's also say order by. So I can say order by, and it should be created at, and here I can say ascending descending, sorry. And after this one here I can say const courses is equal to purchased courses, purchased here I can say purchased here, purchased courses dot map, and in map I can say purchase, and in purchase I can say purchase dot course, and here basically we will have all that. If I hover on that I will have all the course related data, and basically if a complete basically the course here, a single course. We are just basically we are selecting only this one, not the purchase. If I hover on that, here I also have the purchase data. Obviously currently we don't see, and here we will only have the course related data, not the purchase related data. So that's the only difference between these two. Here we will have a purchase related data with the course related data which we are selecting here, and in this case we will have only the course related data, now no purchase stuff. So here after that I can say for let, because we want to add the progress here for each course. So I can say course of courses, and then within that here I can get the progress. In order to get the progress I can say const progress is equal to await event dot fetch. This is very important, remember you cannot directly call, otherwise you will face the session related error. So here I can pass the number, not this one. I can pass the number, the type basically. Sorry, it's my bad. Here I should say like this, number or null or number. We will have null or number, the response basically. And now here I can pass the URL, and in URL I can pass that like this one. So remember you can filter out this one. It's your assignment, you can do that. And here I can say course. First of all I can assign the progress value to this one. Progress is equal to progress. I know we will have the TypeScript related error, and in order to fix that either we can create the type or we can ignore that. So let's create the type. So here I can say at the top of that I can create the type, and obviously it means I have to import that from Prisma client as well, the course and all that stuff. And here whenever we are doing that, here I should also say as course progress, the course progress with category, and it should be array. See, so we just created the custom because we know this will exist, and because we want to add this progress. By default we don't have that, so that's why we created this custom type, and we now that error is gone. We are adding the basically the progress. Now basically we can get the different courses like const completed courses is equal to, they will be courses dot filter all the courses. Course is equal to course dot progress is equal to 100. If it's 100 then it means the course is completed, and in progress, if I will say courses in progress is equal to courses dot progress, either is basically here I can say 0 less than basically, sorry I have to, here I can say like this one close, and here I will have another bracket, and here I will paste that here. And if either it's like this, and it's less than 0. If it's less than 0, here this means if something, we have, imagine that we have the null value. So here I'm saying if it's null, then take the 0. So here we will have the 0. So 0 is less than 100, then it means course is in progress. Here imagine that we have the 33. So then this part will be ignored, and 33 is less than 100. So we will have course in progress here. Now I can return that, and here I can say return, and here I can say completed course, completed. Don't know why it's not giving us the auto suggestion, so I can return that, and I can also return the courses complete in progress, and I can also return, I can say all courses, and here I can say this course is like this one. No, yes, we are updating that, so it will be updated. Yes, here I can return all courses, and all courses, and here will be we will have all the courses. If I can save that, and let's come here in the index.page, the home page, and here we can call the API. So here after that, here I can say const, we will have the data and also the status, and here I can say await use fetch, and here I can pass the API. We need user courses, this one. Yes, this should work for us. Let's define them pre. Let's see what we will get. If I say pre, and here if I enter the data, if I save that, and let's see how this will look like. Obviously I have to come to the home page, so I can exit, and here we have all the, if you see completed courses, then the course in progress, these are 0 because we only purchased one course, and that was completed, so that's why this is empty. And in all courses we have for now only one course, which is the completed one. So it is working as we were expecting. Now let's basically, obviously, let's create that, all that stuff. First of all, this should not be the teacher. I think we have only the teacher. What exactly we are giving to the search courses? If I come here in the search courses, what the teacher one, then why this doesn't work? So let's create the UI part, and we will see why it's not working. So in UI part, I can remove totally this stuff, and here we will have the div, not data, and we will have some basic classes. So it will be like this one, and then we will have another div. Basically, if I show you the design part, here we will create this cards. So let's create the cards. So within the components, here I can say student info card dot view. It will be pretty simple component, so I can simply paste that. So first of all, just to show you, we will pass the label, the icon, the number of items, and the variant, and we are defining the props. And here in the button, we are passing the different colors based on the variant we passed, and the size, the icon. Obviously we will pass from the props, and then we have the p item, which we will be passing from the basically parent component, and then the number of items. And if number of items is equal to 1, then single course, then otherwise courses. If I save that, and now let's come here, and here we will have that. So I can paste that here, and obviously we will not have any kind of error, because we are passing the here lucid clock icon, label is in progress, number of items, I'm saying if I hover on that, I have completed courses, course in progress, all courses, data course length. Otherwise we are passing the 0 if it's somehow undefined or null, whatever. Otherwise we will passing the 0. So same go to the completed, we are passing that, the completed courses length and all that stuff. If I save that, we should have that here. And if I refresh, basically now this layout is also working, and we should have that here. Let's see, why do we have something error? Maybe I think it's still loading. Wait, why it's not students info card? If I hover on that, we don't have any kind of error here as well. Maybe do we have something here? What is that? Component anonymous. This is strange. Let me see why it's not working. So the component name is the mistake. So here it's, I'm saying students, so it's, although it's student. So that was the mistake. I copy that. I mentioned that. Oh, that's strange. Copy this one. I can paste that here. Yes. If I save that, now this should work for us. Yes, we have that. And by the way, why we are not seeing the icons? I think maybe I have to refresh. I can refresh that. Yes, we have the courses here. And by the way, just to see this basically the in real time, and if I come here to the search, if I come here in the course 3, because this one, oh, okay, I notice another thing. Let me show you. First of all, let's this mark as not complete. First of all, let's complete this one, the loader one. It's still loading. So first of all, now let's click on this one, not complete. Now this is the course is over the 60%. Now if I come back to the courses setup in the search page, and now if I come to the home page, Now we should have that 1 in the progress, completed 0. Another thing which I notice, if I come here to the search page, here we should show the either the price or the progress here as well. So let's implement that as well. And for that, I think I have to come here to the components. Exactly, it's the search page. So let's see what exactly in search page. Okay, here, yes, we have that. So now I can say this one, course progress, and obviously here, if course progress, course purchase, I think I have to get here, yes, course progress, and here obviously you have to mention course dot progress because we are passing that. So course dot progress is equal to 100, then success, and here as well course dot progress. This should work for us. Okay, it's saying undefined. Why is that? For some reason progress is not defined here. So if I come here in the API, then in the courses, then in the index.getTS, are we including the progress? Okay, I have to make the change here as well. Yes, after these courses, I have to make that. I have to say const courses with progress is equal to await. Here I will say promise dot all, and here I will run the different promise. So here I can say courses dot map. Basically, I will get the progress for each course. So here I will say async, and here I can pass the course. We know we will have the course, and within that, here I can say if course dot purchases dot length if is equal to 0, then what should we do? Here I can simply say return, and here I can say course, a simple course, and progress should be, I can say progress should be null, and otherwise here I can say const progress percentage is equal to, it will be same as the which we created here. So I can copy that, this one, I can come here and I can paste that here. Here we will have the percentage, and here I can say return, and here we will have the course, and we will also create this progress item. So I will say progress, and here we will have the progress percentage, and instead of returning the simple courses, I will return this course with percentage. And if I save that, now this should work for us, search page, and this should work for us. So here I can value either null is not type, so here I can also say if it's somehow null, I can say 0. Now this is gone, and if I save that, this should work for us. Okay, this should be v else. Here I can say v else. Why this is not working? This should have something. V if course. Okay, here I should be saying course dot progress. If I save that, now this should work for us. If I refresh, do we have something here? The error, some kind of error? No, we don't have. Yes, now we have all that. Basically, this is completed. Now one thing is, strange thing is basically this height is basically bigger. So in order to fix that, I can come here in the U card button, and here I can say height full, and this should work for us. Yes, now all the cards have the same height. You can basically move this price here as well. You can play with this layout as well. I'm not 100% satisfied, so this is also your mistake. Oh, assignment, not mistake. So you can play with that. The course UI is not that much good looking, at least for me. So you can play with that. I don't want to spend time on this one. So we have the progress here, and it's here we also have that. And now let's come here in the home page, and basically here we can show the different courses for the users. So I can come here, we need this basically this component, so I can copy that this component from the search courses, and I can come here in the home page. This is also another assignment. So we will 100% copy this basically the card to the basically the home page as well. So this should be in the basically the in the component. So please migrate this to the component as well. So obviously I can do that as well. So I'm giving you this basically these small assignments, so you can also put your own effort, and you will want you, so basically you will learn more, and you should also add more features as well. So I can here I can mention that, and here obviously instead of courses I have all courses. So here I will say where we have the courses. So here I will say data dot all courses. So I will keep copying this one, data dot all courses here as well, and then where, yes, here data dot all courses and data dot all courses dot net. So now let's save that, and we should have that here. Yes, the only chapter, because that is the only progress. So just to see, basically let's add some more basically the chapter in our progress section. So if I come here in the chapter 2, let's buy this one as well. This chapter, I didn't show you the basically the this UI. So basically I didn't purchase this one, like So we also have the, you need to purchase this one, and basically this is also locked. So I won't be able to basically see the attachments and all that stuff unless I enroll in this course. So I cannot play the video. I obviously I can check the different chapters, but I won't be able to see anything because the main thing here is the chapter stuff which is logged, and also the basically the attachments. So most of the stuff is logged, the important stuff. So I can enroll now. Remember that this should be running. This should always be running. Although this is some kind of socket error, I hope it will not create the problem for us. But this should keep running. The web, the basically the this one, this API where we created Stripe login and Stripe listen forward, that stuff. Okay, and here I think I have to open this Stripe website. That's why. Maybe let's try that 4242 whether it will be successful or not. So here I can enter some information random, and here I can enter my name. Let's okay. Here I have to say this one. If I pay, let's see whether this will work for us or not. Yes, it's working. It's working. So we are safe. We are being redirected to this page. This should be basically fixed for us. It will take some time because of internet. See, now this course is now automatically unlocked, and we can see the attachments. I can also mark this chapter as complete. If I mark it as complete, I will see the progress here as well. See, I have 50% progress now. So everything is working as we were expecting. Now let's come to the back to the courses, and here now we have two courses. One is the 50%, another one is 67%. And now if I come here in the home page, here we also have the two courses. And now let's make this as completed. If I click on that, this is redirecting us to the chapters page, and here I can mark this as complete, so it should be 100%. 100%. Now if I come back to the home page, by the way, once you will add the loader, you will have a beautiful UI here. I know, because I just want you to add these loaders. I know sometimes it looks like nothing is happening, but once you will add the loaders, you will have a beautiful UI. I can also create that, but I just want you to spend more time on this single chapter module, so you will have more clear view of that. And now if you see, this is the basically now in progress we have one course, and also this is the completed course and all that stuff. So now let's implement the which exactly part we have to implement. All the pages are done. I think the only page which is remaining is this one, the analytics page, and this page is basically, this page belong to the teacher. So we will come here in the pages, and then why we have this error chapters, why this is giving us the error. If I here course dot value dot, I think it's related to somehow chapter course dot value. We are calling that course dot value. We will have that chapter. I don't know why we will have that, all that stuff. So I think some TypeScript related that we can ignore that because it's working as we are expecting. So we are safe now. Maybe yes. Maybe if I do this one, let's leave that because it's working. Then let's leave that. If it didn't work, then we can play with that. So this is working now. Let's come here in the teacher page, and here I can also create another page called analytics. So here I can say teacher analytics dot view, and here I can say vbase, and we will have the obviously a layout, same layout protected, and layout should be the teacher. And here basically we also have to create the API, and for that I can come here in the teacher, and here I can say analytics within the teacher, not within the courses teacher, and then analytics directly. So here I can say analytics dot get dot ts. So basically if you see, we will see the total sales, and here obviously the number of purchased courses, all that stuff. Obviously here I think I made the mistake, the both of the text are same, but they will be different. So I can copy the basic stuff from here, the verification stuff, I can copy that, and now I can come here in the analytics page, I can paste that here, and obviously we don't need anything here. And here we will have the different stuff. First of all, here we will have the basically above of this method. Here we will also have another method. Let's create this one. So here I can say const purchases is equal to await. Maybe we can get that purchase from it. I think we just did that somewhere. If I come here, yes, we did that here. I can copy that, and I can come here, I can paste that here, and here we don't need to basically, we just simply I have to say I can remove this one, and after that here I can say include, and include I can say course, and it should be true. That's it. And here we will have the purchases, and after that here I have to do the groups. Basically I have to make the groups just to show you the group what exactly we will have that. So here I can say const group by course is equal to, here I will pass the purchases, and the type will be the type from the Prisma purchase, and it will be array. And then here I will say is equal to, and here I will say const grouped, and it will be basically like, it will have the basically the like the type will be like look like this. So just to show you, by default it will be empty, and here I'm defining the type for that. So it will have the course title, and then the type of it will be string, and the basically the value will be number. So the grouped object will be look like this. Here we will have the course title, and then here it, instead of null, here it should be number. And in order to do that, here I will say purchases dot for each, and here I can say purchase, and within that here I will do course const title is equal to purchase dot I am adding that include. If I hover on that, in course I should have that all the courses. Then why it's not giving me the course that's thing. Maybe I can define the custom type for that as well. So here I can say along with basically the purchase, we will also have the course. Obviously I can import that here. Okay, we don't need this purchase schema. Here I can say course, I can remove that, and here basically course purchase with course. And here whenever we are fetching that, here I can say the type of this will be purchase with course, and now we will have that course. So here I can say course dot title, so we will have that. And after that, if basically I will say if grouped, and here I will pass the title course title. If basically it's undefined, then we will add that. So I will say group course title simple title is equal to 0, and by default. And after that basically I will say grouped and course title simple title is equal to plus is equal to, remember plus is equal to purchase dot course dot price. And just to basically because here this can be undefined as well, so here that's why I'm adding this exclamation marks, and we will have the. So if it's undefined, then I'm assigning the value 0. Otherwise I'm just adding the numbers. So here I will have that group by course. And after this purchase, here I can say const group earnings. Basically we are summing the all the values, and here I can say group by course, and here I can pass the purchase courses, and we are good to go. And now here I can say const data is equal to object dot entries, and here I can pass the group earnings, and here I can map that. And in map, here I will say basically within this map it will be directly like this one. Why this is giving us the error? If I hover on that, that's strange. Okay, we are not returning, so here I have to return group. If I save that, and now we are good. If I hover on that, so we have that the type we defined, and here that's why we can also destructure that stuff. And after that, now I can remove this comma, and here I can say const total revenue is equal to data dot reduce, and here I will have two values. I can say ACC current, and here I will say ACC plus current dot total, and by default the current value will be 0. Here we will have the total revenue, and in order to get the total sales, I will say total sales is equal to purchase dot length. Oh, it's not purchased, it's the purchased courses here. And here now I can return data, I can return total sales, this one I can I can return total revenue. If I save that, and here basically we will in data we will have the total number, total sales, it is also number. This is basically if you want to show the chart. That's why I created this complex. Basically you can also show the graphs and that kind of stuff. And here now let's come to the analytics page, this one. And if I call this API, here I can say const data is equal to await use fetch, and here I can pass the API analytics. We need analytics 1. Where are you? Teacher analytics, this one. API teacher analytics. And if I hover on that, I have all the data. And if I just show you free, and here we will have all the data. Let's save that. Okay, errors are gone. And obviously I have to come to the teacher mode, and in teacher I have to go to the analytics page. If I come here, still taking, yes, we have all that data here. the total sales, total revenue, which we made from here. And here basically this, if you see the total revenue by the course, the by course 3, course 2, and this is total revenue by 3. So that was the purpose of that. And now if you want to show this type of data in the charts, you can show that. Obviously we will not, this is also an assignment for you, we will only show these cards, so you can show that. Now let's create these sales and these cards, and for that I can come here in the components. So here in components I will say we will have analytics card, analytics card dot view. It will pretty simple, it will be pretty simple. So I can paste that here, and we are using the U card from the Nuxt UI. Then we have the header. In header I'm showing the label, and then here basically the should format based on the price, basically it will be true or false, and we are passing that. From value it will be the price, label will be the course name, or the like total sales or total revenue, that kind of stuff. I can save that. And now let's come here. Here we can use that. Here, let's remove this one, and I can simply say analytics card. It's the grid items by default one column, but above on greater screen we will have the two. And here I'm just passing, I'm saying should format. Why? Basically the purpose of that, basically in total revenue it will be a number. Basically there is no purpose of showing the basically the like we, if I come here total revenue and total sales, we can basically obviously format that. But what's the purpose of formatting this total sales? That's why we have that. So total sales, total revenue, we are formatting that, and here the total sales we are not formatting that. Now if I save that, I should have that here, and see total sales 500, total sales. Here we have to change that. So here instead of saying total, say here I can say revenue. I can say overall revenue. Sorry, here I can say revenue, and here is that. You can also basically filter based on the month data, weekly data. You can explore with that, because we have the created dat and all that date stuff. You can play with that. So we are also done with that, and if you see we are done with all the pages. Now the only and last thing which is remaining is the basically this the sidebar and navbar is done. The only thing which remaining is the sidebar stuff. First of all, let's download the logo. So you can come here, logo placeholder website. You can come here, logo ipsum.com, and here you can download any type of logo, whatever you want. So for now I will download this one because it matches our color, so I can download that. And I can come here, and in download section I can copy this one, I can copy this one, I can come here, and within the public I can come here within the public, and I can paste that here, and I can rename this to logo, rename to logo. And now let's create the missing components. First of all, in here we don't need anything, so navbar and all that stuff. So here we will have another component called sidebar, because if I show you the teacher layout, in teacher layout the navbar is, we are using that, but sidebar stuff is missing. So here within the components I can say sidebar, and within that I will say index.view. So here in this basically the sidebar index.view, we will have this component sidebar logo and sidebar routes. So it means we also have to create that. So let's create the logo. I can say logo.view, and here in logo it will be a simple image. So I can paste that here. It's pretty simple. The image, logo SVG, some width and some height. That's it. I can save that, and now if I come here, this should be green, and now it's green. And now let's create the sidebar routes. So here I can say routes.view, and I can come here and I can paste that here. Here we have the different stuff here. I can show you. First of all, you can ignore this routes. Here we have the guest routes and the teacher route. We have two different modules. So here in guest routes, first of all, basically here I'm showing the dashboard. Either guest, instead of guest route, I think it will be best if I can say student routes, because every page is protected one. So either someone will be a student or a teacher. So here I can say student routes, and here for student I'm showing the dashboard. And in dashboard, if you see, this is the home page, so it means in home page we will be showing student to this one, like how much courses he's linked with him, like the completed courses, the course the progress course. And then the second is the browse link, where basically he can search the different courses, and link the icon for that is the lucid compass. And the integer routes, first if you see the here, first of all we have all the courses where we are showing all the courses. And the second thing is the analytics page, which is basically teacher analytics page. For teacher, we are showing the two routes, and in order to see that, here you can see once teacher will click that, he will have all the courses here, and analytics page, he will have this page, and for teacher. And now how I'm checking that? I'm checking if route includes teacher, then teacher routes, otherwise show the student routes. And now let's create this sidebar item. So here I can come here in the sidebar, I can say item dot view, and I can paste that here. It will be pretty simple. So a Nuxt link, some classes, then some icons. Obviously these icons will be passed from the props, and then the label, and this label will also be passed from the props. And here the basically the is active, basically the handler, and for active handler we are checking that this one. And you can pause the video and you can copy the different stuff from here. I'm showing all the code. It's pretty simple. I have a feeling this will not work for us. We will fix that. I have a feeling I can see some mistakes here. So let's save that, and now let's come here. So we also have these now sidebar routes, sidebar logo, all that stuff, and the only thing which is remaining is the mobile. And if I come here in the teacher layout, we should have here. So here I can say simply sidebar, and this should work for us. If I save that, what is the yes, here this is not, so I have to save this file as well. So if I now come here into the home page, okay, let's refresh. So we have that sidebar now, the courses and an analytics page. Why? Because if we clicked on here the teacher and analytics, we were here. Now if I click on the exit, I'm in the home page. This should also get updated. Yes, in home page this got updated. Now we have the dashboard page and browse page, and now here we have the teacher mode. If I click on teacher mode, we should not redirect user to this page. So I can come here in the navbar, and in navbar routes, and whenever user click on the teacher mode, I should redirect here. I should redirect user to the courses page. And now if I click on exit, and if I click again, I'm in the teacher courses page. Exit. So these routes are automatically dynamically getting updated. Browse. I'm in the home page, search page. If I click on dashboard, I'm in the dashboard page. So everything is working now. Let's fix this is active issue. So this was the mistake. If you see the active classes colors, I'm doing the spelling mistake. So if I click on that, the earlier it was class like this. So if I click on that, and now this is working for, and same goes to basically this here as well, and here this one. So if I save that, and now if you see, we have that, the colors are changed now. If I click on browse, we are in the search page. If I click on teacher mode, that is gone, and we are in this page. If I click on analytics page, this is also working. So everything is working. One thing I noticed, this should be the highlighted one. So I think height is missing. So maybe where we define that, I think in the chapter navbar. So in the course here, I can say the navbar item, sidebar item. So here height full, I think this is the missing. So if I come here in the sidebar item, here we have that border 2, opacity 0. Maybe I can copy this one exactly because both are the same thing. If I come here, this should work for us. If I save that, is it working now? Let's click on that. Oh, yes, that is missing. See, that was the bug as well. Mobile navbar is missing. So in order to implement the navbar as well, then we will also fix this issue as well. So for mobile navbar, if I come here, in here we have to show that, mention that here. So here within the navbar, I can also basically not navbar, sorry, in the sidebar I can also say mobile dot view, and here it will be pretty simple. So here I can paste that. It will be a pretty simple, just like the view created the course navbar. We will show this button above. We will hide this button above the MD screen, and here I'm just doing the sidebar component within this slide over component. This is from the Nuxt. You can explore that. Use slide over. And now if I come here, I have to mention that here as well in the index.view here. So here I can say either above or either down. Here I can say sidebar mobile, and that should work for us. If I save that, and if I come here, we should have that icon here. And if I click on that, I have all the pages and all that stuff. If I click exit, and if I click now, I have the dashboard and all that stuff. Now let's fix this one. Why is that? And if I come here, and this one hide 100%, why it's not working for us? Maybe if I give position absolute. Okay, here I think I have to mention position relative. Here I can say position relative, and yes, and now this one I can say right is equal to 0. we are good to go. So let's add these classes. So now let's come here in the mobile, now in the item. And here, first of all, let's say position relative. So I can say relative, and here I can say absolute, and I can say left, right. Sorry, not left. I can say right 0. If I save that, it should work for us. Yes, it's working. I can close that. If I click on browse, it's working. Everything is working. So we are done with the course, and I hope you learned something new. And please let me know if you have any kind of feedbacks, like where I can improve, and what are the areas I can basically explain to you. So please like the video, share the video. Till next video, bye bye.